is. But at that crucial moment, it was then Bruv who was caught
Morning.
out, forced back to the Pokemon
We're
Center.
so live.
It's a real question in the mind of Team Peps. What do we do here? Do we just go full send anyway, try and catch them off guard? Do we wait for Bruv? They take the safe option, but like you say, so that they never get that full, looking to hound them, so that they never get that full 5 back into the fight.
Exactly, and just even when the Kyogre fight actually started off to Root Dignitas taking the initiative, I think Toon lands a pretty solid Shadow Sneak, and the backup is there immediately after for the remainder of the team. So, Toon will be your player of the game. 9 KOs,
Okay.
only going down 3 times themselves, but also setting
Just
up
in
the team
time.
with 8
I'm
assists,
just waking up.
48,000 damage.
Only got better as the game went on. Zante with some great solar beams. I don't think this was a bad look for Peps. Quite the opposite. Again, for 8 minutes, they were the better team. There is no doubt
Watch
about
to earn
that.
drops,
But once it
baby.
gets to that final stage, you've got to keep all 5 of your team members in it. Is it a micro mistake? Is it just not taking care of your macro?
Oh,
I think regardless
my...
of what happens, they shouldn't be too disheartened. There are still, there's still one more game at least to try and get a third game in. Plus, the momentum would be with them in the reverse sweep. So watch this space, folks. I think this one ain't over just yet.
Yeah, and I think for Root Dignitas, obviously, I think that, like you mentioned, you can see the score graph here coming from behind a lot in this matchup. They got to be so happy with that end result, having that bounce back in terms of momentum, and they're going to be feeling great headed into Game 2, able to kind of turn that one around, kind of right the ship. I think around like 4 minutes left in the match, all of a sudden it got a lot closer to parity, but that early game was, all Team Peps.
I think actually a really critical game for this Root Dignitas team to win as well. If Peps wins that game, that is 3 wins back to back to back on the run. And let's keep in mind that Peps didn't play all too long ago, so they're fresh, they're feeling good. It was a really strong victory against the reigning world champions in Peru. But now they've got to fight from behind again. Let's see whether they have, well, let's first of all see what they're going to draft, because I think that is really one of the big surprises to see the likes of the Wigglytuff. No full snooze.
Audio's
course,
seems like it's working. Okay, cool.
I mean, honestly, just kind of wanted
We're good.
For fun at that point, but I understand the heavy slam block is, I mean, it's the way of Zugruk. you know, if they got a moveset they like, I don't think we're going to see it swap too often. That's all right. You got hyper flexes like Inder willing to play the Wigglytuff support. Feels like another support that obviously doesn't get a whole lot of spotlight, but another Pokemon that with some of these changes to EXP share, all of a sudden starts to become a more viable option. I'm not saying everybody should be picking up that Pokemon, especially if you queue into rank.
There we go.
With 2 Megas on the opposition team, what we've been talking about all weekend, just try and put a pause on players utilizing that Mega Timer. You've got Sing, you've got Starlight Recital in the middle of those team fights. On paper, it should be a really good pick. And sometimes having that knowledge of off-meta choices, it can make all the difference. Honestly, you can't just be a one-trick.
It should be working. Hi, Pina. Good morning.
In this case, anymore in this esport anyway.
I'm awake.
Yeah, I mean, now I
was listening in bed for like a little bit. I listened to Los Catacatos lose, unfortunately.
Did I do the pronunciation right?
I mean, Codswallop, yeah.
Yeah,
I think that was pretty close. I think the way this game works is you, as the not British person, have to make a guess.
I feel like that's not playing to our strengths.
And then I get to embarrass myself by saying the wrong answer.
I feel like as a duo, that's not really how we should be approaching it. But fine. As a solo player, apparently, I'll try it. Codswallop, yeah. You can eat it.
You can eat it?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It is not food, despite having cod in the name.
Right.
Fun fact, a fish. When we say that something is absolute codswallop, it's absolute nonsense. So there you go.
Absolute nonsense. It's made up rubbish. Okay.
Made up rubbish, yeah.
Well, you might have to
so what did I miss? So Peps beat Peru.
You could say it's absolute garbage.
Farming balls. Peps beat Peru.
It's great to have so many people
CSCM beat. Oh, they beat Extinction. Wow.
Yeah, you can all watch me ruin my highest encounter rate prediction. Welcome back to Caster Predictions.
DH3 beat Engage. Great.
Welcome back to Caster Predictions, where I run laps around how bad my picks were. Starting with highest encounter rate.
Okay, so I didn't miss like
too much. I think
much.
Blastoise up there as well. Yeah,
So yeah, we have EG.
Mega Charizard Y at 97. Pretty close race between the two of them.
Indeed, I think these are
Why do they use
pretty
government
expected
names?
picks,
I don't know.
honestly. Mega Lucario
It's
is
just how it
often
is at
Mega that will slip
ICs.
through the net of bans. Umbreon has kind of been an ever-present. Looking at our most banned Pokemon, I kind of wanted to be different, to be honest with you. Mega Charizard Y, absolutely out front, but I'm pleased to see and pleased to report that Blastoise is still in second place, although just
One day
a
my
lot
government
more,
name will
prominence
be
put on Umbreon
all up on
in the
there.
bans, but quite interestingly, encounter rate now mirroring.
What the heck is up with this ad?
A couple of changes here and there with the Psyduck.
I wish Dad was here. Dang, that's a sad ad. Look at that.
He's feeling good about himself.
I needed a win.
W Zoinks in chat.
Lyle
I needed a
Gilson.
win. All right, top win rate.
Actually,
We
you're not supposed to
Cowboy
tell
High
anybody
agreed.
that.
Kirk going with the Elagos, not a bad option, and you picking up the
I know.
Psyduck. With the power level of that Psyduck right now, truly
None of us
incredible.
like it.
But
The SSN part I'm worried
all right,
about.
I think our threshold for these win rates is top. It has to have at least 5 games.
Government name and
included
address,
on
I'm
our
not as
chart.
worried
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, we might have to dig a little deeper if we want to see where ours actually.
SSN is
Well, Zeraora
concerning.
right now is sitting pretty. 5 wins out
Hi,
of
Rex.
5.
Yeah,
100% win rate
I'd ban that one against Uzi.
against Tuzi. Yeah.
Their jerseys are pretty cool.
I don't think any of us could have predicted it at the start of the weekend, but then again, that's how these predictions
They got like the
work.
little collar on them.
Just wants to make us look like silly gooses.
True. All right, so we are switching over to the Groudon map going into Game 2, and Team Peps are going to be first pick. So interesting, Root Dignitas very likely picking this map as their map of choice, with Team Peps electing for their draft side selection.
Still have like a little bit
Psyduck,
of decorating
Umbreon, Mega
to do
Charizard
in
Y,
here.
and Blastoise, all very normal
Still have to
bands
hang
so
up
far. Last time we saw Root Dignitas
Pokemon
kind of
cards on
flexing
the
a little
back
bit with
ceiling.
that Garchomp
And
band.
then I have
Yeah,
to
I don't
hang
think
up
we're
my
gonna see
bulletin
Garchomp this
board,
time
which
around,
has like all my
to be honest with you.
pins
Maybe
on
not
like
banned,
this
but
side.
maybe picked.
Maybe picked.
I haven't
yes.
decided. I'm
The champ
debating
for
if I want to
the
put like a
first
shelf
time this tournament
above
will
there.
be banned. Mewtwo Y. Again, they're
Might be
looking
something
at
I do.
Zante as the main threat, limiting
The
them
G- the what?
potentially to Miraidon, Inteleon, Mew. It potentially forces Peps to push them
my
up the
camera.
priority order yet again.
Sorry.
That is really interesting.
Yes.
You see that
I'm in
Mega
the
Mewtwo
center of
Y.
attention.
Yeah, either way, 14% ban rate. It is getting some love in that section of the map. But let's see what Team Peps decides to do with that first pick. Like you mentioned, so many meta threats, mega evolutions, but we also have Crustle. So that's where Prep's going to go.
I mean, X-Scissor is just nasty.
Oh.
It's such
I
a
didn't
great
select it
catch
from
all.
last
I know
time,
we've seen the slow
and
roll
it
a
was
couple of times,
it
but
wasn't
Crustle,
anything
we've seen a
anyone
Rubble
predicted
Rouse
for
taking
energy,
the central
so
objective today. It's such a great Unite movement with Umbreon off the table. It means that shielding is not a threat of being taken away, but Root Dig with a really strong and a really aggressive start to their pick phase. Darkrai and Mega Gary locked in.
Again, this double defender going to be highlighted by Team Peps. Really, the main focus of this roster, if I'm going to be honest, is around the high upfront bulkiness. Root Dig going to return to the Snorlax, but will also grab the Hoopa. Ender no longer on the Wigglytuff, but still got a iconic Pokemon for them.
Ooh, and there's that Garchomp followed up by a Klaus Talonflame.
I'm
Bringing the
confused.
scope lens on that Garchomp, looking for the self-sustain. No traditional supports yet again. Toonslim kind of with free range here in the gutter. There's a lot of things that they could pick. Quite frankly, anything will do. The Cinderace
How about
was
that?
not on my encounter pick card, but hey, I'm actually quite interested to know what moveset
It'll be Blaze
they
Kick.
go for.
Yeah,
Blaze Kick is
we'll be going
traditional,
Blaze Kick.
but yeah.
Yeah, with the scope lens, I think that's likely going to be our main option. But
Yeah.
Toonslim locking in the
Oh,
Cinderace,
yeah, that
very,
was
very
that was
fun.
something,
Obviously
Rex.
going to have a little bit more
Yikes.
mobility, and when you're going into double defender, trying to play a melee composition
Also,
is
like-
really difficult. Sometimes
Yeah,
you
exactly.
want a little bit of range.
I don't know.
You want to be able to pepper in some damage. And now Mamo, Crustle,
It was
and
like
Garchomp
one of those
have a bit
things
of a
where they
hard
already
time
have
taking these fights
like a
against the Cinder.
practice
I guess
composition,
Cinder also brings a little
and then
bit
they're
of
just like,
skill
we're
with
going
the
with it because we got
bicycle
Blissey.
It's something that we do see Dark Pulse on the Darkrai. Mega Gary's obviously pretty decent. You've got stuns through the Hooper Unbound when you do get into that central area. So maybe that a little bit of the thinking behind the Cinderace. Maybe it is simply just a flex. I think the ripability and secures of Team Pepso is equally impressive.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite interested to see which way Klaus goes. We've seen Fly more often in this tournament and in this season of the Unite Championship Series. Don't discount a Brave Bird, though.
Yeah, I think the only reason
Oh,
I
so
would
we
maybe
can't even
go away
have
from
Evil
Ripper is if you
Geniuses
are
and
running that charging
dig
charm, you know,
until
with move
the
speed built in, I
grand
likely
finals.
want to just pack a little little bit faster with that fly. But let's get into it, everybody. Game
right,
2.
let me move
Team
up.
Peps, your purple
We're
team.
moving up.
Root Dignitas, your orange team.
Team Peps need to reverse sweep to keep their tournament hopes alive. Root Dignitas, game 1 of the day, W, and they don't want to be dropping any L's from here on out.
Yeah, another meeting in the middle between Marv and Ender as this Hoopa tends to defend their own central area and make sure that Bruv cannot make it to the horse the other side.
Ooh, hello. Well, forced use of the eject button already for Ender. Not that that should be too painful, too early on. Looks like Toon might head south to join the Darkrai and Snorlax here. They're going to be read by, actually, Klaus on this Fletchinder if they're able to make it in time. I really want to have a look down there, actually, because there is a lot of shenanigans, a lot of posturing, but ultimately there's no picks here. And now going up to the top path to try and collapse on this Gibble.
Yeah, we're going to see what the field kind of looks like on the bottom side, and they immediately pivot towards the top. So, Bruv kind of trying to call out and see if they're already in the tall grass. Call wrong grass.
Oh,
Big push.
Massive pick from the
Talon
Mew,
Flame goes
and
crazy.
Zealot falls too. Really great reaction time from Team Peps. That entire assault dismantled.
Yeah, that didn't work, huh? Root Dignitas really trying an offensive push towards the top side. Bruv actually hoping to catch out a few targets with that Rock Tomb. Calls wrong, but it doesn't matter. Salante's defensive play on the Mew proves to be the best part of that team fight, and they walk away with multiple KOs.
Otter able to take away some experience. They're the Rock Tomb. Otter might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Otter
We've
and
got
Darkrai, yeah.
on that T1 pad, and Otter's going to take away even more experience.
Otter's been playing a decent amount of Darkrai.
Certainly not when Potatoes here. Otter's adventure forces out the eject button, but with Ender helping out and the tall grass to protect their escape, they make it back to base.
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty big recall for Otter on that Darkrai. Is notably all going with the Shadow Claw build this time around. So very likely not going to be going with the Dark Void that we saw in that last game and returning to the Dark Pulse Shadow Claw moveset, where we're not all inning on the sleep effects this time. We got to go back to the more traditional move.
Toon on this bottom path, already Cinderace, but our Talonflame for Team Peps also online, awaiting the arrival of Mamoswine and Garchomp. Root Dignitas eyeing up this Regidrago, as is Team Peps. Going at it, looking for an entryway. There's the Rock Tomb. Not much
That's a
that Team
Pyro
Peps
Ball
can really
Cinder.
do to negate them taking this, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick clear. Toon Cinderace already getting some major secures, but caught out in that tall grass. Frozen, trying to dodge the Solar Beam, but they will not run far enough.
Committing to the eject button as well. It doesn't matter how much you nap there, mate. There's too much damage output from this Team Pep squad, scoring points and opening up another big lead. Similar strategy employed, Zoinks, looking to build up before the 2-minute mark, 137 to 16.
Yeah, Team Peps in another commanding position in the early game. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't thorns in their side as Otter attempting to take away that red buff, but Potato, great control of their own central area Pokemon.
I'll make sure to remind me if I forget. I'll continue to put the predictions today.
Yeah, no more Mamoswine as well. We've got the Gabite down.
Remind me if I forget.
They should be able to find the pick. Indeed, they do. Onto Ender, lovely Rock Tomb. Forces out the Phantom Force. On that bottom path, we've got the Regieleki being taken by Root Dignitas.
Yeah,
this could be
he is what she
bad news
eats.
for Team Peps. They could be losing their T1,
Whatever she said.
prioritizing the Reg Ice. Ender's still there, not able to make the steal.
Oh,
and they pay for
Ender.
it big time.
I genuinely thought that Phantom Force was going to take the Reg Ice, but Regieleki was secured by Root Dignitas in the meantime and does land in that Tier 1. So Root Dig, despite being really behind in this matchup so far, have
They're
found
gonna
a
go
way
ahead
to
and
finally
break,
get
huh?
on the scoreboard. Small overdunk, but Toon back in a big way.
Yeah, roughly
Happy
similar
Valentine's
timing,
Day to
isn't it?
you.
2 minutes earlier,
Yeah,
but
after
Dignitas
this,
find a
we're
way
gonna
back
go
into
on a nice
sight, at
long
least, of the
walk
score
at
lead.
our park.
That's a very good timed
And
evolution from
then
both the
we
Garchomp
try to
and
keep
the
it low
Mamoswine
key.
here.
We
But
are
actually, we're hoping that the
ordering
only way is up.
Giordano's
Yeah,
pizza.
also,
They
I
have
think it might be
heart-shaped
Pyro
pizza,
Ball too, which is actually
mostly
crazy
because
to me.
we really want a deep
But
dish.
either way, Cinderace having a bit more
Yeah,
range, I guess, to
nothing
work
too
with.
crazy.
They are going with the flame charge though. I think that's a Toon Slim classic. Loving the
Normally I
slight
make, like,
movement
a
ability,
good dinner,
dodging
but
anything else that Fate might be wouldn't.
We were both like,
Absolutely right. Well, we've got the,
what about
the
this
Solar Beam
deep
by
dish
the block.
pizza in the shape of a heart?
Root Dignitas
So do that. I'll probably make like some sort of app. So I'll find some sort of app that I'll do. So we'll go to the walk and then
a bit of quiet giant zombies.
Yeah,
Go to the
both
store
these
to
teams pretty scared. I mean,
grab
these are
some
tough
ingredients.
teams to push into either way. You don't
get
want
some
to get
wine.
pulled by a Crustle, a Mama, or
Pretty
a
low-key.
Garchomp, but you also don't want to get slept and shut down by a Snorlax or a Darkrai. So really difficult teams to actually get offensive pushes into, which means that
cooked a
these
bunch
teams
of
are
food
being
last weekend,
very,
so.
very careful into each other, like you are saying. The poke damage from Cinderace and Mew might be an important factor to actually set the stage in some of these bigger team fights. Watch out for how Zante and Toon arrange themselves around
Yeah, it's
these
always
team
like
fights.
a
They are gonna be
fool's
kind of
errand to try to like go
initiators for some of
out
these
on
big
Valentine's
moments.
Day.
Also with the rearrangement
Just always
to
too busy.
join Zealot here on the top path, Team Peps are very eager to go for what is the roulette.
It's always
Reggie,
too
of course, that
busy,
Reggie Electric on
and
bottom path, and it feels like Team
we
Peps
just
actually
can't be
go for the
bothered
split push.
waiting
We see
super
Potato
long
meandering their way down
eat.
there. A threat of a team fight evolving in the central area. No, again, both sides holding off. Nice Ice Fang, but no one willing to follow up here. Looks like Team Peps have made the call on Reggie Steele. Root Dignitas kind of all over the map. There was a late call there to steer away from that Reggie Elecki, which has gone again into the hands of Root Dignitas. But with that Talonflame, a decent secure onto the Reggie Steele. Nothing Zagrod could do about that.
Yeah, good work by Zante, utilizing that Unite move, creating that zone of invisibility and hiding that HP bar of the Reggie, making it difficult for Zagrod to get that steal. Gonna get the berry though, and is still happy and healthy as this team fight rages on tier 1.
They've been outraged, but at any point, these Root Dignitas players can just pop through the portal, loop, run bound, flame sweep. Labs waiting for the resets on the abilities.
I could show appreciation one day. I challenge you to show appreciation 0 days a year. Is crazy.
Not able to claim him, however, with the knock-up. Zugrug millimeters away from their own demise. Meanwhile, Brother's just been sat on this T2 pad, ensuring that the Reggie Elecki is not allowed in through the window.
Yeah, Root Dignitas with a bit of a hunting party attempt to try to find that Talonflame and shut them down. Zugrug with a great block to stop the Talonflame Unite move in its tracks, but despite all of that, the Fly Talon able to get away and even threaten some major damage on the Hoopa and make Inder also have to run for it. So Root Dignitas not able to shut down the enemy central area. We're gonna go back to the drawing board to get some more EXP.
3 minutes left on the clock then, and one thing that is for sure is that Root Dignitas is paying every single respect to Team Peps. There's no complacent seek-outs, there's no throwing away information or throwing away anything to give over experience to Team Peps. They are quite happy to sit pretty, and sit pretty they do, albeit Zoinks, without that crucial point lead.
Darkrai is going for a back
exactly. That could be a
He's just
major
going for a
moment,
flank.
especially if these teams are going to be taking their time like they are. You don't want to be in a position where you can win a team fight but not have enough time left on the clock. Good thing for Root Dignitas, though, they might be behind on points, but so far they've won the positional battle. Zugrug's got complete information gained on the top side of the map, and they just found a Mew as well in that enemy tall grass, which means that this Groudon pit is shut down by Root Dignitas. Team Peps gonna be looking to fight their way into this one.
Brav and Otter came to blows on that bottom path. Readjustment from Brav, picking up a little bit of help from home base, and now relocated back with the team. But as you rightly pointed out, Zoinks, Root Dignitas with great position. That's a nice
Otter got caught there, but he's able to go underneath.
Team Peps are calling it
Force
into
the
center.
Groudon Unite.
On the Groudon, full flip, flame sweep, rubble rouser, Hooper unbound.
Hoopa
Team Peps
stunning.
all in the center. The first stuns.
Wow.
Matter because they didn't hit anyone of Team Peps. Team Peps has got the Groudon. Now can they score? Can Root Dignitas counter score?
Yeah, that Cinderace Unite just a little bit early, so incredible shot from Zante on the Mew to get that secure. Team Peps could be lining up a pretty fantastic buffer for themselves with these points. Even if they can try to steal big heavy slam,
Potato's toast.
Caught in a bad spot. Toon does have a Groudon buff. Over a minute left to work with, and they got the Groudon buff on the best Pokemon on their roster they could ask for.
Do they go ultra defensive? Do they send someone further up? Marv,
almost Zug.
looking for another pick, not quite. There's a wonderfully placed Rock Tomb. Nothing that Inder or Zug can do
going
about
for
that.
Hondo on the backside.
Just want to let this zone go. Inder with
23.
the 23, double that to 46. Grubb is retreating to the tier 2, but Team Peps with the backdoor look. Hondo Burger from the Mammoth at least. More for the Talonflame, 44, 524 to 216. Here comes another 80, and a Hondo Burger, 396 to 524.
They need more.
Can they find
100 points on the backside for Mew.
Anything to help them on their way? Well, I'll tell you what will help Team Peps is another Hondo Burger coming in fresh from Zante. Ice Fang into the flame sweep from a fly.
Yeah,
That's
it's over
a huge
now.
pick onto the Darkrai. Not able to use the worst nightmare. Hooper will not be able to bring many to the party because there's only the Gyarados left. Mega Evolution into the stuns, into the backline. Inder's gone. Team Peps takes EU to game 3.
Incredible work with these back caps constantly, letting in some scores.
Oh, there's Xander.
The econ in their favor the entire way through. No question about it on their side of the table, if they had that win or not. Understanding that they had that one locked down. Incredible secure by Zante on that Groudon in such a crucial moment. Root Dignitas just a little bit behind.
Yeah. No, I think they lost one game at
Cincinnati,
LAIC, like one map.
Take that one away.
I just love the adventurous nature of Team Peps when we were talking about Root Dig. Full control,
right,
right?
new
over
prediction up.
Groudon, and they're like full
I thought they
straight
lost
to the
one map at
Groudon, make them
LAIC.
Panic, and panic they did. There's this crucial moment where Inder's laying down those fists of fury, looking for a stun, and we can see that they go after the Mamoswine, but in the center there are 4 Team Peps players weighing favor towards them hugely.
And things got dangerous, right? Toonslim eventually gets that Groudon buff. He starts damage maxing, but then the score mogging out of Team Peps is just elite. And that's going to be Klaus taking our MVP. 8 KOs on the Talon, 56,000 damage.
What a fantastic series, and there is one more game to go. I tell you what, this isn't Codswallop. This is phenomenal Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, what's the opposite of Codswallop? Wow, not very British of you. Anyway,
speechless.
Maybe they didn't.
Speechless.
Oh, no, they did.
Damage numbers across the board from both of these squads. Obviously, the Garchomp.
So they lost 2 to 4.
Only 33K in that last team fight, or last matchup rather. But like we said,
I don't think they lost
it was
any
a
in
quiet
group,
one
though.
in terms of team fights.
But they went
Just
3-0 in
double
the
composition,
finals.
playing so defensive and trying to just trap Root Dignitas. And Root Dignitas, after being repelled after a few of these fights, going, all right, maybe we take it easy on some of these moments.
I think this is real worrying for Root Dignitas because this is a very similar looking graph to what we saw
put your
in
prediction
game number
in.
1. The only difference being that Peps stays ahead.
Prediction.
Turnover in points towards Root Dignitas. This Talonflame, Klaus, so good, so influential, picking up only just shy of 60k damage, but finding great secures when it matters most. Flame Sweep hitting even if you just hit 1 or 2, that's certainly better than nothing.
Yeah, exactly. If it's only a wall, that's when Dupes Next will come for you, but otherwise, you're doing just fine, in my opinion. And Klaus is doing a fantastic job in that game. Curious to see if the Talonflame shows up again. They really do feel like the player on this roster that's most willing to flex up their picks in the central area, even stylistically. Like if we have some kind of range damage dealer or a melee Pokemon like Mega Lucario or even some kind of speedster style of Pokemon, could we see
why are you
like the Talonflame?
And I'm quite curious to see how Root Dig react to how the Garchomp performed as well, because
what's
without that Garchomp, I don't think that Peps feel confident enough to go for that send on the Groudon, to rip it right down and literally turn it into a coin flip. As you rightly point out here, first ban on the board.
Well,
you don't want to see it.
You pointed it out. Great call on the Garchomp, genuinely. Now I do 1% ban rating. So Root Dignitas.
Stonks, we're moving up in the world, folks.
We're moving up a little bit more. As,
oh, because Rex
really
said
have
K.
been relying on that Pokemon in this tournament. Inner Psyduck will be taken away. The Mega Charizard
Psyduck
ban that we've seen so far. Ooh, okay, a
You're my funny friend.
So Otter wanting to go to something a little different in this game. Clearly, as they have played that Darkrai in games 1 and 2. In my opinion, Root Dignitas might be threatening a first pick Mew here.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to get after Zante and his picks all day long, and this screams of, we saw your last game, we saw your last game, we know how good you are.
I think Draku fell asleep on me. He was going to join me for a little bit.
Another Zante pick is the Mega Mewtwo Y. This is the first time that's been allowed through by Root Dignitas, and now we know exactly why.
Yeah, a lot of power picks still available in the metagame. Obviously, the Mega Lucario
How's it going?
still
Did it
available.
cry?
I think Vaporeon
Hope you're doing well.
So far.
Doing our watch party.
That is a Venusaur hover. I don't think that's happening, but hey, Team Peps enjoyers.
We're just waking up now.
Let them know. But Crustle and Mammo Swine.
Woke up just in time for the quarterfinals.
Potato locking up the Mega Gyarados now.
Yeah, I think with Zante, you've still got Inteleon on the table, Zugrug to nobody's surprise, taking away the Mammo Swine, and Zealot will be heading on to the Zacian, which they can use to great effect.
Zealot
Are blocking in the tree. They are able to find another bit of CC, and because they haven't picked up the Mew, Zante once again moving up from last pick to lock it in for himself.
And so how hard is the focus on the double defender, right? Like at this point, there's so many defenders taking
because
away.
Potato, Rex. Potato's a really good guard chomp.
In the Trevenant, and Root Dignitas are going to go back to what worked with that Wigglytuff lock.
Klaus could look at Mimikyu. I think Mimikyu would be a decent option into this. Hovering.
Trick Room Mimikyu into Sleep Wigglytuff is something that I do want to see. That would be excellent. But looks like we are going to be rotating our picks. Klaus, yet another Pokemon being locked in this matchup. Blaziken going to be.
What is up with all these ads today? There were not this many ads yesterday.
Game number two.
I am the ad now.
On secure without that Garchomp available.
You
can either go for the quick rip or you can go for the burst. And Blaze Kick is still to this day one of, if not the greatest secure tools in the game.
Totally. I mean, the rumors of Blaziken's demise.
I don't think you're allowed to say that, Rex.
Greatly exaggerated. I think this Pokemon, extremely strong still, has fallen down.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
In our tournament. However, the players that do play it,
not in this economy.
Pokemon, they understand it, and there it is on the back screen. Look at that.
I am slightly concerned running into a Wigglytuff. Of all things, of course, Blaziken, not exactly the
what do we got? What do we got, Peps?
Either. So Team Peps is going
to look at Potato. He's just got his one leg up.
They have to
He's
stay
chilling.
Ahead of the groove, stay ahead of Dignitas, which, to be fair, they have done really well 2 games in a row now.
Look at Toon.
Klaus, I was taking a
not
look at the items, not
a care in the world, just
pick up on the Blaziken in that
locked in.
Instead, is going with the weakness policy, Razor Claw, and kind of attack waves of style. Normal style we've seen in the Blaziken, but with those
because he's a dog and they like car rides.
A lot of people were
Prove it
on that big route to enter into it. But let's go, Relic. Game number 3. Root Dignitas versus Team Peps, 1-1.
LAIC champions versus the champion destroyers, it seems. Team Peps on the orange side, sending 2 into the central area. They are well aware to Inder's tricks. And, well, they have called their bluff well, haven't they? Already Marv going for a little swing against Inder, who I think will be quite happy to come away with just a Baltoy.
Right, exactly. And a Pokemon like Blaziken that does take a while to warm up, and that will be 2 points of Aeos energy for Inder and 1 successful secure, a very successful invade.
That's a lonely Magikarp up on top path that is currently solo fending off a dog.
Poor Magikarp.
Meanwhile, Team Peps moving all of their other resources.
Oh, not the defense curls.
He
gets out.
Into the back line goes that Fletchinder, finds a bit of damage, doesn't find a KO. Nice Icicle Shards to buy them time to disengage.
Yeah, and Inder just buying so much time. The little shield you get from rollout, enough to repel the damage of the Will-O-Wisp.
Oh, there we go. There's a KO.
KO from Toon. Klaus goes down. Firebird versus Firebird. It looks like Fletchinder wins this one.
Yeah, stuck around in town for a little too long. The sheriff came to find them, and found them they most certainly did.
It's a good NA impression. I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so Zugrug going to be moving up towards this enemy squad. Reminder, these early game moments from Swinub can be pretty strong, but they are being out-leveled or just at least out-evolved by Bruv at the moment, who does have the Crustle online. Such a great defender in this metagame right now.
Zila just slicing through on the Zacian.
So far, pretty impressively. Effort gauge almost full, but that last Metal Claw getting you a little too dangerously close. And yep, Inder's got a blue buff.
Yeah.
Inder's got a blue buff. Our blue buff.
2 minutes in. Okay, the no scores is kind of, it's whatever, but they're slightly behind on when they ideally want their Gyarados online. We're still not anywhere near Blaziken. Yes, we've got the tree online, which is pretty decent, but Inder is sowing chaos and Toon is finding KOs. Look at them looking after Zante, going back onto Bruv. Potato joins the fray. The Sword Doggo's here as well.
A little bit early on the beam.
Drago. There's a side strike, good block on Potato, but there's the fly into the back line onto Klaus.
Oh no, follow up.
Smothering the bird, but unable to prevent the Reggie Drago. Now going to the southern path here. Big knock up onto Bruv.
Man, that's unfortunate for Toon.
Sustain, buff out.
There's like
and move
any
back
bit
to
of
the
fun. Like if
T1.
they
I
had
think
an
Toon
actual
thought
like
they were gonna take
mage,
a bigger
they get
2 point
that
in
KO,
situation,
but they just weren't
Alpine
able to
Flight
walk
Loss
in
not getting as
and
much
follow him.
cooldown reduction by hitting multiple targets with that fly. Another skirmish down here, though, as Otter lays down some poke damage.
Yeah, go for it.
Desperately
You have
close
Mega
to
now.
Blaziken, Bruv desperately close to the edge into the X-Scissor. Oh, has to use the eject button to get onto pad. Zogrug, Ice Fan, surely going to go down Zante. Indeed, they do. Combustion back at pad. Bruv picks up a KO and a crucial KO at that. There will be no more scores for Root Dignitas, not for the moment. But Regieleki.
Yeah, but a much better trade for Root Dignitas, right? That's a Mew being traded for a Pillow Swine. Very okay in terms of experience, and now Root Dignitas secure that bottom objective. It's a lone Bruv Crustle to defend against it. And
Oh, nice steal on the berry.
Is the Crustle sent packing.
You can see Team Peps has immediately made the call. Okay, let's just make sure that we get this Reg Ice under lock and key. And hey, why don't we go for a T1 push ourselves? Root Dignitas unable to actually crack the zone here.
Yeah,
Might
they
not
just
be
have
the
to
same
get
story
T.
on top half.
Oh no, it doesn't
3
even break.
points, good overdunk. In fact, straight down to 1. Fantastic for Team Peps.
Yeah, Root Dignitas, I think, had the opportunity to break that goal zone, but they'll do so now. Not only to delay the wild Pokemon experience that'll spawn on the other side, but mostly to clear all of the experience that was populated in that path. After you break that tier 1, all of those wild Pokemon will disappear. Toon wants to get all that EXP and get a bigger score.
Yeah, another stack in the tank for Toon Slim. As
Good
on the far
explanation,
side of the map,
Zoinks.
an errant score from the tree is met with a firm axe in the hand of Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, that Mewtwo Y so far has been extremely solid at setting up some of these team fights. Root Dignitas has kind of been missing some of that poke damage with Otter on this Darkrai so far. So having this Mewtwo Y has laid down certainly a bit of a runway for this Talonflame, and a little bit later, Zilitzashi.
Yeah, I don't
really
know.
take full advantage of.
I don't know, Rick.
Not missing, though,
I agree with you there.
opportunities to
Oh, we
invade
missed the
enemy
fly
central.
because
They've
the
done it so many
pull.
times, and there's another pick onto Klaus. Lovely hook into the ultimate KO that we find here. Heading towards halftime, 134 to 79. Root Dignitas showing no signs of fear. So much confidence in their exit strategies.
In the entire
I mean, I guess for
history of
Mew, but
Pokemon
Mew's
Unite,
just like
aggression has
so
always been the
slippery,
playstyle
like
that's
you
come
can't
out
really
on
get
top,
to it.
But the major thing has been aggression that is well measured, and when you're not losing those leads, that has been truly immaculate.
Oh, good
The
score on the
Luminosity
backside
two-time
on the
world
bottom.
champion team was notable for that, and I think Dignitas really showcased
Now you're gonna get all
what a
these
playstyle like
birds.
that looks like.
No,
Also, shout
they're
out
not
to Otter
even
for
gonna
trying to
pay
stop that
attention to
30
the
score
bird.
with the Unite move.
What you can do, we can do better, say Team Dignitas.
Zealot's
with the lead.
in trouble.
Phantom Forest,
Good
got the fly
shield
moving
by
onto the
from
Blaze
Ender.
Kick, finds the hit. We've got the Blaze Kick, the eject button having to be utilized to get out of dodge. Potato won't be lasting too long in this particular fight.
Flame Sweep, or not Flame Sweep, Sing is really good into.
Going in now on the Registeel. Team Peps is going to be a really close run thing.
Good
Blaze Kick,
morning.
they do eventually secure it.
I hate.
Mark
Why are
able
there
to
so many
delay
ads?
Everyone else from entering
Look
that
at
particular
this.
foray. On bottom path, Root Dignitas though will be claiming their second Regielecki, as here comes the overdunk. 36 total, 20-point difference.
And Team Peps
Not bad.
really back in this one in terms of a score race. This Reggieleki will have to be defended, which means that this Reggie Drago might be a tougher objective for them to go for.
Give them money?
Dignitas rotating, see if they can catch out one of
For
these
Ham?
defenders, and Marv is in their sights.
What was that ad for? Ham?
Leech. Oh, not able to get up in the air.
The
actually.
dad
Great
ad.
Stuns from Team Peps. Two
Man,
not
Talon's
given
just getting
the light of
absolutely
day
demolished
as the
here.
Gyarados has made its way onto this bottom path. Potato will be able to solo dismantle that.
That double defender composition so difficult. I think Root Dignitas thinking that more Pokemon would be dedicated to defending against that Reggieleki. They go a little bit too far. But that's all right. They'll be able to get that EXP back on their own Central. With that being said, Reggie Drago, a free take for Team Peps.
That's really great work, considering not 30 seconds ago we're talking about surely this is just a free wrap for Dignitas in the central area. Turning the script on his head once again, Team Peps.
What do you
Yeah,
do
now
here?
bottom side, it looks like Root Dignitas getting a bit of vision.
I mean, Zila's just been holding the top path. He hasn't really been able to join fights. He's been trying to hold that T1.
If they were doing damage into that Reggieleki, but now at this point in the game, it's all about
It was a good job by
controlling the
Peps
middle of the
to
map. These two teams have
just
so
hold that
far been
T2
quite
bottom side,
evenly
because it
matched in
looked
these
like
team
Dig
fights.
was
They do not wanna
looking for
have
vision
any
and seeing if they
advantage
could
taken
sway
away from
that.
them. And I think Bruv, wise to Toon's tricks, knows
I
where Mental
know,
Progress is ready
I
to
know.
run to call it
I
out
woke
at
up
any
like
moment.
Dog V Bird
maybe an
is
hour
level
ago,
13, leading
and
the
I
pack
was just
right
in
now
bed
over
watching.
Klaus, level 13.
Or actually,
All
technically
Unite
just
moves,
listening.
barring the
I wasn't even
Mammoth Mash.
watching.
Scratch that. All locked and loaded with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Talonflame really searching
Listen
for that
to
level 13.
Katakatos
At level 13,
get taken
14,
down.
and 15, it has the highest natural
Oh, they're gonna
attack
fight
stat
over
in the
this.
game.
Oh my gosh,
Dude,
Toon
might
keeps
not
getting
matter. They're already down.
erased.
Solar beam into the X's. A Phantom Forest used. Team Peps are going for it. They're going for a
Oh,
big
this is
side
the
into
fight.
The Mash. Ice Fang looking to take down Brub. Rubble Rouser into the eject button. Track current utilized as well. Infinite Sideburn gets a little bit of stun across the board. It's still Team Peps in the ascendancy. Really low health bars. Station's gone.
Oh.
Down. Team Peps going for the ring.
Oh my god.
They start doing damage. Brub's got about half HP, so does Marv, but they are still going to try to defend this zone. Talonflame is in the mix. Big stun.
Oh, he just gets erased.
It's down. Coyote.
Oh!
Mewtwo takes it.
Unbelievable, unbelievable, but can they score now? Mewtwo will get the 100 in. They extend their lead, 2-6-8 to 1-4-6. Ender not going to be back for another 10 seconds, but Toonsleep is back on the prowl. Marv has to go back to the Pokemon Center, get a refresh on health.
He got that with a basic attack.
Team Peps. They've got a minute and change to change the narrative
What?
again.
And respawns are just so important. Who got the Kyogre buff? Who did not? And currently, Zante and Klaus both have Kyogre buffs stolen away in that final team fight. Root Dignitas have to defend this T1.
Into the fly, looking for anyone. No, they can't find anyone. That's a long reset. 50.
Wow, Ender stopped it with the Dazzling Gleam. Okay, they still need a hundo.
100 burgers all they need. They need Klaus. They need him now. Fly. Brubs.
Oh my god.
Gone. 5v4. No counter score. Everything was sent in with T-Pep, but wait. The Mega Gyarados is still here and finds.
Oh no.
Okay, but they need a full hundo burger to win, so Klaus, the most... Soshin with an absolutely incredible Unite move KO. Potato's still getting to work on the back line, though. They have a full HP bar and a little bit left in the Mega Evolution.
Mew on the backside.
Oh,
see, let's score the hundo up there. Or 40 there.
Just need 23 points. That's all they need. Anything will do from this Gyarados. Or Marv. What can Dante pick up? Counter score again. 32. Here comes the
Oh my god, it's so
Gyarados thrown in. Can they get the 27 down though to 54? It's another score. Unbelievable. This is insanity. Root Dignitas.
They got it 22.
Oh, I don't know. That final 22 put everything into question. I genuinely...
Why are we not watching that?
We will see Root Dignitas versus Team Peps. The score goes... Team Peps win the match!
The EUIC champs are out.
Believable. They lose things. They lose the Kyogre to a Mega Mewtwo White auto attack, and from that point on are able to battle back. Team Peps showing up for EU and defeat your LAIC champs.
Welcome to London. Welcome to the UK. As we say in soccer,
Wow.
absolute limbs in the crowd. Team Peps have taken down Peru. They've taken down Dignitas.
Dude.
How far can this team go?
Yeah, at this point, I think you gotta start considering this team a favorite to win the event. Upset win after upset win. How long can you keep that definition? What a show from them. I mean, what a close.
What a call to send Mew up to the top.
368. My heart's about to beat out of my chest. I don't know how that team's feeling. I don't know how those in the crowd are feeling. But what an amazing best-of-3 match.
Oh, catch your breath, everyone. Oh my. There are so many factors in play in that final 90 seconds. I don't think we're going to be able to do
Zugrug did his best to try to stop those scores.
Those final scores, I mean, with Marv and Potato splitting on that goal zone, doing their best, Zugrug playing around it quite well with that Ice Fang, making sure they're in.
Why are we Talon there?
Multiple swallows, and there it is.
What was Talon doing? Like, I don't. I mean, I know Toon obviously good, but like, I just don't like the pick.
Would get them the lead at that moment, but
like, he just kept getting erased.
Right
I thought this was it. I thought that was it.
That execute was phenomenal by Celit.
Unbelievable work from Marv to keep Mammoth White off pad.
Exactly.
Shout out to Zante, who had the foresight to say, There's some long respawn timers here.
Yeah, I agree,
got
Pina.
50 to dunk for free.
So important, but yeah, amazing work. Potato will be your MVP, I believe, getting the final most important score for Team Peps. So clutching up there for Chaos throughout this match, 64,000 damage. This Mega Gyarados reigning supreme.
Just the most extraordinary story.
Yeah.
Team Peps. For reference, moving through the bracket, their
did you
next
text me?
matchup
Oh, you totally
is
did text me.
CACM.
I don't know why my phone didn't send me.
EU Derby in the semi-final.
Oh, that'll be an exciting matchup no matter where
I don't know why it
that
didn't send me text.
And they're entering into
Good morning.
best of 5 territory.
Right, yeah.
You're one step closer to Championship Sunday and potentially even a
Mocha,
spot at
please.
Worlds. What a show from Team Peps, and specifically, I
Peps
think
does
Potato
deserve
had
that.
an incredible tournament. I know there were a lot of great players, so let's
Toon,
hear from one
Toon
of them.
was just
Bryce,
getting
we
blown.
got an
I mean,
interview.
and
Take
that's
it away.
just Talonflame into that composition. It just gets blown up.
Here I am with Bruv from look at this. I mean, wow. Hey man, how are you doing?
I know.
Yeah, maybe I'm under exaggerating a bit, but yeah, definitely happy.
So, all right, you go into Peru. You flip twice, right? Then you fight again. You're flipping against Dignitas. Now, when you should get the secure in this last match, Mew with a basic attack takes it. I mean, unbelievable. It feels like all over the place emotionally for these matches.
Man,
I
I was hoping Dig would get their.
Questionable secures, so I mean.
Now we got to root for EG because we want NA to have that extra spot.
We weren't sure what happened. We had no idea if we won or not. We
Man,
just tried to
that
put as many
really
points in as we
sucks.
could, and yeah, it was enough. So
I really wanted
And
NA to
tell
have
me,
that extra
in that
spot,
final
so
moment,
potentially
it's pandemonium.
you have
What are
that
the
opening
comms
for
like when you don't know if you're ahead, you know you need to score.
Ix.
Zugrug defending that goal
So
zone
yeah,
against
kind of
two.
have to
You have to
have
try to
evil
push
geniuses
the,
win.
like,
Otherwise, that
insane
extra
moment.
spot's going to
we're just checking
EU or
who has
LA.
shields. We're making sure everyone's going to the right places, trying to stay calm as well. I think that's one of the key things today. Like, even though there's definitely a lot more talking, people seem to be more relaxed, at least after yesterday. No one was as relaxed. Today, I think that's definitely helped us a lot going into these games. We just know our plans and we're sticking to them, and it's working.
Amazing stuff. I can't wait to see you guys continue to play throughout this
How many-
tournament. What a day. I mean,
no,
what a
just
day for
two.
your squad so far, taking down the
There's only
undefeated
2 per league.
Dignitas with some former teammates, right, on that squad. How does that feel having to go up against people that you played with so much last season?
It's interesting.
Top 2 in
facing
league
them.
standing,
Like,
or top
you know
2
a
in
lot
the
about
league
them, and,
playoffs.
they also know a lot about you, so
For each
in ways that it helps.
each
and
region
impacts it.
gets
But,
Worlds.
either way.
And then
I was,
for
we
the
weren't- honestly,
last
I
chance
wasn't expecting to win,
qualifiers,
so,
there will be one.
I'm pretty happy, but it
So, like,
sucks
the
to be,
leagues
some
only have 2
former
spots.
teammates and friends, so it's
But-
unfortunate, but the bracket made it that way. So
Depending
we have
on
to try
who
and do what we
wins
can to
here,
win, so.
if
Amazing. One
that
of
would
the best
potentially
sets you're
open up
probably
another
gonna see
spot
all
for
weekend, but Peps is
if a
not
league
done.
team wins.
You will see them again very soon. Give it up
So-
one more time for Bruv.
yeah, you would either have to win. So the teams that are
Take it away.
in league that don't end up top 2 will either have to win their last chance qualifier
You're still in the
in
bracket,
May
and you are into
or
the semifinals, best
NAIC.
of 5 range.
So
and
each
you
region
just
will
took
have a
down
last
one of the
chance
best
qualifier.
teams potentially worldwide.
And I
What a
believe
Valentine's
those are
Forget
just
the weekend.
1.
That's one of the best Unite sets that you will see.
So like there will be
ever.
1
And
for
this is what
NA.
it does to the bracket. Team Peps, an EU squad.
So I think it'll just be
makes it
1
into
for
the
NA.
Finals. Their next opponents, one of either.
Yeah, it's
Kawaii
very
Esport for an
odd.
EU derby, or CACM
The simple form
Esports
is
gunning themselves
win
for a
or be top 2 in your
second
league,
grand final
or
appearance at
win
ICs.
your
Yeah,
last
they're
chance
also
qualifier.
such a competitive team at the
1
bottom
comes
of
from
the
ACL
bracket.
too.
It's
So
no
yeah, Dig
exception
could
for
technically
excitement either.
get it from
EGBH3,
ACL.
Volticons, Tuesday. We got so many amazing matches in this top 8 bracket. Still down to just 1 less team. Top 7 now. That's how the math works. It's getting
How maths work.
real exciting here on Valentine's Day.
More to love about this tournament, though. So many more matches on the way, that is for sure. I guess one final word for Root Dignitas.
Look, I'm an
they are
advertisement.
doing great in the
I'm
league.
Fiber.
Totally.
They've obviously proven themselves
Fiber.
with LAIC.
You're going to play
losing
NAIC,
one
Jade?
this, but I think it'll be a
Nice.
real show of character to
I don't know if
bounce
I'm
back
actually
in
going to
a
go to
positive
NAIC this year.
I don't think this team's season is done by
I don't think I
any
will.
means. A great performance, and it came down to truly
We're gonna
the narrowest of
prioritize
margins.
Worlds.
If anything, we got a real fun rivalry brewing between Team
yeah,
Peps
100%.
and Root
Yeah.
Dignitas. So an
I'm Panda
international
Express
one, we only
now.
get to see it a few times throughout the year. So save that last one, folks. That was such a
I'm
fun
Panda
match,
Express.
and maybe a preview
I'm Orange
of
Chicken.
What we could see at something like the World Championships or NAIC.
Yeah,
I
I'm
sure
Orange
hope so.
Chicken. Look at
A
that.
reminder that the winner of this tournament walks away with that very first invite to San Francisco as well. So there's every reason to compete and go for the win. Next up, it is that Kamai CACM esport matchup. You don't want to miss
What?
it. You crazy? You crazy? You don't want to miss it? Goodness me.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah. I'm gonna prioritize Worlds. Well, it's like, I don't necessarily need to go to New Orleans for the 3rd straight year. I'd rather go to Worlds. I'm Palmont. I'm Palmont. All right. We're in our Udi. Let's see if I get a hang up. Or I could do it on my footrest, and everybody else needs to spot me because it's not safe that I play. Yeah, Worlds is like during your school year this year because it's like the end of August this time. But yeah, NAIC is also the week after Pokemon Go Fest, and I'd rather go to Chicago. I'd rather go to Chicago for Pokemon Go Fest than NAIC or New Orleans for NAIC. So I'm gonna go Fest. I would have loved. Let's see if I can. This is totally not safe. This is not OSHA compliant. Okay. It's not working. I need to like undo the thing so I can hang it. Because I also need an actual step stool. Because I don't want to die. Yeah. Not today. The short shorts and the Pokemon. They're not short shorts. They're a 5-inch inseam. That's like that's normal. That's just normal short. That's 5-inch inseam. That's normal. They're not my 4-inch ones, which are those leave nothing to the imagination. Those are normal. It's just this thing. I feel like I have worn those. They're normal shorts. And it's an Udi. It's an Udi. It's like a Snuggie. It's within 3 fingers from my knee. That's real. That's so real. Oh man. Yeah, I need to hang those up still. I need to hang my bulletin or my cork board. I think the cork board's gonna help with sound dampening. I'm debating putting shelves there. And then try to hang my Rayquaza. So it's like covering the ceiling. Ah, man, I'm so sad. I really want to dig to pull it out. Man. Big sads. Let's open a pack. I need some serotonin this morning. Let's do a prediction. We'll guess the energy. Bam. 2 minutes. We have Phantasmal Flames. Look at Rosender. Oh. Phantasmal Flames. Toon playing on... Does Toon ever not play on Tilt? I feel like Toon was playing on Tilt, playing against I Hardly Know Her. You know? Like, I feel like that's just his natural face. We're guessing the energy on our Phantasmal Flames. Pina, I assume, put 10,000 balls on Metal Energy. We're guessing the energy. Predictions in chat. Oh, look at them. Oh, look at them. That's fun.
Championship Series. We are here at EUIC, and you just witnessed the
Pina put 10,000 channel points on
match
Steel.
Between Team Peps out of
I assume it was
EU
Pina.
and
She's the
Team
only
Dignitas.
real
Big
fan
out of North
here.
America. Took him to a game 3, one of the craziest
prediction
steals that
up
we've seen in this tournament
the
from
top of the screen or
Dignitas,
whatever.
and then we still had Peps manage to win the whole thing by
10.
just a
Someone
few
put
points.
10,000 on Dark.
Unbelievable, and we will have
That's
more
crazy.
unbelievable matches as this weekend continues, because this is a single
I trimmed my
elimination
fingernails.
bracket, so crazy,
They were a little
crazy
long.
things like that do go down. Hi everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy. Yee to the ha. We're back. Being Doom Snacks. Hey buddy.
Folks, brother.
Yeah.
Put that into your veins. Keep your heart rate up.
But
as I
imagine
hope
you
we have
put
more
10K on
bangers like that to round out our top 8. The NA Giants, Root Dig, fell to Toon, leaving his region to join an NA squad, felled at the hands of a former teammate, of course.
These two.
Bruv right there anchoring an amazing squad that is now hard-pressed to say they're going to be slowed down because they've got some momentum, kiddos.
We're opening it now. Prediction is over.
Dignitas, who won LAIC. I think a lot
Get
of people
something cool.
were theorizing, hey, maybe we see North America versus North America in our grand finals.
Rex wins.
Not going to happen at
However,
this point,
he
right?
didn't
We do have
predict,
our bracket.
so
I would love to see it before we hop into this game, but we have got an
he
exciting
didn't predict.
one.
So everybody
Komai,
gets their points
CACM.
back.
Komai on an absolute tear. They're undefeated.
No,
in
you
game
didn't.
one,
You didn't
looking
guess
amazing.
anything.
CACM up and down, but still moving through this bracket.
Baneri,
dispatching great teams.
Bramlin.
Yeah, you know, CACM did dispatch an
Absol.
already as we're taking a look at
Oddish.
this bracket. Obviously, Team Peps 2-1 against
Battle
Root Dig. That's
Cage.
where we just came
Bramblegast.
from. CACM eliminating
Arch
Extinction,
Eluden.
an NA team going up
Lokix.
against Komai, who yesterday looked like the strongest EU
Bramblegast.
squad coming into day 2. So it's going
And
to be a
Genesect.
team
Nothing good.
versus team.
We've been getting
action
shafted on
here
packs,
in
except for
top
we
8
got
to
like
see
2
who's going to
two
get
hits
the
yesterday.
opportunity to square off against Team Peps, and I can guarantee you the fans in the crowd would love to see EU versus EU.
Yeah, Komai versus
I think he was
Peps
just
would be
lying.
An insane matchup, and it would guarantee an EU team heading
Go in
to
the
our
top corner
grand
like that.
finals.
Dude.
The region that I think has the biggest question mark on it right now is EU able to rebuild after so many talented players have left, and after having a couple rocky years. They look great here at the Aeos Cup. Of course, we still have some North America hope with Evil Geniuses, the undefeated squad out of North America, later going into BH3, and then Volticons
Wait, I'm
against
Fiverr again.
Tuzi. More EU and a
I'm blocking
team
the
from
ad.
Brazil.
Guys, I'm
Again, in
basically an
front of us
ad
right
blocker.
now.
I hope
Komai,
that
looked like the
You appreciate
strongest
that,
squad
or whatever.
from EU are going up against CACM, your runners-up
Blocking
from
those ads.
LAIC.
I can't believe I'm about to say this looking at this top 8. but
Man,
it is
I can't
very
believe Dig
real
lost.
possibility that our semifinals is 4 EU teams.
Yes.
Because Komai looked phenomenal day 1, CACM a little rocky. Then you go down
That's
BH3.
crazy.
What if you look at just regional league standings, the best team in EU against Evil Geniuses, and they finally look like they're back to old form. Evil Genius has been
Ad
on
block.
ice for a bit,
They-
and of course Volticon
Husky's been saying
with
this.
a monster day 1 with big time wins against 2Z Esports, which quite frankly has also been struggling, finding their way here, but every single game has
Guys,
felt
do we
like
know
a
what ball
battle.
this is?
And I mean,
What
be
ball
still
is
my
this?
heart if we have 4 EU teams in those semifinals.
What a hype situation that would be for this crowd. I could tell you, being backstage ready to head up to do the interview for either Dig or Peps in the moment. Komai, CACM, they're about to face off. We are all standing together watching these screens, freaking out about these games, screaming for which team we're hoping is going to win this thing. And it really felt like, even though they're about to square up, we are all just loving the insane level of competition here at EUIC. All that has to be thrown out the window for a moment, because now your tournament life is on the line against another great squad. Komai is going to be our first pick, first ban. They're targeting that Gengar
the repeat
as well
ball.
as a Mew, and then finally Hoopa on the other side. Pokemon that's getting
It's a
banned
repeat
more
ball,
and
guys.
more and more Dupes next, and that is the Umbreon.
Yeah,
Repeat and
unsurprising.
repeat.
I mean, this is a Pokemon that's
It kinda looks like
incredibly strong all
Phalanx.
the time, and it's really difficult to battle through this mean look right now with all the kind
Oh, yeah, I need to put a
top-tier
prediction.
Pokemon that
No one
people are
reminded me.
battling. First pick Duck,
But I remembered.
from Komai across to CACM. Mega Gyarados quickly snatched up by Frank.
Yeah, we love Psyduck, you and I. I mean, we've been singing its praises all weekend. Has a super
remembered.
high counter rate. About 80% of the time you're going to see this either banned out or in a game. And I'm not shocked. It is that good. Vaporeon actually having a quieter weekend than I expected. I still think it's pretty amazing, but there's so many great defenders. And we see, look
Are we
at
gonna
the
let-
tankiness on the side of Komai.
Are we gonna let
Blastoise
Don Lux take
and Crustle.
I was just
Intel?
about to say,
No.
this is the fastest Miraidon pick you're going to see out of Don Lux. They already like
Yeah.
to play this Pokemon regardless, and you're going to need that charge beam to shred through those targets. I also like they're currently carrying the Cursed Incense. They're going to be able to see how the rest of this draft goes to see if they want to switch off of that or if that damage is going to ring true without it, as Gatlu and Toast are going to round out their picks here. Machamp, something that Gatlu played in day 1, and Toast going to grab that Scyther.
Yeah, we've
Seen
had
a
that
lot of
Scyther.
Machamp
They're gonna have
representation
Area
today
most
and
likely
yesterday.
Get online as quickly as they can and just start brawling with their opponents.
Look at
Not even
Reggie.
just brawling. I mean,
Look at that
he's just
haircut.
moving
Love
in
it.
like a hornet for a quick sting to see if they can pick up the KO. And now Reggie grabbing the Empoleon, a Pokemon that we do see pop up here and there. Had a moment in the meta, but never really became a tournament staple.
Yeah, you can see how low that encounter rate is, just at 7%. But you have to believe if Reggie is selecting this character, it is another opportunity for them to dominate, and that's what they're going to need out of Reggie here against a
Man,
Komai
no one,
team that is
no
not
one
only
putting
a
their
robust
faith
team
in
terms of
CACN.
player skill, but a robust team in terms of the team they've put together here to take to the Thea Sky Ruins.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they play this. We got 2 assault vests being put on, so obviously Gek and Adacy
No,
are both
Fiber.
well aware that they're going to be taking, charge beams the entire time, but this also helps them soak up some of that damage from Reggie, it being a special attacker, the Empoleon. Interesting choice. I love to see it when a team will pivot onto an item based on, your opposing team. Oftentimes, some items are just so dang good, you wouldn't move too much around. You look at something like the Scyther or something like the Machamp. You just really want to get a lot of that damage out of these Pokemon. But your defenders, you have a lot of options. We've got the Buddy
What is this
Barrier
now?
on the Psyduck, which I think you and I both love for this Pokemon. On the
Panda
other side,
Express.
Buddy Barrier on the Snorlax. That way, when you get the Power Nap, not only do you get a nice shield,
Orange
you
chicken
also
again.
have multiple ways to save your allies. Well, here we go, Noob Snacks.
I'm about to, switch over to
Komai
YouTube
from
where I
EU,
don't have
your purple
ads.
team, CACM
This is a bit
Esports,
absurd,
your orange
Twitch.
team out of LATAM. This is going to be an exciting one.
It absolutely is. Frank got great very fast evolutions into that Mega Gyarados in their previous set. They're going to see if they can match that pace here as Toast is going to grab
Yeah,
the
it really
Cypher,
has.
and they're going to dive into a path to see if they can fold this team like laundry. And I still can't believe I'm going to say this again. There is a real world where our top 4 is all 4 EU teams remaining.
Yeah, could be an unbelievable situation here for EU, a region that has struggled from time to time. Bernie in a little bit of trouble right there, but it doesn't look like Toast is able to finish it off. Gek getting the secure, they do evolve.
That is a very quick crossel as well, so you have to think that Komai is already feeling pretty good. Reggie knows that Toast is there just waiting to pounce on top of them. Gek with a nice
good rock
trap,
tomb.
forcing out that little burst through
A good
by
follow-up
Reggie
by
to try to escape.
CACM.
You just don't want to give up a knockout back the other way, and it looks like they're going to survive.
Yeah, Gek gonna move up to the top path right here. Texas in some trouble, but so is Toast as Toast peels back. Side up now
duck
goes
down.
CACM picking up the first KO.
Gatlu is doing decent on their level, of course, outpacing the 2 on the other side, Frank and Texas. Gatlu waiting for their opportunity to try and snatch that wild Pokemon are going to be unsuccessful. They're going to grab themselves a Texas right there, and Frank is now trying to battle. Good
you got to
knockout,
run away,
but without
Gatlu.
the support of that Vaporeon, Frank can't get a knockout either.
Yeah, I mean, Gatlu playing on a razor's edge right here. You don't really want to give a KO over to this Magikarp, but to be fair, you can see the effort gauge. It's already essentially full. It is about to evolve in just a moment right here. It might get it, yes, as it splashes away.
Oh, and they get it right as it comes in.
Though Texas coming in with some disruption, and here comes Reggie, the Empoleon.
Oh, good play from
Big time
Impolo.
whirlpool, they're moving forward.
Putting that
Hydro
whirlpool
cannon.
down was perfect. Just an opportunity to at least show signs of life, and they're able to secure Narami there
did
on
we
the
just miss
side of
that,
getting
Toast?
a 2-piece for themselves. Level 8 all of a sudden is Reggie.
Thought we
and the
missed
biggest
dual
thing on
wing
the map.
beat.
Yeah, Reggie is just coming online very fast here. They're actually moving down towards this Reggie Drago right now. We're going to see if either of these teams can secure it. Now that his gauge is over the halfway mark, when they shoot that Hydro Cannon, it creates that whirlpool that we saw on the ground. If they fight in it, they continue to recover their HP, which is massive.
Oh my gosh.
Picks up another KO. The stun.
All right, yeah. Reggie's at level 8 right now, and
I mean,
that's what
Reggie
you
is
need
just
on an
an
Empoleon.
unstoppable force with some
When
of
Empoleon's
these
down, it's
Pokemon,
just so
and I'm
bad,
glad
but when
we
it's
get to
ahead like
see
this,
how well,
it's so good.
Empoleon can do, not only in the hands of a great player, but just in general.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't get to see it enough in our tournament series. And look at it right here. The biggest thing on the map already has a Unite move. Kind of taking over this game right here as they are jumping forward. Going to try to take down Reggie Alecki quickly, and they do. That's going to walk towards the side of Komai. Komai taking Reggie Steel by themselves. We'll see if Texas or Bernie can do anything about it.
Yeah, 2v3.
Man, we're
but they're
missing
gonna
our dual
play
wing
well,
beats.
Block into the wall. Reggie is low. Registeel is taken by Toast. Toast going to need some more knockouts here. Why?
What is going
Because Reggie's
on
also
Twitch?
level 9, and Toast needs to be
You can't be
above that,
serious.
opposing threshold if they want to start taking over this game.
Here we go. Toast hits their level 9, grabs the Unite move. We still have the
Yeah,
Unite
we're
move
about
on
to switch to
Empoleon. If they
YouTube.
decide to
That's
fight, they are
insane.
almost level 10.
It's
Trying
every
to eye
2
down
minutes.
Konami, but not able to make a fight happen here. 5 members of CACM in this bottom path. Are they looking for a push? 2 sent back to base.
Get quickly sussed out. Going to use their eject putt to get back through that heavy slam block combination from Bernie.
Here we go. Thunder just chasing them a little bit. Does spark that
Here we
passive right there. You'd
go.
rather have that for a big fight, but at the same time, you know, just a little extra damage is great. Moving in here, Toast picks up a KO. The Gyarados underwater, but they're very low on HP.
I like how Frank actually, like, you could see they were considering an engagement, and they were like, you know what, I'm going to get buckled here. There's 4 players. Hiding out is this Machamp. Tries to do the little cross-chop action. Baits out that whirlpool from Reggie, so they're not going to be able to scrap in it.
Yeah, and here we go. Flip turn right into being caught right there, and Gyarados picks up the KO. Machamp maybe getting a little too friendly with the side of CACM.
Does
Thinking
Kamaya
just
have
because they have
damage
submission,
here?
They're kind of invincible right there, but they were caught.
That's just how Gatlu plays this game. You said, you know, walking on the knife's edge when they got that knockout earlier. Well, it's no exception. That's how they're going to play.
I don't
this
know if they
entire
have
game.
enough damage.
Kamai knows that, and they're going to adjust their strategy around that. Quick, really just solid follow-up right Toast there. Nice little submission suplex onto Donlux. KO streak of 2. Now they're looking for more. Frank
Like, when these fights are 5v5, I don't think they have enough damage.
Go up top, and Reggie's going to see what they can do in the face of 5 players. Toast Unite is out. Toast gets a KO. Texas steps up. They're in the muddy waters here, and they're trying to expend some resources.
Oh no, we're
to
missing
stop
our
these
barrage
fights from going in,
blow.
but they finally go down. Don Lux is getting spaced. Rock Tomb is down. Bernie gets X-scissored out, and finally the meteors crash to Earth as Don Lux needs to do anything they can to stop Komai.
Gotlu heading back to base right here. Toast also heading back to base. We now just
They do
have
stop
Beck
that
defending his
T2.
point. 3 members of CACM and 2 more running from the home base. They're looking to take this objective, get this Reggie Rock. You know, Reggie got to use their Unite move, their dupe snacks, but with so many members of Komai, it did not matter. They take this secure. They're moving forward. Gyarados underwater.
Great psychic pull from Narami to keep that engine started. Rock Tomb is there, great spacing, and now CACM can't actually get in to follow up on the engage from Bernie.
Oh, good
Kicks
Hydro
up at least
Typhoon.
Reggie. Surf back the other way, they're still going to try and score. They're going to get
Yeah,
at least
we just-
17 points in big
Now
time
with
charge
Scyther
speed,
down,
tons of damage,
Miraidon
pinned
just
against the
farms
wall is
for
the Mega
free.
Gyarados. Gone is the Mega Gyarados.
See what I mean? Like, they don't have enough damage here.
CACM is relentless on this goal zone siege. Adesu is still standing somehow, and I think that's going
Like,
to be
once
the
you
end
lose
of the line
Scyther,
for them,
you have no
and it
damage.
is. A CACM, although not closing out this goal
Oh
zone,
my God,
refusing
Twitch,
to
you
give up this
can't
fight.
be
Reggie
serious.
overextending and getting knocked out by Gek.
Wow, Gek and Narami right there. The Wombo combo, bringing them back with the
Twitch,
psychic,
you
forcing
cannot be
Reggie
serious
to turn
here.
around and fight, and then they take them down with the
30
ice
seconds
scissor.
of ad every
Russell
2
and
minutes?
Psyduck defending
That's
that
insane.
goal zone, taking on the highest level carry on the side of CACM. So many good fights so far, and we are already at the 3-minute mark. This match is just non-stop brawling. So
After this match, I'm just switching to
level-wise
YouTube where there's no
and score-wise.
flipping
114,
commercials.
163.
That's
And
crazy.
I don't really think you could say either team has much of an edge here, Dude Snacks.
Great isolation on Texas by Psychic on this side up. Bang, they're going to get it back to back, and Toast closes the door on it. Frank has to just hop, skip, and jump away to get back to pad.
And here we go.
Those
the
are
Thunder
words.
moving in. Miraidon could start fighting here, throwing out some charge beams, but it looks like they missed one. Not able to easily charge this. Gek moving forward right here. We have the Machamp bringing them in. Can they get the KO on the Snorlax? It doesn't look like it.
No, the block going to give them just enough shield as they work towards their other team. 30 seconds here until our Kyogre hits the map. Reggie focuses on this Regieleki. Going to send this down to path as Don Lux and Frank are in support.
They're already ahead. This is going to feel pretty good, but I don't think they're going to follow this up with a score, right? This will probably be 20 points walking in as they set up around this Reggie. However,
All right, this
Komai
is
with
the damage
fast
that
rip
they
on
needed.
Reggie
The
still
extra
getting a
damage
bit of
is right
advantage.
here.
In the center area right now, though, CACM could start the fight early, knowing that multiple members are not
They were
there.
planning on
Narami
Reggie
and
Steele
Gek
last
fearless in the
objective
face. Tried to
for
pin down
Kyogre.
Adesu, surfs back, isolates
It was
Texas. They
strategic.
can't convert. Toast low on HP. Huge rock
Toast
tomb out of
gets
Gek.
the
Texas is on the
citrus.
chase. They're going to go for the knockout here. No, Toast gets out of dodge. Vaporeon is there. Everybody's just hanging out as we settle in. Mega Gyarados pops up on Gek, and they're going to go for some damage. Rock Tomb is going to isolate them out.
You gotta unite. You gotta Crustle unite. Yes.
They can't power nap in the middle. Straight into the Hydro Typhoon. Kyogre's at 30%. We have the Machamp Unite that was unleashed as well. Toast goes down. Marami has no HP. We've got 2 down on each side.
Gotlu gets
Gek is
him.
low on HP. Gotlu has the most HP standing right now, except for that Vaporeon, which just got submission into no man's land. And finally, things are calming down here.
Yeah, Komai deciding how they want to play this. They are able to catch Texas right now, and they do.
Okay, now you gotta rip.
Gyarados is back on.
Gyarados is back. Snorlax is gonna have it.
Gek's
Gek's returning. Oh no.
They could be baiting them into a fight right here, and that's exactly what they're doing. Massive surf.
Great
Go
serve
submission
by
there.
Adesu.
Isolated knockdown. Straight back in the middle. Reggie's there.
You gotta look for it. You gotta look for it. Hydro Pump. Blastoise. Hey.
The EU magic lives on and transcends Peps into Komai, and their spirit is alive here in game number 1.
Amazing fight from Komai. I love the play
That's
to
my
make
boy,
it. That
Adesu.
Surf bringing 2 of them towards the side of Komai, and then things get crazy around Kyogre.
Let's
They
go.
take the weighted secure right there and are able to close it out. I thought Scyther was going to have it after that first double hit, but no, it was Blastoise. Adesu with the secure. 412, 183, and with only 20 seconds on the clock, this looks like game 1 Komai.
I'll tell you what, this is why you pick Psyduck.
Yeah.
It looked terrific. Gek looked amazing on Crustle, and Adesu, maybe the best offensive Blastoise we've seen all weekend. That is Komai.
They needed that
on the
Registeel
1s and
buff.
2s,
I don't think they
laying out
win that
back
without that
November
Registeel buff.
The entire game, dude. And of course, the EU Magic feels alive and well, and I can't believe I'm going to say it for a third time. There's a real possibility that our top 4 is all 4 EU squads remaining.
It could be an
Hey,
absolutely
Galu.
insane run for some of these teams. Komai looked pretty flawless on day 1. That was a
What?
fantastic fight.
Okay,
We even had
what
the
is
champ.
that logo?
Unfortunately, Gotlu tried to
What
reposition
is
his
that
United,
logo?
and he whipped
That
it
literally
into the
looks
wall.
like a
But with that
dance
champ buff,
club
he just
logo.
continued
What
moving
is
through,
that?
Picked up a couple of good KOs, bought the team time, and then I love the play there. They baited them in. Of course, you know, you had members of CACM. They had to find out how close it was getting. They had to find out if they were actually ripping it. That was a perfect time for Adesu to drag them back to the side of Komai.
Yeah, we're going to see all of this just flurry of action right here.
Watch them at Champ Unite near the Kyogre pit. You'll see, unfortunately, Gotlu misses it here.
Great separation on the Mega Dares. Forces Bernie to go up and over the wall.
All right, next
Hydro
prediction
Typhoon is
up.
there. We're watching for that Champ Unite.
Game
but
2.
because of that buff, like you said, they're still able to scrap. And did they leverage that well? Catching Texas there incredibly well. And look, like you said,
That's crazy.
Scrap
Yeah.
off of the Adesu Surf to create that big time separation.
Got the
straight
next
into
prediction
middle.
up
Bang,
for game
secured
2.
by who else? Adesu, I believe with the Hydro Pump.
Yeah, Gotlu, MVP. Huge moments. Even though the Unite didn't catch as many as you want, they still were able to get frank with it, and that's enough, right? You get one, you're not able to like clip into the whole team there, and then Gotlu just continues to run that fight. Submission, buying them time, and also repositioning members of CAC.
It's very possible that we get all 4 EU teams, but I don't know. Evil Geniuses, I think, takes BH3.
Here from the beginning, and the two of them controlling that pit in the end was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, those two are literally a tale as old as time here, all the way back to Season 1 as world runner-ups here in London in 2022. But you have to tip the cap. Toast converting on big-time knockouts.
Yeah.
And holy smokes, dude, Gek and Narami
come on
were
in.
everywhere.
Yeah, they were, and so dominant in so many, I mean, just huge moments from Gek and Narami. It's quite a squad they have assembled for a Komai, and I'm really been impressed with this group. I think they gave CACM a really tough time at that Kyogre fight, put them in a very difficult position, and were able to close the thing out. Impressive stuff.
I mean, even in the moments where Komai's team fight didn't really materialize the way they wanted, right? I'm thinking of that tier 1
Yeah, I'm
push,
thinking.
that
I
bottom
think.
path.
I think
Gek and
Komai
Narami working
closes this
together
out.
in a kind of like a 2v4, 2v5 situation, are able to
I think they
maintain
got to
that
draft a
goal
little
zone,
differently though,
keep them
because
from
you can't
continuing to
really like
push,
bank
and
on
finally having
getting a
the
final
defensive
Registeel to
stand,
kind of
be
keep you up.
resolute, and really keep CACM.
I mean, I
from
guess,
becoming a tidal wave that they can't
I guess
overcome.
if it were
Yeah, so
Reg Ice, it
impressive.
would have
I
worked
mean,
really well
what a
too.
game
I mean, I
one.
guess because
Really
they were very
close between these
tanky,
two
they were
squads,
just
but
playing for
Komai
last
seemed to
Reggie
have their
being
number,
like
especially at that Kyogre. We are heading back to Kyogre.
very
and it
valuable
looks
for
like
them,
as
regardless
Komai
of what it
should
was.
have
So I don't know.
second
Maybe
pick
that was
here.
the play
Obviously,
for them.
CACM, the team
And they
that
were just
lost
gonna
their first game,
prioritize
they get
that
to
path
choose.
the
They
entire
want this
time.
first pick. The bans are still
It would
coming
be
in.
a
We've
sick
been
game 3.
targeted. Gengar ban once again. Umbreon, Mimikyu banned out. Komai going to continue down the road. It looks like there are certain players that we are specifically drafting at. Don Lux on this Mew. I think they don't want to see it, and they're 100% right, by the way. It's probably the reason they're here right now.
You know, I kind of like how Komai almost shoehorned Donlux into this Miraidon, right? Because a Snipe Shot wouldn't have been able to have any value like this Charge Beam Miraidon would have. So there are ways to structure your draft too to keep Donlux off of key Pokemon. And again, I'm thinking of this Inteleon, which is a Pokemon that Donlux is electric on as well.
Yeah, we'll see what their first pick is going to be here. Mega Gyarados is available, but no, I love this choice. Take this away from
Banning
Komai.
Gengar is actually
Great stuff for
very
CACM.
funny.
So we got a couple of picks here. You could use this to just grab a few things.
Yeah, you definitely don't want Reggie to have
Blasters would
anything
not
like
shock me. I think
they
Odysseus Blasters
want to
look
play. And
incredible.
if you're gonna
we are
play
go with the 2 defenders.
all of these like
Blastoise
tanky
being crossed.
Pokemon,
Yeah, you
Gengar,
at least have a little
Hex
bit of
Gengar
flexibility
kind
built
of
in if you want this Blastoise
cooks.
to be less of an offensive powerhouse and more of a defensive
So
staple.
I actually really like
CACM
that.
is
That's a
going
really
to
smart.
give a little, they have to
'Cause you
tip
know
their
Reggie
hand
will
first with that
play
Mega
it.
Gyarados, and now Komai gets to adjust. However, this Psyduck might be the difference maker.
Once again, we have Miraidon. I think a great pick. They might have been worried that it could have gotten stolen away, right, if they take Mew and take Miraidon. Gotlu, not surprised to see them hovering.
They love the Machamp. Gotlu loves Machamp right now.
Number 1, and it really does fit his play style.
Everybody's kind of liking Machamp right now.
Is very frustrating for his opponents. He's aggressive and he's limit testing all game. And with something like submission, you can set up huge plays with that.
Not to mention, you know, hindrance resistance. Think of Gotlu, think of Breeden, hindrance resistance.
I know.
Think of Dodrio, not necessarily.
Wishes it had hindrance resistance.
But really just always moving and grooving and a difficult thing to pin down. And that is, like you said, tips into its playstyle.
Yo!
Lapras and Cerulege rounds it out for CACM, and Toast has their pick of the litter here.
I don't know what that was.
Battle, and they're saying, I'm taking to the skies, baby.
It was just
me
yapping.
It's an interesting one, right? I mean, of course, they could bring Scyther back into this match, but I think
where's
Talonflame
Desi? Honestly, Desi's been really good. Although
had a great tournament too.
Citadel used Desi into the worst comp. They used Blissey, Desi, Razor Leaf into like the worst comp yesterday. It was very rough.
With this Talonflame. What is going to become critical,
they went into 2 speedsters with that composition.
Machamp and Blastoise can do, and that is the Gatlu-Adesu tandem that we
They're
saw
just
in Game 1.
babies.
They are going to be even more critical here because the volume of damage they need to put in that Toast needs to cash in on is a little bit higher.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how Komai is going to perform without this Psyduck, right? Which was a big difference maker, a big playmaker for them in game number 1. CACM stealing that away for their side.
I love that for them. I mean, Psyduck has been incredible. It's never really fallen off. It's gotten buffs, and for some reason, is not getting as picked as.
Yeah, what is that logo?
I would have thought it should be.
It looks
but
like
here
a
we
dance
are.
club.
We've gone from it being a question mark to
An
it
adult
being potentially the
entertainment
critical
club
piece in
is
this
what that
matchup.
logo looks
Here
like.
we go. CACM, your purple team.
Yikes.
Komai up 1 game. Your orange team. One of these teams is heading to our semi-finals. Could be 2 EU teams squaring off.
I would love to see it. That's where my heart is right now. Texas and Frank rolling into the top path.
The
Frank,
one like that's on their
again, looking to get that
armband.
early
It's
Gyarados.
like
Narami going straight for the score there. As fading backwards.
I'll see if I can
is
find it.
Adesu.
Ooh,
I'll send it
nice
to
stuff
you.
there. Nice, secure. Another stack right here. They're not going to quite hit 4, but you absolutely love to get a couple of stacks early and get yourself very close to 4 while Gotlu can farm on their side. Narami in some trouble right here, but they're not going to go down. Vaporeon just too tanky.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how...
Never mind.
Come on, Narami. What are you doing, my friend? Frank is going to have their effort gauge to the top, but it's not topped off, which means they're not a Gyarados yet. Toast now on the retreat as Reggie's looking for that prime target to take down the opposing central area player.
A trade a bit right there, but it's a better trade for CACM because they're so close to Gyarados. It might end up just walking to path using Splash on its way and becoming Gyarados. That's how impactful a KO is.
Gyarados.
Reggie right now seeing what they can make happen. And yes, there is the Gyarados.
The Gyarados is online, and we saw just a flash right there of how annoying the Psyduck headache pop is. Even Narami, a skilled Psyduck player themselves, it's almost impossible to judge where it is, when it's going to go off, and it just always feels like a problem.
Yeah, we've got Narami and Gotlu in the top path, essentially inting for stacks here at the beginning of the match, but it's, you know, very calculated. They want to make sure that they get powerful in here, so we did see Gotlu essentially throw away another KO to get that stack. Frank already level 5.5. Gotlu desperately looking for that level 5, but they're not able to make it happen yet.
Yeah, not being able to hit level 5 really stinks. We have the fly landing on Texas is Toast. Texas Toast!
Toast.
Hey!
Texas Toast.
Yummy. Guys, we're going to go get some Texas Toast. Get Zoinks in.
Trying to put some garlic and butter on that thing, but not quite cashed in yet, is Toast on Texas.
Here we go, Narami. Flip turning, moving into Frank. Gotlu could move in for this moment. It looks like they're baiting the fight, but no, they caught it. Waterfall. They said, I think something's happening here. Yeah, good instincts.
Yeah, Texas using the surf to just kind of get into the mix.
Ooh, Gotlu gets kind of caught there.
He's gonna pin down and get a quick
Oh, no, he didn't. He catches the Seru.
Jack trying to get back
Perfect-
onto their side of the
perfect call.
map here as Bernie was trying to isolate.
Oh, we're also gonna get
Toast seeing that
Miraidon.
Donlux is
Yup.
there, and that's why you
Now
take
I'm
the Talon
shoes.
flame
Twitch.
in the face of a Miraidon.
Yeah, beautiful.
I forgot to
Talon
switch
flame
it to
play using
YouTube.
the eject button mid-air to hit that fly and then make sure that they can
Shoes.
hit this
I'm the Brooks
Reggie
brothers.
Drago. Nice stuff for Komai. They're going to be up on some experience right here, and they just won a couple good fights.
Gatlu moving in, level 7. Would love an opportunity to evolve here as Toast is hiding out in the shadows. Submission, Texas taking a ton of damage. Toast is there, and finally they buttered that bread.
There we go, Toast Texas, baby. It could be Texas Toast sometimes. Frank looking to see what they can do. Moving in, Gatlu in trouble right now, having to peel away from this talent.
Oh, he's gonna steal the berries.
Back in with the submission. The re-engage.
Nice little
from
flip
Komai,
turn.
Yeah, it might just be too much on that goal.
Oh,
Ooh,
he just
wow.
broke
What
the
an escape
ankles.
artist Gatlu was right there with
He's breaking the ankles.
Machoke right there. Gonna eject button, grab the berry, get back across with the cross chop and run away just out of the range of the Dragon Breath from Frank.
I mean, you really do see why Gatlu is playing this Pokemon. It suits his play style so much. Just, I mean, super aggressive in crazy situations and able to make it out. That's the kind of player Gatlu is, and I think this is where he thrives.
Big rotation here by CACM. They want this Regieleki. They're going to get themselves a Regieleki. Narami somehow still standing in the face of 4 players. Now they're going to try and protect the path.
Poor just has
Doesn't
to
look like
give.
anybody from Komai
Yeah,
is
you just
coming to
give
save
that.
them.
Trade
Meanwhile,
bottom.
they're getting tons of points and downstairs, grabbing an over 100-point lead.
And they're gonna
which
get
is
a little bit
quickly
more,
dissipated
another
by the
9.
scores.
Yeah, Komai scoring in that bottom path.
Couple
and
stacks.
CACM, I think they're happy to
Give him
score
a
in that
champ
top
online.
path, but also Komai is happy with how that goal zone crashes, right? They were able to make sure that Regieleki walks instead of them breaking it and then it walking towards the tier 2.
Now you're farming
only
up
giving
your
them so many
cross
points,
chop
and
stacks.
they're able to counter score at the same time. Still, an insanely close match, insanely close level-wise across the board. Komai slightly ahead here.
Oh, great play.
Get Reggie down again. I think I just saw Flame Sweep take us off camera, which is guaranteed to hit a wall there. Texas low on HP. They're going to get
Nice
cashed
flip
in
turn.
on Narami getting credit for it, but it was truly a team effort.
We do need at some point to have an in memoriam for all of the walls that Talonflame has hit throughout our Unite Championship series.
It is
In the
so
arms
many walls.
of an
So many
angel.
walls. Big rotation here. CACM wants this basement objective. The basement Reggie going to give that team-wide experience. And Adesu is not here to here to make sure they don't get it for free. We're going to kick off this fight. Adesu exposed themselves. They've surfed back through to get to the
Oh,
top.
Desu
Big,
might be
fully
toast.
Charged up charge beam on Adesu. Tons of HP down. Submission
Oh
up
no,
top.
he's
Here
got a
it
Unite
comes.
move.
The
Eject button.
Talonflame.
Avoided
So much
all of
pops
it
the Unite
though.
move. And unfortunately, it's the Blastoise that goes down first as Regice now gets cleanly taken by CACM.
In that moment, Texas just pushing Toast back, kind of a perfect situation.
Oh,
Looking for the
great
secure, but
crystal
couldn't make
peel.
it happen. Cerulege continuing
Great
to
play
push
by
this fight.
Gek.
Gatlu seeing if there's anything they can do right here to pick up some of these KOs, but no, they get taken down by
You just
Reggie.
have to-
Toast ends up peeling back, and now we're just going to score in this bottom path. 194, 188, incredibly close. However, a tier 1 goal zone up on the side of CACM means Komai has a scoring opportunity. 4 minutes on the clock, and we have our top objective. We have Regieleki in that top path. Will Komai go for it, or will CACM try to get another secure?
Komai really doing a lot of their point scoring in the bottom path, which allowed them to keep pace with CACM, who has closed out those 2 tier 1 goal zones. Still an opportunity for a big over in that top tier 1. Komai with an opportunity here around this Regieleki.
Moving in with the submission, seeing if they can catch the Gyarados. They do as soon as it megas.
Oh,
We're gonna
good
see if
serve.
they can take it down. Look at the coordination from Komai. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punch.
I mean, surf back through, and now Texas is isolated. KO Streak a 2 for Toast. Hydro Typhoon kicks everybody up. Flame Sweep does in fact get into a
these
wall, but
charge
Toast
beams
is
are
burning
starting
for
to
just a
hurt.
moment. 2 players down, 3 players
Minimal
down.
overcap.
Gatlu's taken care of. Now Narami's on the run.
Oh,
It's
they
Reggie putting
dodged
the team in the backpack
the
and
muddy
trying to carry
water.
them across the finish line here with just over 3 minutes left in this game.
Here you go, Reggie picking up the 3-piece right there as they go for this Regieleki now. We have a Adesu, we have the Rock Tomb. They're not going to be able to fight over this, though. That's going to walk towards the tier 2 goal zone. Right now, this game is so close. 194, 193.
Wow, 1 point.
Of course, both of these teams are about to find out how close this battle is as soon as the announcement happens here. But wow, 1 point separate them.
Exactly. Really, the Psyduck.
Oh, and CACM's going to get this
Can
basement.
Komai overcome
Nice.
without it? They're going to have to here. This Regice is going to go to CACM for free. Komai has an opportunity to stage themselves in the center of the map. but that time is dwindling away.
Yeah, we're going to see what CACM wants to do right here. Obviously, with this Regice buff, we've got some really tanky Pokemon on the side of CACM. They're going to be a lot harder to take down with that consistent healing. Narami gets found out by the Surf right there, as we have CACM positioned a lot closer to their side of the map, and Komai a lot closer to theirs. This match is so close, with 1 point between these two squads, and they both now know how close the battle is.
Use the electric
Def
terrain a
right
little
there.
early, I think.
Good vision, keeping an eye on this CACM team.
And here we go. We're seeing if Ceruledge wants to move in. Adesu catching them a little bit. The charge beam moving forward.
Okay.
Reggie looking
Reggie's
for a
there.
fight. There's the Rebel Rouser.
Rebel Rouser right onto
Can they get the
Seru.
follow-up? Taking off is Reggie,
Vaporeon
now
doesn't
pinned
get a
to the
whole lot
rock
done.
tomb. Here comes
Blastoise
the
Hydro Typhoon is
trying to
nice.
cover support, and they take out
Right on
Donlux,
down.
and it's the Ceruledge that's low. Reggie's just
Seru's-
right there on the
oh,
doorstep,
Seru
but
gets out on
Texas
one.
trying to get them down, they can't. Texas steps into their place, and now
Wow.
they're taking a shell full of damage. Bernie steps up on the backside. We have Frank trying to battle and chase Toast.
Good flip
but they are
turn.
fruitless. They took care of Donlux, but now Donlux is back. Meanwhile, Gatlu's been knocked out. Adesu has to reset. Frank's on the chase. Narami is trying to get out of dodge and buy some time. Kyogre is getting chipped at.
They bought a
Straight
little
into
bit of
the wall is
time.
Reggie, big time damage.
We have
Secures
Talon
a
black.
KO.
We have
Donlux
Talon
is in the
back.
middle. They're getting that charge beam ready. Adesu's ready to go in as well. Gek hanging out in the pocket. Kyogre's getting so low here.
Yeah,
and now they're
Crustle-
completely bullied
Crustle
out.
gone.
CACM in control right now.
Galu's
Toast
just
is
trying
on the
to
backside. They're
do
gonna see if they can come in
something.
with a
He just
cheeky
gets
fly.
obliterated.
Kyogre and the meteors are starting to rain down. Toast has been sussed out. They have to take to the sky just to try to escape. Kyogre is so low. Reggie on the chase on Toast. Kyogre's right there.
Yeah.
CACM
Yep.
smothers it.
Expertly played by CACM. We do have the back cap from Komai, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're looking to score right here, and they need to. The points trying to rain in. Crustle stopping two. Miraidon scores, and
Yeah,
no,
it's
they're
over.
able to overcap in that bottom goal zone. 444, 293. CACM, I mean, what a beautiful Kyogre fight. In and out.
Perfect.
baiting them
Yeah,
in. They
perfectly
know
executed.
Talon is around, but they have to find it, right? So they're keeping this Kyogre on life support, but just not low enough for Talon to be able to take it. And CACM are going to tie it up here. We're heading to game 3.
We are heading to game 3 indeed, and why not in our top 8? Keep pushing the envelope here as CACM, like you said, masterful in the center of
CACM.
the pit there with the Kyogre. It's life hanging in the balance. They're able to bully just well enough. Finally, Toast has to expose that talent.
1.8K
flank, and the
goes
rest
to
of the team
2 Pina
converges,
Coladas.
converts, and then takes the Kyogre.
Got to say, such an impressive final fight there from CACM. Obviously,
Game
it was
3.
complete chaos. Everyone's throwing unites. The fact that Reggie was able to escape on
Who wins game
absolutely
3?
nothing was
Prediction
maybe
started.
The biggest moment of that whole fight. Reggie bases, comes back with full HP on the Ceruledge, and then they start to chip away at Kyogre, but never putting it in the position where Talonflame can simply fly in, right, and take it out. This is taking a look at that fight right here. So many big moments.
Big back cap by Toast on the Talonflame, knowing they have that speedy ability to get right back. Of course, Gek really doing
Oh,
a
boy.
great job, kind of soloing Ceruledge, forcing out.
We go to a game 3.
just to save themselves. Fly straight into Reggie to try and get the knockout. They're unsuccessful, but now Toast steps up. They know they're around, and look at Donlux sussing it out, bullying them away, and then Reggie says, okay, I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, that Kyogre, they just kept it low enough, right? Low enough to where Talonflame is going to have to reveal where they are, but high enough to where they could not secure it. And then you just see kind of the panic on the side of Komai. They know they can't get to it. They have to decide midair where they're going to crash. Reggie, beautiful game from them and from CACM. And you have to wonder, was the difference maker Reggie, or was it Texas on this Psyduck? Psyduck has now been on the side of both teams that won.
Well, you know, I will say, in game 1, it was incredibly easy to identify how well Psyduck was doing in the flow of their strategy. Here, it was more of a utility player. Existing to facilitate, not really making crazy like psychic catches or anything like that. However, Reggie really stepped up in the mid portion of that game with that KO streak of 3 to get some momentum behind them, you know, get the wind at their backs so they can kind of cruise to this finish line, because Komai had a decent start to this game.
Yeah, they absolutely did. That was a really close game across the board. I mean, game 1 was very exciting. Felt like Komai had a stronger game 1, but it was still very close. These two teams are pretty evenly matched. It could really go either way between these squads. We're tied up 1-1. Game 3, it's all going to come down to this. One of these teams moving forward here at the Aeos Cup, their chances of heading to Worlds still alive, and the other team will be heading home, having to go back to their regional cup to attempt to get their slot at Worlds.
Absolutely. CACM, I believe we got to flip those pictures around, or we got the names switched up, so we're good here. Komai going to be the first pick. CACM sending us to the Kyogre map.
And once again, targeted bans, Gengar and Mew for the side of Komai. CACM going to consider what they want to do here.
You predicted 8008. Why would you do that?
But, you know, this is a moment where you could...
Is there
take a
significance
Psyduck
to that number?
Well, depending on how this goes, we have the Hoopa ban and final ban to CACM. I want to see where they go with it. I'm curious. But Champ would be an interesting one. Blastoise would be an interesting one. But no, they're concerned with the Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, they went with the Mimikyu in game 2.
Rex
as
did
well.
too.
Rounding it out, you know, again, just targeting.
Oh,
bans.
got
We'll
it.
See where Komai wants to go to.
Good
get the
joke.
adjustment, duck off rip, and it's really going to be the story of this matchup is this Psyduck, and you have to think if Psyduck is on every team that wins at that game,
Psyduck.
it's obviously the X factor.
I would say so. Right now, Komai and CACM have a custody battle over this Psyduck. And they don't want joint custody. They need it for themselves. I love this on the side of CACM. Take that Blastoise. It's been so brutal.
You're the best
So
duo.
we'll see what they want to do without it. Gatlu right now locking in Mega Lucario. We're moving some things around here. Crustle once again. No surprise. Gex Crustle is unbelievable.
It really is. I mean, the fact that they were almost able to 1v1 Reggie by themselves in that final fight, and if they just had a hair more support, they would have been able to get that such a crucial knockout and honestly turn the tides of a game is impressive. Vaporeon and Scyther, two Pokemon that have been making their way into this game on repeat.
And here we go. We have Toast on the Talon. Final pick, Adesu, Darkrai. We've seen so much Darkrai throughout this tournament. Interesting. I am excited to see Komai's Darkrai.
Me too. Miraidon selected again in the wake of Toast grabbing Talonflame. So Donlux was able to navigate it fairly well. In that second game. However, it's always something that they're going to be keeping inventory of because Toast can kind of go get that KO whenever they want it if Donlux is asleep at the wheel.
You know, here's something I'm interested in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The lack of range damage.
It looks like a club
or if they're
logo,
play around that pretty
right?
well and deal with Miraidon and some other ways. Because Miraidon feels like it's going to be able to kind of easily stay away from a lot of these bad moments. Maybe we could get Darkrai to move in and try to isolate it, right? But I feel like this Miraidon's just going to have free range over Komai.
It very well might. You know, they don't have range in the technical sense, but eject button Talonflame off a fly can get pretty darn far, get pretty darn deep.
And a Mega Lucario can make it just about anywhere it needs to as well. It's going to be an exciting Game 3 as, once again, everything is on the line for these squads. This is a
like, am I wrong here?
bracket.
It's weird.
So whoever loses this, their tournament is done. The next team will head to our semifinals to face off against Peps.
I will say this.
I will say this, Komai, your purple team, CACM, your
Like, how are
orange
we?
team.
Like,
Game
what is
3,
that?
everyone, it all comes down to this.
Gatlu and Narami are much more better equipped to deal with Magikarp now than they have been in games 1 and 2 with Machamp in that fold. So with some good pressure, I think they can take advantage. But a clever move by CCM, sending the Magikarp bot path.
Yeah, sending it.
Yeah, I don't know how that was approved.
Very well with this Lucario.
I don't know how that was
able to
approved.
do Lucario things like jump around the map, secure everything, dash in, score, stack. It's just very, very good at this job. Adesu right now trying to
Someone
get away from
approved that.
Texas and Frank because
Adesu
if it
might be
does go
toast here.
down, Frank will
You do
be
not want to go
very
down to this
happy.
Magikarp.
Coming in to try to help this. Frank gets put to sleep. We do have Toast trying to
Oh
stop Reggie,
my
and everyone has
goodness.
to back off for a moment.
I mean, Adesu seeing Reggie get into the mix was like, oh no, I might just give up a KO to get Frank that effort gauge fully charged up. But as it stands right now, Frank is about halfway there. 3v2 in the bottom path, 850 birds populating, and I think most of them are going to go to CACM here.
Yeah, it looks like just about everything went to the side of CACM. If not
Oh
every
man,
single piece of
I'm
it.
getting
The
hot
top
in this
path,
thing.
a
I'm gonna
great
take this
fight
off.
for Komai.
I might-
They're
I
looking
might
to make
burn it
something
up
happen.
now.
The power-up punch into Donlux. They do miss.
Don't
There's
make
the
it
eject
weird.
button right there. But a good score here from Toast. However, Reggie coming to punish them a little bit. Gotlu will go down.
Getting at least a score in for their troubles in that welcome, but Reggie sensing that something was up, gets up there, gets a good knockout. Narami gonna surf back to pad here after that fully charged up charge beam, hits them in the teeth.
Here we go. Frank in a little bit of trouble right now. They are able to get the secure on the side of Komai. Adesu now level 5 on the Darkrai. And we're going to see if they can hit the Shadow Claw there and try to take any of this. Still no Gyarados, so a much better situation for a lot of the teams. You know, we see some of these Gyarados coming online at 45 seconds in these matches.
It's been impressive to watch for sure, but well done by Komai adjusting. You know, clever switch up by CACM. Good response by Komai.
Here we go. Reggie Drago just being hit here. Reggie hiding in this tall grass. Question is, when
Gave
will they
Reggie
jump
the
in? And they
Scyther.
go for it, gets the secure.
Toast goes up, goes back down, gets knocked out. Gyarados getting credit, and now Reggie's on the chase.
Are we about to see 2 straight
low on HP. Now they has to
comebacks after losing game 1?
Stepped up. Darkrai's getting flanked and backdoored here, as now they have to face
Oh,
down
no.
2, and it's not a good matchup for them. Dark Pulse is down, they're hiding out, and they're just gonna hide out there as long as they can until Reggie finally decides to go away.
Beautiful full heal there by Reggie to cleanse that. It actually could have been a KO for Adesu, but a really nice full heal from Reggie means that they were not able to pick that up. Flip turn from Texas, just pushing Adesu around, as we actually have Gotlu stealing some of the central area from CACM right now.
Yeah, we'll see how they're looking to scrap here. They're down a level to Reggie comparatively. Close combat, is it going to be enough to top off their HP? They're trying to buy time, and no,
Oh
Reggie able to
my
close the
God.
door on it before that move comes off cooldown.
I did like the KO into what looked like an immediate celebration heading back into the castle there. That was very cool. Reggie Alecki getting quite low right here. Can it be stolen by Adesu? We will find out. No, they are not able to get it. Gonna have to peel back.
Good attempt, good patience out of CACM to not keep hitting it, to allow Adesu to kind of cheekily walk away with the Reggie Alecki here. Dark Pulse back down, Mega Gyarados is in the mix. They're on the chase. What's the target they're going to go for? Finally, just pop up on pad and get their points in because Reggie Alecki walks.
Adesu in some trouble right here, but catches a very sneaky Shadow Claw and going to peel away from this Mega Gyarados. 121-163. This match, compared to the others, still close between both of these teams. However, I feel like CACM is finding better fights almost everywhere they are.
Yeah,
They are.
I agree with
Gatler is
that.
still trying to work through the early stages of the game, right?
Ooh,
Get
flame
stats
sweep.
in. We just saw a big flame sweep. Reggie poached, and they'd love to get this knockout here.
Oh, there we go.
Check,
Big
reposition
for
knockout,
Toast.
And that's what I'm talking about there. Toast needed that.
Yeah, you take down the biggest thing on the other side of the board. You'll give your eject button for it for sure. And we have Gotlu securing Reggie Rock at the top path. That's one thing that this Mega Lucario can do. Even if it's, you know, contested with other Pokemon, it is really hard for Mega Lucario to not secure an objective.
Yep, absolutely. The
You have
Thunder
Unite
is
move
there,
on
push
Darkrai
check
too,
for
so
the opposing
I feel like
Pokemon
Darkrai is
squad.
mostly
Dark
just
Pulse is
to
down, can't quite land their target here as they
close
dip back
off
through to the other side to
either
try and
Mega
retreat,
Gyarados or
but they are
Reggie
sussed out
in
and
these
quickly
fights.
surfed into by Bernie. Quick knockout, cashed in.
Yeah, interesting play there from Adesu, obviously. I think walking in a
'Cause, like,
direction
Miraidon, like,
would not expect, but
Miraidon
also they
kinda
wouldn't
cooks
expect it because they were there waiting for him.
Yeah.
Cooks
Like, oh,
Darkrai.
I didn't
Like,
think you were going to be here, but since you are, easy knockout,
so
no
you have to
problem.
like be very
Texas
careful
just
and
getting,
wait out
some more
some of
stacks
these.
in there. Toast getting some points downstairs. Just a quick little
These
score
electric
attempt
parade.
by Toast successful, as now they're on the retreat. Reggie tries
It's
to
got
engage.
static
Bernie
shock.
actually caught on their own wall.
In
just
my
walking into
ears.
it. Shades of Talonflame right there doing their best impression.
Here we go. We've got Gotlu trying to get some of this secured right here. We do have a Unite move on the side of Komai. We could Mega if we want. They're moving in for it right into the Unite move. Power up punch. The Hydro Typhoon knocks him up into the air.
My
They can't
Udi's
get KO just
attacking
yet.
me.
Walking right into a huge close combat. We've got the HP for Gotlu.
Oh, wow.
Can they make anything happen? Texas
Now
trying
I'm
to
cold.
stop him right here, but the Lucario lives.
Oh, Blastoise gets taken out by Reggie.
They box them out. Mega Gyarados swims
Almost.
up and tries to take the Reggie Alecki, but they're
Good
just
X
a bit
scissor.
too late. Reggie is so low. Great poach by Narami to get the knockdown.
Huge.
Unbelievable. And I gotta say, I do love the description of Reggie swims up and what it just was so funny to see this Gyarados moving up to this fight. And how close was it that they almost stole this Reggie Alecki with that Gyarados Unite move. Couple of megas in this match, and they are having a huge impact, of course. But as you called out, Narami, the Psyduck. I mean, Komai looking for Soul Custody, and it seems to be a huge difference maker in
Soul
these fights.
Custody.
I mean, this game is so close, dude. On the scoreline, inexperience. In these team
Gyarados
fights,
is
they
here.
seem to be just flopping one way, flopping another, as we have the big floopy flopper right there.
Oh,
isolated and
great
popped down on by
knockup.
Toast. And now we're going to see if we can fight through.
Oh,
Frank
big
gets
duck.
Streaking two for the Psyduck. I mean, teach me how
Narami
to
is
awesome
kind of
plays by
crazy.
Is it going to be a triple for Psyduck? Come on, Psyduck picking up a triple KO right here as we're heading to the 3-minute mark. Great
Quack.
fights there from Komai. They're going to need to make sure that they have enough moves
Teach
for
me
this
how to
next big
Douglas.
brawl that's coming up. Unfortunate for the side of CACM to only have a level 11 on their Blastoise, but 13 on your Gyarados feels great. 12 on Scyther, I'm sure we can get that there as well. Texas finding Narami right here. We'll see if they actually want to start a fight or if they just
I
want
don't
to
think you
move
want to
them
start a
away
fight.
so that they can take position around Kyogre. 143, 170. This match is close on every metric.
Come
This
on,
match-
Komai.
This match is close. 1-1. 30 seconds until
Who are we
Kyogre.
Darkrai
The
uniting
winner
here,
of this
guys?
moves on. The loser
We go for
will
Reggie
be
or we go
done.
for
Their
Mega Gira?
tournament ends here at Aeos Cup. 20 seconds until Kyogre.
Bernie just sussed out where Gek was. They know somebody's in the tall grass. Narami steps in as well. Texas, Reggie holding down the fort, hiding. Frank exposing themselves for a quick dragon breath. Here comes the Dark Pulse, can't catch anyone.
It looks like you could hear a pin drop in this moment. They catch Frank, but they decide that they're not able to get by. The Rock Tomb doesn't make it happen. Texas moves forward with a flip turn, but no. Mega Lucario ends up using its Unite move, and they have to move.
Bernie
Yeah,
goes
we're-
straight in. They're going to have an opportunity. Big Hydro Typhoon. Mega Gyarados lands on top. Gek is trying to hang out. We're pushing forward here. Rumble Rouse stun gets through the
Oh,
body.
huge.
And
Gyarados is
Gek
gone.
gets the knockout on Mega Gyarados. Surf into a huge Rock Tomb. X's
Oh, Blastoise down.
Sends Blastoise packing.
We have Unite move. We're going to send Reggie in it. Yes, we got Reggie.
Adesu tries to scrap and fight to see what they can do in the face. Toast rolling back to the middle. But
They're just
Kyogre
looking to
is
rip
getting
this?
chipped out just a little bit.
No more
Baby
Mega.
in Texas. Narami with another
Oh,
huge
no.
psychic.
We
And
got to
now
have the
Dallas
power
is
up punch. We
Dallas
got to have
in the
power up
pocket.
punch.
Charge
It's
me
too
Mega.
early.
Reggie's
It's
still
too
there.
early. No, we let
Oh,
Reggie do it.
Everybody's falling on Komai, but it's Gek that's gonna take it down. It's a four-piece
Oh.
for Reggie, and it's Komai that's gone.
Wow, Gek somehow secures that. The power-up punch was not ready for the objective, and they're able to score in the top path, 43 points. Here comes Adesu. Can they stop Reggie? Can they take this buff? It is so incredibly close. If they can get this, they can get back into this game, but they need this right now. Gotlu chasing,
Oh.
Toast into the sky. They're looking
Okay,
for it, but
okay.
no, not able
Okay,
to
we get one.
yet. We have the
It's not over. It's not over, guys.
tap.
100 points on the backside. Oh, we get that, though.
Gek is gonna be too late to stop.
Good pull.
They're gonna get a kill.
Okay.
Two, the push is
We
on.
need 2
We've got
hundo
30
burgers and
seconds
some
left
extra
on the clock,
cheese.
And they've got 200 points to make up. Don Lux puts Thunder on the path.
We have a
Reggie
little bit
tries
on
to
the-
link
on the
Dark
backside
Pulse.
on the
They're
bottom.
looking for a target. They're on the chase. They've gone Mega. Narami is screening with the surfs. They're trying to put points in. Landing in his Bernie. Toast is about to go down. They have to flame sweep away Hydro Typhoon. Dark Pulse
Okay.
through. Knockout on Gatlu. The Blastoise.
We got the
surf is there.
hundo.
They get 100
They just need
points
one more
in.
score.
They need 60
They need
points.
one more
The
score.
Talon
Damn
goes
it!
inside. Narami gonna score. Split the attention. Crash lands. No!
It crashed on him. It crashed
The
on the
jump
wall
pad.
zone.
The jump pad comes through for CACM.
Score ticks up. CACM with
Wow.
a legendary defense.
Wow.
The Talon Flame, a fraction of a second away from winning this game. Unbelievable moment for CACM. What a fight from Komai. What a, I mean, just so back and forth. They did take the buff, but they can't get another score. Unbelievable match. And Komai,
Man.
their tournament run ends here.
Just elation and devastation on our stage.
They
right
had
now
it.
Between
They needed like a
two
millisecond.
teams. What
Talonflame had it, man.
What a battle. CACM with
Perfect jump from
just
Gyarados.
clutch defense.
I mean, we're just taking a look at the final 2 minutes
Man.
of this match, which had so many big moments right here. One of the biggest ones is Reggie not getting taken down in this fight. You do see a lot of CACM taken care of here. Gotlu still standing at close combat, making sure they have some HP here. They move towards this objective, and we kind of split on whether or not we're going to secure it. Reggie picking up the double KO. Gek still with a pretty amazing secure. Had Gek not gotten that, the match couldn't be close at all. However, Gek was able to secure. They push forward here, looking for their opportunity. They're going to have to deal with a Scyther with the Kyogre buff on this goal zone. Somehow they do.
Good
They
search
get the
there.
KO. They try to score. 100 points do go in, and you see the Gyarados flying through the sky. It was swimming up earlier. Now it is flying, and it is stopping the score from Toast. What a game. I mean,
Wow.
what a game.
Tell you what, delivering is EUIC for the
Insane.
folks at home and for us in this venue. Reggie getting most valuable player here, 9 knockouts, 58,000 damage. That's nothing new for this player, but this was truly a
Heroics.
team versus team performance. Every player felt to me like a walking highlight reel on both sides for Komai and CACM. We've got an interview ready here.
Oh, quick, hold on. Zoinks, we're not going to you right now. We're going to do 2 Telestrator segments, and then we'll do an interview. All right, let's set it up this stage. Zoinks, take it away, buddy.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, I'm on stage with CACM after an unreal finish. I don't know how many of those we're gonna have in this tournament. This is wild scenes here. But of course, my first question has gotta be, you win that match in a Game 3, one of the closest Game 3s ever. How good does it feel to close that one out?
¿Cómo se sintieron ganando este Game 3 tan cerca de haber podido perder o ganar?
La verdad es que estuvo bastante de nervios porque yo había saltado mal y gracias a Dios Frank había aparecido, entonces ya cuando vimos el marcador fue mucha euforia.
They were really nervous because they're not sure if they could win, but when they saw the marker, it was like an euphoria.
Yeah, we all felt that way too when seeing those point markers go up. So, an amazing matchup.
Man,
Some really
CACM
Pokemon
definitely
decisions
deserved that
in
though.
match.
I
But
feel
let's
so
start
bad
out
for
being one of the
Komai. They
most
look,
important Pokemon in
they
this
had
match.
it, and
Is that
then
one of the most important
it just
Pokemon to your team
came up a
strategy?
little short.
Normalmente
CACM's
con
really good
Psyduck
though.
soléis usarlo en la estrategia.
Es mi Pokémon, es mío, literal. O sea, si se empezó a jugar yo creo que fue por lo que hicimos en Brasil.
Okay, they played before on Brazil, and it was the first pick for him.
Of course, that makes a whole lot of sense. Now, of course, speaking of Brazil, you got 2nd place at LAIC. Your path still looks tough here at EUIC, but do you feel like this is the tournament you win the championship?
¿Creen que después de hacer segundo puesto en like,
CACM
ahora
could be
podrían
the
ganar el
Peru
championship?
Es
this
para lo
year,
que
I
hemos
think.
estado trabajando,
I mean,
no
they
es de la
came
noche a la
second,
mañana, hemos
right?
estado entrenando
They were
bastante y
second
esperemos
at
que así se nos salga.
LAIC.
They work really hard, and they hope that they can win.
They lost to Dig in the
two.
finals,
Let's
I
give it up
think.
one more time for CACM. Spraggles,
Maybe
who's
they're
next?
the
Back to
Peru of this year. I mean, they're insane. They're really good.
Zoinks, thank you, brother.
Same-
So excited
same
to watch
outfit
them, and of
for
course for this
good old
EU
Doob
crowd,
Snacks.
It is an absolute roller coaster of emotions, from Team Peps taking down Dignitas to Komai losing to CACM. 2 Game 3s that were unbelievably
Wow.
close. Some of the best matches of Unite that you're going
The
to see out
semifinals
there,
are
and we've got
BO5.
more coming. Doob Snacks. Evil Geniuses BH3 Esports is going to be up next.
Yeah, and then again, rounding out our top 8, Volticons Unite 2Z Esports. Still an opportunity here for an all-EU Grand Finals at EUIC. And the Aeos Cup historically is not disappointed, and holy smokes is it delivering today. Also, big shout out when Zoinks asked, hey, do you think this is gonna be your event to win? They said yes.
Yeah, I like that because I can't imagine they go, you know what?
not-
No, NAIC is our event to win. We'll lose this one. Like, I'm glad they're excited to win, for sure. But I think all of these teams are primed to win. One that everyone has their eye on from North America, of course, the undefeated Evil Geniuses, and in their region, BH3 Esport, undefeated. Having a rocky start to this tournament, but a great start
Holy cow,
to
that's
today.
a lot of hot
Do
sauce.
not go
Heck
anywhere
yeah.
because games like that are
There's a
going to
thing?
continue all
Don't
day
smell hot
long.
sauce.
We'll be right back.
A
We're
cookie?
clear.
Is it a heart cookie? It's a heart cookie. Look at the baby. Look at her. Do you see the little squeak? Bye, Babby. I got a breakfast sandwich. Guys, y'all need to see this breakfast sandwich. It is the best sandwich. Bam. All right. Guys, you got to see this breakfast sandwich. And I'm going to go off camera for a little bit so I can unabashedly devour this thing. Guys. Look at this. The souffled egg, candied bacon, and it has homemade bread. It's homemade bread, or not homemade, but like it's made in-house in the restaurant or in the cafe. Arugula, some cheese, and then like some sort of like lemon and horseradish Dijonnaise type of deal. Yeah, it's kind of insane. It's easily the best breakfast sandwich I've ever eaten in my entire life. Like this is the top part of the bread. Like, look at this thing. Nice and crispy. It's so good. I'm so excited. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. And they just started adding their, it's called Fox in the Snow. It's a local cafe around here. It's our favorite breakfast place. Honestly, it's our favorite place in general in Columbus. It's a cafe and bakery. And then I got a mocha. And a mocha. No one's gonna see me eat this. That's like extra or something. But we saw Tyler Joseph there. So Tyler Joseph from 21 Pilots. He lives in our town, I guess. And he goes there all the time. Mukbang? Mukbang? Y'all need to see that.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the XL London for Pokemon EUIC 2026. We're hosting the Aeos Cup for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, and we are in top 8 territory. I am Zoinks, this is Relic, and we just witnessed 2 of the greatest Pokemon Unite matches that have ever existed ever. Welcome to the show.
10 out of 10s back to back. You won't see anything better. Can BH3 Esports and Evil Geniuses continue this truly outrageous ride that we've been on? 6-0 in EU versus 6-0 in NA. Evil Geniuses, the last hope for NA. Can you believe we're even saying that?
I know, exactly, with other tournament favorites at this event, but Evil Geniuses among them, of course.
So they,
She's been waiting for a minute to play.
This is a different hot sauce than before.
The day about to
It's
occur
really
right
good.
at the
They had a
midpoint
different hot sauce that they
of our
made
tournament. We got 2 semifinals that are
when they
best
first
of
had the hot
5
sauce.
After this
But this
one,
one's
our
definitely
final
different.
match of best of 3. It's going to be between,
It's
you
like more
said,
smoky.
an EU undefeated regional
though.
league team
Very
versus
good.
an NA undefeated regional league squad.
So many incredible storylines. Let's just take a moment to breathe before we dive back in again. First semi-final, locked in, confirmed. Team Peps of EU versus CACM Esports of Latin America North. Now, neither of these 2 regions have won an international IC. Technically, EU has won the Aeos Cup here at the XL Center. It was only EU teams. They haven't done it against anyone from outside the region, so technically that's still in the cards. Evil Geniuses BH3 up next on your screens. Of course, we await that final quarterfinal. The Mustachio Bros taking you through that one. Volticons Unite, absolutely the upsetters of BH3's group, going against Brazil's final chance saloon, another region who has not won an IC.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they did start as the final chance in the group stage. I think the only Brazil team signed up for this event, but they're still in it.
They're still
And
there.
They're in the top 8, hunting for that top 4 position. But like you mentioned, before we get to that one, EG versus BH3, I think on the majority of analysts and people in the scene, EG and BH3 both were teams to watch and contenders to win this entire event. I don't think that's changed. Maybe you started to doubt BH3, but how could you on Valentine's Day when they got the love in the air?
Yo, love is love. I'm here for it. And I'm also here for how strong they started the day. There were a lot of fears going in today to, oh, here we go. It's another Gen 5/BH3. Can we trust them in person? Yes, we can. Yes, we absolutely can. They dismantled Engage, and that's a good team at that as well. Every team, of course, that makes it to day 2 is a good team, but within region, to be able to effectively 4-0 them for the season so far, that's showing great consistency, is showing great resolve. Now is the next step up. This is, for me, the truest of tests. International, different style of meta, different style of play, experience, winners. Can they make that next hurdle?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're able to pull off. So far, I think a lot of BH3 esports success has come from Rezu. Just been such a phenomenal attacker player and feels that they're setting the pace of these games. We'll see how they prioritize that player in the draft screen. BH3 Esport will be your first pick, and they will ban away Eldegoss and Mega Lucario. Eldegoss getting some of its first ever bans in our tournament right now.
Target bans have been out in force today. As opposed to leaning into the meta, Evil Geniuses were eyeing up that Blissey potentially, instead taking the Mew off the board, certainly with an eye to Rezu, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely, which means BH3 Esport might be building a roster around an Inteleon pick a little bit later. However, Evil Geniuses very comfortable on that option.
Okay, we're back.
Curios has played a
That was
ton of that Pokemon and has won
absolutely incredible.
Mega was won plenty of tournaments on the
Kelsey, I think they changed the hot sauce. It's really good. I think this is better than the other one.
Okay.
It's like more smoky, and it's also a little bit more vinegar based.
Before Rezu gets the chance to sniff.
And I think we're starting to see the draft strategy of
the
Evil Geniuses
mochas
already, right? The ban Mew, pick Inteleon. Let's make Rezu a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's definitely more smoky.
Player at the moment. Sazero gonna lock in that Clefable. We could see indications of a non-range all melee comp on a BH3 Esport with this Clefable.
We're getting some incredible.
Oh, everything was perfect about it today.
Certainly not to be dismissed, the threat here. Ducky locking in the Crustal. Vin Diesel picking up the Sword Dog.
Karma is
Now,
eating the
A very
pancakes.
rare case of actually leaving your support for the final pick. We don't see that very often at all. We could see something like
I'm trying to like put my finger on like what
come out from Roland with some of these
is different,
compositions they're
like
building.
what type
The
of pepper this
final
is.
selection is being hovered by Roland right now. Hoopa still being available feels like a very, very solid option. Also, Comfey and the EXP share have not gotten along awesome these days, but Blissey,
You know,
these mono or
it
focused
tastes
healer
more like
compositions have been extremely strong, and we're
a
actually
Mexican
seeing them
style hot
on
sauce.
both
It's like a
sides.
Mexican
Clefairy
pepper.
versus El Creme
Like
Healer.
almost like a
There's a
tapatio
lot of
type
great
of
options in
profile.
the support pocket there with your Blissey still available, Hooper still available.
I haven't tried the
Going with
cookie yet.
Alchemy that has certainly had a decent amount of success here in London. Over
Yeah, it
the
reminds me of
course the
Tapatio.
weekend thus far, and so we are locked in BH3 versus Evil Geniuses. We've got a couple of hyperscalers looking over on that BH3 side. Evil Geniuses, a really strong-looking early game from
I'm just
the
trying to
outside.
like suss out like what
Absolutely. Now,
what
the
they did
one
with the
thing
hot
I
sauce.
think they might be missing is a big like team fight changing Unite move. Mega Gyarados may be the best option
Pretty good.
that they have to work with once Chris Smith can start entering these fights around level 9. Vin, of course, can make some
What
big
if-
game-changing
what if
plays with Zacian, but it
it
usually
wasn't
is in the form of a big secure,
their
or
hot
maybe a
sauce
power
and they
push.
just
BH3
ran out
on
and
the
it's
other
actually
hand,
just
Hydro
Tapatio.
Typhoon available, Infinite Cyburn, and Machamp has been making a case for that Barrage Blow to be one of the best team fight Unite moves here at E EUIC.
I'm really glad that you've highlighted the slight risk
gonna try the
factor
cookie now.
in this Zacian, because that Sovereign Sword, although an extraordinarily powerful Unite
It's
move,
very good, yeah.
if fully charged, if they need to keep Aeos energy in pockets at all times, could limit their ability to score potentially, which we've seen a lot of, not necessarily score comps per se, but a lot
Not
of
bad.
emphasis on scoring to make sure that
Good
there's
cookie.
many factors in your favor.
It's a good sugar
that's
cookie.
Absolutely correct. So Vin, a master of this
Flaky.
Pokemon, but let's get into it. Game number
Little crumbly.
1, BH3 Esport, your purple team. Evil
All right,
Geniuses,
EG.
your purple. You're also your orange team, actually.
Colors
Man,
are fun.
Frankles is so good at that.
He is really good at his job.
They are- I mean, they're really young.
They should pay him more.
Oh, well done, Spragle.
Anyway, here goes Salisbury.
Going straight for the zone, looking for early stacks, and that's exactly what they'll get. Helpless to try and defend that will be.
I think
Chris
with
Smith,
the
and we find
exception
another
of
couple
Utal,
here.
they're all very
Lower
young.
the Evos as,
Oh,
looking
picks
down
up that
the
one.
path, he does pick up that one. Really good steal away, and there might be more pain to have than no. Kranix with
You
the
want to watch
advantage.
Kyle
Both
food
those
review?
Pokemon wanting to stack eventually, right? The Mega Gyarados would love the attack weight, and Sazra will be holding those special attack specs. The Moonlight Healing does scale proportionately off their special attack stat, so the spec's going to help a ton, not to mention healing multiple targets at once is going to be
Cookie.
available to BH3.
It's not my favorite
whereas
cookie of
Roland is
theirs.
gonna be relying on those dollops
I'm
to
more of
heal
a
lot,
chocolate
but
chip girly.
individual targets one at a time.
Yuto showed themselves briefly before.
But it's
clearly
very
getting
good.
the call. Hey,
I'm
let's have
just,
a little
it's
look.
not even
Down
them,
stairs,
it's
because Vin
just
Diesel
sugar
is
cookies in
roaming,
general.
and
I
now
feel
they
like
roam back up onto
everything,
top path where
every
they're straight up
dessert
3v3,
is just
although
better
little
with a
too
little
far
bit of
behind the
chocolate.
times there, Evil Geniuses, all of that EXP going into BH3. Look to try and get a good hit on the Sword Dog over. Great coverage with that Rock Tomb. A little slow, a little disruption, and Evil Geniuses suffer none.
Yeah, great support core work. You mentioned the Rock Tomb and also just a perfect recover dollop from Roland to catch Vin Diesel on the way out. We will get caught up, but down here in the bottom path, Curios trying to duel a little bit with this Mega Mewtwo Y. Rezu almost filled with that gauge at level 5.
Ducky watching Breathe, manages to find the
There we
extra
go, Ducky.
Evo onto the Drizzile, back they go. Nice hits onto Ducky, forcing them back onto pad. The same will be said for Rezu and BH3 in general on this.
The heart-shaped Giordano's.
And we just
I'm
saw a
excited.
pretty nice
It's
stun
been a while
by
since we've had
Curios.
deep dish.
He's going with acrobatics, so very
Ooh,
likely looking at
acrobatics,
an
so we're going,
acrobatics liquidation in
liquidation, yeah.
just to chase down that Scyther, and Mega Mewtwo Y will play more of an auto attacker, automatically critical hitting Inteleon.
Waiting in the tall grass. Oh, doesn't secure
Oh.
it with the Metal Claw. I thought that was for sure going to be in favor of the Evil Geniuses. They at least do get a pick here on the Cypher. Mega Evo. Ducky might fall here. Lovely work. Vin Diesel extracting their teammate.
Yeah, good coverage. I like
Yeah,
the
we could
extension
go-
for that
we could-
aggressive play. However, Mega Mewtwo
I was
Y,
thinking about
Mega
it, but I've-
evolving makes it a much
if
more
you wanna
risky
go
endeavor.
now,
So they peel back. They don't
I'll
lose
just work
anything,
out
but
at
of course,
home.
that's equal exchange. They don't gain anything either.
Tight stuff, opening 2.5.
Or I'll
finishes,
just like
4
take
points
this as my
separating
rust
two
day
teams.
this week because
Levels
I got
of
dodgeball
pretty
tomorrow.
Equal, all things considered.
My
Chris Smith
arm
now
is
online
probably gonna
with that
fall off.
Mega Gyarados. We got the Machoke moving in, level 7 now.
I definitely want to go on our
taken.
walk.
kind of just vibing for the moment as we await these first set of Reggies.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to power up before we really throw some haymakers in this fight, but Regieleki spawning in might herald a big one as now
Herald.
we have BH3 focusing all in on the objective. Great surf push.
Rest day and walk later? All right,
Nice
back.
rip in general, really well timed. And okay, you lose the Blastoise. It does mean that BH3 can.
Yeah,
sort of
I need
reassess
my
what
walkie.
Their next plan of action is. They're
Otherwise
probably
I get
gonna lose
grumpy.
This Reggie up on top path. Unfortunately for them, I think it's too great
Kelsey
steal
says the
in favor
exact
of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, interesting stat
It's not even
there we saw
cranky,
on the
it's just
lower third. This
sad.
is our
I just get
100th
sad.
game played here at EUIC.
Awesome.
Of course, that's individual map, and Kyogre getting by far the lion's share of map picks. So a lot of teams actually electing for Kyogre in games 2 and game 3. Rayquaza has 5 games played.
A century of games. How many Hundo Burgers will we see as we enter the final stretch? Hey, remember when it was 4 points the difference? How about just the one? Both teams definitely not
Yummy.
looking to risk.
Those are
take
good.
here.
Those are good,
Kravitz,
Cookie.
That's as close as really seen, going for the engage slightly on Chris Smith before being sent packing. These Natus are going to go all into the hands of BH3. Lovely surf, lovely control.
Yeah, I mean, again, a pretty passive situation. Curious about
That was
to
more like
get
a cat.
That Inteleon Unite. Vin and Chris Smith already have it. They're going to engage.
Dragon
Oh
Current
my
takes
goodness.
out the Scyther, and yeah, this is abandon your posts, gentlemen. There is not much that you're going to be able to do here. Roughly a 20-point overdunk sees Evil Geniuses take the lead. Another quick dunk for Sazuro to build up the stacks, but they might be in a bit of bother here. They are closed down, taken down, sent back to the Pokemon Center.
I like rolling it down and kind of imagining the world's location in San Francisco with a nice little Steph Curry play over the top of the wall with that sweet scent. Impressive stuff. Slowing down that enemy squad. Incredible work, and they get the KO from it as well. A quiet game, though. All
Zoinks
teams
knows
so
ball,
far
guys.
in this matchup.
Zoinks knows
Both
ball.
These teams focus so much on the scaling, and again, we have so many Unite moves to work with. You know the next team fight, we're really going to start popping off.
It is positively tame compared to most of
Yeah.
the matches.
Maybe that's what it is. We've just been so high octane for the conclusion of those last 2 matches that now I'm like, all right.
Moving in, Regieleki.
Oh no, we got
Good start
side-striked.
here on the Zacian. Infinite Cyber going down. The Machoke, we got the Hydro Typhoon in there too.
Oh, you
Round
avoid the
denies
surf with the
surf. Rolling
rubble.
Down, here comes the Sovereign Sword, potentially waiting for their moment. There it is. Great use of the Sovereign Sword in from Vin Diesel, and now a complete collapse onto BH3. This might be a zone crack. 4 down, looking for the ace. Moving forward, Ducky is not able to catch Utah, who scampers away.
But they caught everybody else. You know, that Rock Tomb was so perfect in that fight. Shout out Ducky, the absolute veteran player of Pokemon Unite. My bad, Big Uzi, I thought he was a rookie. Incredible work, Ducky. You're doing fantastic. And such an important piece of this team comp. He's going with the EXP share Crustle as well. Interesting to see, able to abandon a couple of levels in the later end game just to get
That's
that
funny.
gradual increase.
And just look at the domino effect here. That Reg Ice was free for Evil Geniuses. 118 to 250. The lead ballooning, heading into the back half here. Just shy of 4 minutes left on the clock.
And again, it feels like these
Man,
teams are
this
very
copy's
willing
good
to
too.
pause and take a breather before we have our next exchange. Megu could be looking for more, though. At level 10 on this Blastoise, does have the ability to surf back any of these unsuspecting Pokemon.
There's going to be a free score on top off for Kranix. Over the wall they go with the Surf. Dragon Current into the Hydro
Hydro
Typhoon.
Typhoon. Oh, Kyrios gets that. Crazy.
Saved, by the Inteleon to pick up that Regidrago. Here goes the Wonder Wish.
Pew,
I
pew,
think
pew,
was
pew.
activated. Yeah, that's into the fly.
Yep,
Not
there
much
it
that
is.
you're going to be able to do with that, unfortunately, as Evil Geniuses clump up and then disperse after a rather successful attack.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty devastating Wonder Wishes in this tournament. I could already think back to a unfortunate splash that would have been otherwise secured a basement Reggie, but every now and then you're kind of happy with the Buddy Barrier proc and move
Sure,
along.
yeah.
So in some of these situations, we might see it end up being all right. But right now, great isolation by Evil Geniuses to push BH3 all the way back. That just gives Ducky this forward positioning, but Megu wise to where they are. But Ducky knows it's a full 5-player push from BH3 towards this Regieleki now.
Feeling good if you're Evil Geniuses, but BH3 want to take the
Oh,
initiative. It's
great
a rock to
turnaround.
the Scissor. The Hammer Champ didn't last very long, and neither did
Wow.
the Blastoise. That could
Ducky's
not have gone any
insane.
worse if BH3 had tried even harder, which is hard to believe.
That's why he's the
Evil
GOAT,
Geniuses
man.
With another Regieleki.
And again, these fights being over this quick means that BH3, while taking a loss, is licking some pretty small wounds, all things considered. Keep up a lot of Pokemon on their side. They don't give up a lot of experience the other way, and we're looking at a pretty tame final 2 minutes. That being said, Vin and Christmas both have hit that level 13, and Christmas is even knocking on the door of level 14 on, that's right, the Mega Gyarados.
I do think BH3 are taking the right option, prioritizing position, letting that Regieleki run free. They've called the bluff of Evil Geniuses, but now they are all stuck on this top side of the Kyogre pit. Evil Geniuses just lurking to spring the trap.
Yeah, and watch out, Christmas landing these Dragon Breaths, applying that Paralyze effect, and then they can also proc that Gyarados' Intimidate effect, lowering the attack damage of these enemy Pokemon as soon as they get within range. So, top path is tough for BH3 to push forward into. They do have Utah's Scyther lurking on the outside, seeing if they can find maybe a lone Inteleon or even an early Alcremie to try to attack.
Playing like very patient right now.
Negating the damage of that liquidation particularly well into the surf. Oh, gets caught on the wall. Unfortunate. The Megumini Utah still hasn't been spotted. Evil Geniuses, I think, waiting.
They don't know where Scyther is. Now they have vision on Scyther. Pushed into the Citrus Berry. That's fortunate.
Ducky scampers away into the submission now, looking for the flow. No, they can't find the KO onto Kyrios. Dragon Current, Hydro Typhoon has been utilized. Here we go then into the surf. Pushes back two.
Champ's done. Blastoise done. Gyarados is gone. Utah finally gets its Unite off. Yeah, he might be able to clean air. Oh my god, he just goes down.
Looking for that final 1 or 2. Inteleon, no, they
Kyrios,
can't find
you're crazy.
Vin Diesel comes to the rescue of Kyrios.
Bang!
With the finger guns. Ace for Evil Geniuses.
Perfect ace for EG, and you can see Kyrios starting to pop off now in that player cam. Love that. Calm, silent, and an assassin in this intel. Absolutely get in the face of Rezu's Mega Mewtwo. Why? But a close range Inteleon.
How did he stay alive through that?
Shout out to Vin for coming on the outside of that team fight and having a perfect.
How did he stay alive?
BH3, and this matches perfect flavor.
Look at Roland.
Look
at Roland's face.
Great game, Vin.
Holy.
Really great game. Some excellent secures. Some really good coverage of zone and player alike. I wonder whether that Sword Dog will be up for consideration on the ban table next time around, Zoinks.
Yeah, that's a great point. Consideration for a ban. I mean, it's tough to focus ban Vin at this point in time. Things like the Mimikyu have been so prominent for this player, but also, with the impact that that Pokemon just had, and you're kind of hitting Christmas and Vin at the same
just a bunch
time
of little
on the opposing
guys.
side. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. So one of our first matches.
Look at that bling that Vin's wearing. That Pikachu pendant.
Being taken off.
I saw Ender have the Sableye one. Those are sweet.
Right here on replay, I thought was about to spell disaster for EG. Ducky goes in really deep, sees 3 targets that they can X-Scissor, but in that first situation with the Rock Tomb, they don't unite.
Okay, yeah. How does
Kyrios
stay alive? Good kiting.
Understanding when you're in danger.
He's able to take out Megu. I thought for sure Scyther coming in here would be the demise. He just stays on the outside.
Interestingly enough, in picking up acrobatics, which you can be a little more free with, of course, Fell Stinger, in order to even activate, you need to be 100% hitting that wall. In a moment like that where panic could set in, one errant miss, and all of a sudden we're talking about Kyrios down for that fight, and it completely swings, irrespective of what's happening in and around this Ducky Crustle. That's probably going in favor of BH3.
Yeah, that is true. Whew. Always a toss-up with matches this close, but it's Ducky pulling ahead EG to start our series 1-0. 2 knockouts on the Crustle, but pay attention to that big ol' 8 and maybe even that little ol' 0. 0 times fainted for the defender player of Evil Geniuses. BH3 could not find a way to bring down the big crab.
Faints. F flawless. 0-1. Evil Geniuses in the ascendancy. And look, I think we've got to give a lot of credit to Evil Geniuses even before the game started. I think the way that they drafted, zeroing in on Rezu, not just in terms of banning away options, but in picking up that Inteleon in the first place. Rezu is having a pop-off tournament, not to say that he is the carry of the stable, but he does have that carry potential.
Yeah.
And we looked at Utah, for example.
I forgot to do a
great
prediction.
Pokemon in Scyther,
We'll do
really
one here.
struggling to make an impact in the game overall, actually. So as we head into our second stage now, into our second game, into our second draft phase, a lot of thoughts for BH3 here as their tournament lives are on the line.
Yeah.
All right, we got the next prediction up.
Obviously, you don't want to be going home here in the quarterfinals at BH3. They want to end some North American dreams today, I think, and push another EU team into top 4. Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, playing for the pride of their hometown. So they're going to be banning that Mew again. So a identical strategy, identical map. And there we go, BH3. Rezu on their all-star pick.
I don't listen. I don't want to like say it. Like I thought, hey, could they go first pick Inteleon here?
They
because
could.
certainly the Blastoise is the safe pick, is the pick that you would expect to start off a draft with. But so influential has been Rezu. And how influential was Kyrios in that last game, by the way. It's kind of a double benefit here. They're going to be backed up by the Blissey, and they are going to run back the Scyther, although Chris Smith, therefore, gets the freedom to pick up the Gyarados on Mega.
Okay, so Sazero making a big flex, though, too. That Clefable not going to be running back into this next game. A very different Pokemon, basically deciding, instead of trying to keep this entire team up and enable some of these longer team fights, let's go for more of a hard carry strategy and lean into one of these. And Kranix going to be going into
Rolling on the Alchemy again. See, we talked about it yesterday. I think Alchemy is really good, and I think people are just playing it in the wrong situations or with the wrong moves. Like, that looked amazing because Roland played Sweet Scent. It's great counter to the dive.
On the front line with this Glaceon, of course, with a really powerful passive, a free hit essentially. You're able to reposition slightly whilst you go invisible. Interesting to see which way they go in terms of Ice Shard or Icicle Spear. However, I could see it going either way.
Yeah, it'll likely be that Icy Wind, that final shot from range. Also, running double cooldown items will usually indicate that. Right? So, Drive Lens and Wise Glasses, both giving your Pokemon just inherent cooldown on their abilities, will mean that Vin can fire off those deadly and longer range shots a little more often. Usually ends up being a contender for something like the Inteleon, but will have a quicker power spike in that natural evolution early leveling scale.
And that glacial stage is such a great assault weapon going into zones. And when we're looking at that Inteleon and that Scyther who thrive on their maneuverability, access to the backline or already on the backline, moving even further back, that glacial stage can be a real catch-out opportunity. But Rezu now actually very interesting because Kyrios, of course, we saw with the liquidation, with the acrobatics. History will tell you from this tournament, Rezu goes with Snipe Shot, but have they perhaps seen enough in the liquidation to maybe switch it up for this one match?
Oh man, I mean, I gotta be honest, I hope not, just because of how cool.
And they're stacking, so I assume that we're going.
Let's go. Let's get into
recover again. I just think Alchemy's crazy.
Scyther heading central, and into the central goes Vin Diesel on that Glaceon. Very, very quick evolution and power scaling into the mid game, but check out Sazero heading up there for a potential steal, a slap, and a steal on the orange buff. Objective secured, quite literally.
Oh, a Selgor goes down. Sazero with that first secure. I mean, these evolutions got pretty decent secure, but not amazing rip, and Sazero taking full advantage of this so far. Vin struggling to find even level 4, so much so that Kyrios actually has to come for the backup.
Every Eevee with a different variation of Swift. Glaceon, it's one of the weakest, but now they are all right. However, Sazero has just nicked another one of this enemy central area yellow dots, gotten the evolution, heading up onto top path, getting a nice score because Chris Smith has been left all on their own after Dwebble was sent back to the Pokemon Center. Strong start for BH3.
Okay, interesting stat from our team. So far in EUIC 2026, the event we're at, we've seen both on-stream and off-stream 78 out of 85 Pokemon either picked or banned. The only Pokemon banned but not picked was Azumarill. Someone
Somewhere-
banned probably Volto's Azumarill, but Azumarill was also not picked. So any Pokemon that was banned,
Hotels.com.
has also been picked.
Somewhere in Australia, Kelosaurus is in tears.
Yeah.
Right now, the
I'm
possibility.
laughing. Let's go! Sazero goes down. Great Icy Wind attack by the Glaceon. Let's keep Azumarill in the ban phase, shall we?
92-19 as we exit the first 2 minutes. Inteleon pretty close to coming online at this stage.
Alchemy's
That
5.
Squirtle on Evil Genius is still level 4.
Yeah.
BH3 have done so well to EXP deny.
Yeah, and I mean, Curious has been playing part-time Central area duty with all
Yeah.
all the backup they've been trying to commit into that Central. Sazero just so deadly on these invades. Regidrago, 10 seconds late, but will finally get a little bit of attention as Utah is carving up this Regidrago. We'll be going with the Swords Dance build of the Scyther, and a little bit less movement, but a little bit more damage, going all in on this burst-style Pokemon.
And I think that is what they were worried about last time out, is that there wasn't really any engagements where you're thinking, I'm going to get out of this. And so if you're not going to be able to get out of this, you might as well do the damage output to, at the very least, set up a teammate so that it's an equal trade. Birds on the way here, pretty much equal between the two. Important level up for Christmas, who takes a snipe shot for good measure. That answers the question for Rezu.
Yeah, exactly. Rezu will have that snipe shot, and Ducky going to be always going to be with the Pokemon wanting to tank those snipe shots. Not only because it's a naturally defensive Pokemon in Crustle, it is also holding that Assault Vest battle item, or held item rather. Will be increasing its special defense and giving it kind of a shield-like bubble that'll negate one big burst of damage off a cooldown.
Regirock into the hands of BH.
We're kind of behind now. EG
Gyarados
is
going to be sent back to base, not before denying the 30 score on top half. Meanwhile, we've got a good focus here on Regieleki. Wow, this
Oh
damage
my
on
goodness.
absolutely insane.
You gave Resu-
Made even more so
you gave
by
Resu
how
the
many
Inteleon.
times this Resu Inteleon hits the mark. Roland is here, Ducky is here, Kyrios is here, but not in time. Regieleki
What do we?
secured
What?
the
How do we get
PH3.
to this
I
Inteleon?
love how willing Rezu
Who's
is
getting to
fire
it?
up
Gyarados,
those snipe shots
maybe?
Early. Of course, while you're aiming that ability, it does hone in and become more accurate the longer you charge, but sometimes your instincts will prevail.
I love Megu picking up Surf as well. It just has a little bit of a hindrance, which allows Rezu that window to find the hits that he wants. It's just a further confirmation of how much BH3 is leaning into this kid's talent.
That's a great point, Relic, because Scald would be a decent answer to this Mega Gyarados, a Pokemon that relies so much on that attack stat. Having a Pokemon like Scald, bro, would lower that damage output, but if you want to enable your damage dealers who need to focus on aiming, that is a perfect opportunity.
Moving towards half-time, over 100 points to the better. BH3 over Evil Geniuses, a game that they simply must win.
Yeah, 130 for BH3, so off to an incredible start. Over 100 points in the advantage as we approach.
I'm surprised we're not
the
playing a
mid-game.
speedster
Not a lot of
into
Unite
Intel
moves being
Scyther.
utilized, but still a few left to unlock. But Curios healing up, Roland having to do overtime in the healing department. Overnight Baker,
Especially
if
when we
you
don't
will,
have like a
to try
ton
to
of
keep up
damage because
with
we're playing
Rezu's snipe
attacker
shots.
blast.
Big interest in this bottom path. You can see what the plan is for Evil Geniuses with a Reggie on the top path. Maybe they're trying to call the bluff of BH3, but Megu is caught
We have
out of
slow
town.
beam.
The Surf is not going to be able to move
I don't know if we have
through
follow-up
everyone there.
damage, so I don't know if we
Glacier
do
Stage,
it.
they are
Oh, we
so
do it.
limited, making go down here. Slow beam
We do it for
move
no
low. Here
reason.
comes the Azure
We don't even get
Spike
anything out of
and the
it.
Dragon Current,
Oh,
and the Green Illusion
perfect
Line,
Alchemy
and the
Unite.
Typhoon, and the Bliss Assistance. You wanted Unite moves. Well, here they all are. And it's looking good for Evil Geniuses as they move on to pad. Down goes Mega Gyarados, however. From the back line comes Rezu. and
Ducky might be
now the
toast here.
Aura Cannon comes
Oh, he
through,
dodges
but
the
it's a
snipe shot.
regular
He's
Lucario
crazy.
Who can still do the business. Ducky the last in this assault that needs to go down. Dealt with business for Megu Mini.
Yeah, Megu's still in this fight at some point. Right? Respawning or walking back in, either way. Incredible work, but a hero moment from Kranix. Not only a back half on the top side of the map, but also a timely rotation and joins the battle at the perfect time. Big moves by this Lucario player.
What do BH3 want to do now? It doesn't look like they're going to be rotating anytime soon. That top path Reggie is being left alone, but there are so many reinforcements on the way for Evil Geniuses. We can see it. BH3 now have vision.
They're looking
but it
to go
looks like
in.
they're backing themselves, and into the back line goes Utah once again. There's the Ice Shard, though. Big
Oh, they
Exeter,
get
and
Scyther.
Utah
That's
basically calls
huge.
the red stop button to
Now
the
they're gonna
BH3
push.
assault. Now well. It's over to the other
Yeah, there
side.
we go. There's the glacial stage. We got to get Inteleon. Who's getting Inteleon here?
Going down, Mega Gyarados, oh, through E-Speed, Hydro Typhoon not able to get away through the surf. It is carnage, it is pandemonium. We got cakes, we got the sword, no sword dogger.
Pandemonium mentioned?
We've got the bugs slicing, dicing, trying to score. What is going on? We've got Ice Shards. Ducky's back here. We've got the Crab. Sazuru, I think, is going to go down here potentially. Plays Sacrifice. Rock Tomb. What a great Rock Tomb to close off Kranix. But he's got enough maneuverability to get back to Pat.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your fighting break last game, Relic, because it seems like these teams have spent 3 minutes wanting to do just that in those last moments, but a ton of resources. It all starts with Utah making a really aggressive push. They were able to farm back that Scyther Unite move so quickly, so I see the vision there, but this time around you don't have the Bliss assistance to back
You know Lucario's in that top
early
bush.
pick leads to aggression by EG, BH3 able to repel it, and back and forth we
Good
went.
play by
Either way,
Kyrios.
Kyrios trying to line up more of these stuns, which have been phenomenal this game, but a Regirock buff is so
47
huge.
on the
That
bottom
added
side
defense
is
to try
huge
to
for
give a little bit
PH3.
of cushion to these incoming snipe shots is going to make Rezu's job a little bit
If we could get a
harder. That
catch
might be your
here,
favorite buff to have against
EG
this
might
team
be
buff
in
specifically.
business.
They'll have about 50 seconds once we hit the final 2 minutes to take advantage of that buff. In the meantime, check out the score lead that BH3's been able to
50
open
on the
up here.
top side, too.
317 to 69. Sazuro down. This score is going to become a little bit closer now with that 49 going in.
Yeah.
Still no sign of Sazuro. Will Evil Genius
Blissy's down,
Yeah, I mean,
so they might actually like rip
also
here.
Could play this really aggressively. There's no Bliss assistance. It'll at least have to come off of the jump pad. Kyrios sees that red line, able to sidestep that snipe shot. At the very least, they've won positioning. BH3 again forced out towards the top side of the map, and these snipe shots softened by the Regirock and then healed up immediately by Roland. That's at least going to be the game plan for EG. How they drew it up. Let's see what BH3 can do in response.
My goodness, that was a close one. Not the most impactful snipe shot and a rare miss for Rezu there. They're slowly pushing up on this left-hand side. What a big Rock Tomb into Sazuro. Can they get the Bliss assistance off? Just in the nick of time. Onto Utah. Goes into the Green Illusion dive. There's a Rebel Rouser on the back line.
Okay, Lucario.
Everybody. We've got,
Chris Smith is actually kind of cleaning house on the top side. Chris Smith gets both. Lucario's down here. Yup, rolling. Oh, Resu missed that snipe. That could have taken out Chris. Oh, they missed that one too. Kyogre's down. You got it.
Double defender comp Zoiks. You can't walk through walls.
No, 45 seconds left. Evil Geniuses need to get a couple of scores in. Very easy to do on this outside tier 1 and with these Kyogre.
Oh, and they did get the double.
In tandem, Sazuro trying to defend this
Good
tier
surf.
2. BH3's last
Got the
stand,
double.
And Evil Geniuses already breaking through.
Just
Keep
20
pushing,
seconds
keep
left.
pushing.
Evil Geniuses want more. They want more. They are scything through the competition with X's and everything.
There we go.
In their kits.
All right, NA's still
North
alive,
America
baby.
is still in the game. 6-0 versus 6-0 in their respective regions. Today, it's 2-0 for NA.
I don't know if I have ever seen such a phenomenal Mega Gyarados 1v3 in my life in that final moment. Chris Smith comes alive in the
Seriously,
final
I mean,
moments of this match and dominates the top side of that Kyogre pit. Incredible work from Evil Geniuses and truly beat BH3 at every turn.
I mean, EG looked great there. I mean, Chris Smith kind of
Take
popped
a
off at
deep
the end.
breath, everyone. That was an intense one, very intense for BH3, who I'm not going to say that they played poorly by any stretch of the imagination. I think that they played a great controlling game, asking plenty of questions of Evil Geniuses. I think the real problem here is that Evil Geniuses just had every single answer ready. I mean, really the closest they came to losing was in that raid pit, but the rock tombs from Ducky time and time again. It's not just about preventing people from leaving the scene, Zoinks.
Yeah.
It's about splitting the team to make the team fights easier.
Absolutely. You're trying to separate the support core from the offensive core, of course, and Evil Geniuses showcasing their focus in that final fight by Sazero.
Here we
just
go,
getting an
EG.
absolute spotlight
Semifinals.
put on them multiple times. I mean, shout out to Sazero for still being able to get that Unite move onto
That was so
Yutao.
close.
I thought that really could be a game-changing moment, but even through a Bliss assistance, Chrismith is able to take down that enemy Scyther in essentially a super-powered 1v1.
This Southern Bath was really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, well, they fought
like
for 45 minutes.
Wow.
From nothing to everything all at once. This, for me, the crucial rock tomb that could have spelled disaster straight away, but for that clutch Bliss assistance. But then again, they forced the Bliss assistance out of Sazuru in the first place. They would have liked to have waited a little longer, ideally to impact things later on, but the Mega Gyarados Unleashed takes out Sazuru. We saw Rezu as well, super isolated by Kyrios. And
Yeah,
like,
they kind of
you're talking
cooked.
about
They kind of
a
cooked that
multiple-time
Kyogre
world
fight.
champion here, and I expect to see these sorts of calls and calm from that sort of player.
1000%. But here we go. Vin going to be awarded your MVP of Evil Geniuses, and for good reason. 6 knockouts, 7 assists. They only fall 1 time, and they do 73,000 damage in your game number 2.
Our first sweep of the
Place the unbroken
semifinals.
still.
Yeah. It's match 3. And I'm going to be real. Looking at the next match of Volticons to the Esports, I wouldn't be surprised if that goes to distance as well. In which case, it makes this EG performance even more impressive that we're talking about this caliber of competition and that you can still do the business without dropping a map.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see this team play in semifinals. I also can't wait to see what their opponent is going to be
Exactly,
in the
yes.
semifinals. This tournament is heating up in a major way, and it only gets better. Vin with some very solid stats, obviously focusing a lot on the knockouts and dealing damage, as a Glaceon will do, but still putting up solid EXP per minute numbers at 1555. But enough about me ranting about numbers. Let's hear from the players. We got an interview on stage. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Doob Snacks here alongside Kyrios. Kyrios, Evil Geniuses, another step closer to winning Aeos Cup at EUIC. Rough game 2, pulled it out at the end with just some Chrismith crazy work on that Mega Gyarados. How'd you feel going into that matchup with BH3?
You know, it kind of comes with their name, BH Free.
Sure, okay, so BH free indeed is what you say. And you know, there's a lot of hate to go around here, especially as NA is dismantling another EU team and dashing the dreams of them winning on their home turf. Anything else you want to add about the BH3 matchup before I have to just clearly just breeze right past it? Go on and lean in here.
Bam, bam. Thanks for the follow, Sikon. Welcome in.
Lined up, but I had to make that joke. All jokes aside, their team is really, really talented. They have a crazy amount of just so much skill in their young players, especially, of course, Rezu, who's going crazy. But yeah, I think we're really excited that we won that matchup. Now we're going to be going to 2Z, which we are very prepared for. We kind of know what they're doing, obviously, because we face them in groups. And yeah, we're feeling good now that we beat BH3. I think one of our biggest obstacles.
Kyrios, you have won so many ICs.
Can I be
This will
curious?
Continue your string of individual victories. Another trophy for the trophy case. Is this just another day at the office, or is this one going to mean something a little different for you?
No, I think it's a bit more meaningful. Obviously, Luminosity from last year or previous years has kind of gone their separate ways.
I think I would
So
just
being able to
completely
play with
fold in
another
that
team is
moment.
Definitely a challenging experience.
Not gonna lie.
Also a very you know, nurturing experience. I'm going to really appreciate my
Dude
old
just
teammates, but also my new
staring
teammates a lot more.
deeply.
And, yeah, I've been able to just learn so much from playing with this new squad. I'm very
Folded
excited.
like a piece
And
of
being able
paper.
to win this international with this new squad would mean so much.
It really feels to me that you and
Look how
Roland
close he
kind of are the
is.
cornerstones of this team, helping bring up Chrismith and Ducky, and of course, Vin finally getting to shine on the big stage
That's
with
out,
the
right?
kind of players around them. Anything
Look
else
how
you'd like
close
to
he
add
is.
about those 3 individuals specifically, Vin, Chrismith, or Ducky?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think obviously those three are just probably the most talented players in North America. I'm very happy that we were able to pick them up and be able to kind of form them under the Evil Genius flag. Yeah, I think nothing much more to be said. They're just really good.
Well, if there's nothing else to be said, you and I are going to lock eyes right here as we send it back to the booth. Take it away.
What are we watching?
Yeah.
What are we watching right now? Was it an interview?
It's levels of locked
an interrogation?
It's levels of locked in that I don't think we've ever seen. But yeah, these players and our casters are locked in.
You know what I feel a little more comfortable with is you breaking down.
Great, I'd
play.
love to.
Let's do that, shall we?
Awesome. I want to talk just quickly about one of those final moments. I talk a lot about map positioning and why I think it's so
Zoink's in
important.
his element right now,
I
baby.
want to talk about why EG was focusing on it. So while we have this still, everybody take a look with me at the mini-map, or if you can see it up here, this is Rezu's position on the Inteleon. Because of their positioning in the fight, they knew they had to fight from basically top to bottom. Sure. They forced BH3 out, which means you want to target that Inteleon first and foremost. So where do our defenders post up? In this tall grass right here. So if we watch out how this plays, that's the intended target. However, things don't go exactly that way. Instead, we actually find a Blissey right here at this moment. This is where we were talking about.
You get the Blissey assistance right away, so that kind of forces.
Watch bottom side. Megu utilizes
That forces
that
both,
slow beam
or obviously forces Blissey to unite, and then forces Scyther to unite.
To the Vin Diesel's Glaceon. Sorry about that. Hitting the Glaceon, which is so important, but it also means we're not there for the Mega Gyarados, which is where Chris Smith is currently just carving it up on the top side. Megu having some really tough decisions to make in that situation, prioritizes kind of defending the Kyogre pit, and in the end, it just kind of falls down from there. Evil Geniuses able to really shred it up. So thank you so much, everybody.
Oh, and they just missed Chris Smith there.
Evil Geniuses prepares for that fight is actually how they win that fight.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that, again, it's a great show of Evil Geniuses and the experience that they bring to the table. It's always a difficult situation when you've got one full team one side, one full team the other. How do you break them apart?
Yeah.
What are your... We were talking about the entrance ways for Yutao and how he was struggling. No such struggle for Chris Smith and Evil Geniuses, but we have one final quarterfinal to bring you before our semi-final docket is locked in. Volticons up on stage for the first time today. What a wait. Going up against the last hope for Brazil in Tuzi Esports. After this.
And they're still in it? Oh, yeah, but yeah, and they're still in it.
They are.
Anyway, we'll be back after this.
They're begging to go to break. Begging. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna throw up some of my trash real quick. I'll be right back. Be back. Etc.
Remember that time at the Oscars when they came back from break and Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper just started singing? It's like that before Unite, because we're heading right into draft immediately for our next game here at EUIC, and we've got a pretty exciting one for you. As we've talked about, EU's chances still alive in this tournament, as well as Brazil. We have Volticons versus Tuzi. Dupes next. How are you, brother?
I'm feeling good. Tuzi, of course, already played on our stage today. This is Volticon's first time up there on day 2. We'll see if they've been able to maintain the momentum from
Captain
day 1 into day 2, or if they're going to walk
Sorry, I
in
was just
You gotta love
taking a
it
quick
when
break
you're a
while they
player
were in
like
break.
Mats on the
31
side of
months.
Tuzi, and they have
Insane.
targeted
Hope you're having a
bans
good
for you in every
Saturday.
single game. The first thing every
just
team
getting,
does now is just say, get
oh,
rid of
gosh.
Zero. We don't even want to deal with this one player's one Pokemon that no one else is interested in, by the way, in the
You're
entire
just
tournament.
watching
I think
EUIC,
maybe Otter played it once.
checking
but
out what's
outside
going
that,
on.
Soulage also getting a ban, which is another backup plan that Mats has when Zero Aura has been eliminated from that equation. We'll see how this draft shapes
Oh,
up
nice.
here as Busy
Love that.
quickly eyes up Umbreon, a Pokemon
I've
that has
never-
slowly
I've
but
not
surely
played
gotten
Marvel
4
Rivals.
bans throughout the cycle of this tournament.
Like
I'm
Marvel
wondering if Mazo
Universe
really
fan?
likes base Gyarados or if he would take a Mega Gyarados in this situation. They always seem to put him on regular Gyarados, but we'll see. In fact, no, they grab Mega Lucario early, and they also grab the
I
Psyduck.
know.
Psyduck having such a tournament, it's an extremely powerful Pokemon right now.
Yeah,
Not
I was
surprised
breaking
to see
down
once
that
again.
last fight
Alongside of Volticons, looks like they might
because
be
they were
getting
winning
Gyarados,
game 2.
possibly Wiggly. We did see a little Wiggly earlier.
Yeah, I don't think this is where you
Yeah,
need
I
to
think
grab
there were a
Wiggly
couple
if this
things
is
that
the
went
direction
wrong
you
in
wanna
that game
go, to
too.
be honest, and this makes a lot more sense. Mega Gyarados into Mew, Chari having, of course, great Mew games themselves. Back the other way, Anthras quickly grabbing a Vaporeon, no doubt in their mind for that. Matt's grabbing a Pawmon.
I wouldn't say
Yeah,
I'm like a
Pokemon
hater. I
also
just
had
I
quite a bit of a
never
tournament run.
like
It just
really
feels
got
like one
into
of
it.
those ones that partway through everyone started to realize
Like I
there's
watched
really
some of the
exciting
movies, but I was
strategies
never
that
like I need to
aren't
go see every
take it down,
movie.
especially if you have great support on your side, able to help keep it around in some of these bigger fights. Final couple of picks, we have the Urshifu, we have the Clefable. Last pick to Tuzi, one that we have not seen much at all, but I do think is very good still. That's Armarouge.
Yeah, talk to me about Armarouge in this gutter pick. What are they seeing that makes this thing make sense?
Well, there are a couple ways you can
No.
go with this, right? I mean, the build
No,
they have
he
on there
didn't.
right now, that tells me that
They had a
want to
heartbreaking
ball
loss.
with this thing. They've got the fire spin. They want to get close and
Yeah,
fight,
they
right?
had a
The
heartbreaking-
focus
yeah.
band,
It
that
went to a
helmet, the
game
curse
3 and it
item
came
all
down
leads me
to
believe
like
that. And you know, you've got this moonlight
a
from
final
Clefable. You've
stop.
got a very similar range
Like they were about a
on, the
millisecond,
fire spin
like
from
fractions
Armarouge.
of a second
Try to
for
follow
sure,
it and shut that
away
down.
from
The
winning,
other option,
but
they do switch it around, of
their
course. You could
score got
see
interrupted
some
by a jump pad.
long-range damage from this Pokemon with a really solid stun, but again,
Yeah.
the current build it has leads
And
me to
also,
think
yeah,
it wants
Dig
to fight.
Dig lost
Same
too.
thing with the
I don't know if you
Pawmon.
saw
Then on the other
that.
side,
That was
you're
heartbreaking.
looking at most
Yeah,
likely a
there were
Water
some
Bear
just
and a
heartbreaking
Clefable.
losses.
They
It's
also
been
would like to go toe-to-toe. So this is an interesting
impressive
one.
by
In
the
my
teams that have
opinion,
been
Tuzi,
able to pull
I
out.
would've
I think
expected them to
CACM
snatch up this Gyarados from
is
Yeah,
incredible.
without a doubt, especially like you said, how good Mazo
I
is with
am
base
interested
model
to see if
Gyarados, as we like
CAC
to call
it could be
just regular
CACM and
Gyarados.
EG.
I
I think
this
that would be the
Clefable,
best matchup.
like
Yeah.
second to last pick from
Yeah, they won
Volticons,
game 1.
Very solid. Has
They
a good
lost
opportunity
a
not only in the
heartbreaker of game
follow-up,
2
but,
and
you
then
know,
just
there is
a complete
world where
dagger to the
gravity
heart in
comes
game
into
3. They
play
lost by
as well,
6
'cause
points.
You can, like, you don't have to stymie every target. You just have
They
to
lost by
catch one of
6
them
points.
to really be able to do it.
Yeah.
We got a cheer going on in the crowd as we get this thing started. Volticons unite, your purple team. 2Z Esports, your orange team. EU's chances
Move up here
for
so I'm
the
not blocking any of the
championship
picture-in-picture.
alive, as Volticons could be heading to our
Yeah,
semifinals. Of
it's
course,
tough.
the lone team from Brazil left in our tournament, 2Z Esports. They would like to be the team heading there. Leozen trying to steal something.
Yeah, go on and invade, why not? You're the duck, you got the headache action, you got a confused blast that can do work.
Got it,
gonna scamper away. And this is a couple successful invades that you and I have seen. Not necessarily grabbing a buff, but just grabbing a ball toy to be able to get some experience and just slow things down, and now snatching their berries to boot.
Come on, back in, trying to take this away from Urshifu. Notoriously one of the worst early Pokemon in the game, so we'll see if they're able to make this happen. Could be a big scare. Come on! Leozen, you absolute thief. Able to grab the red buff, and we still don't have Urshifu evolved.
That was a big O-Duck moment for Volticons as Kubfu is still struggling now. 3 players in the top path for 2Z, and off to a great start here off the back of Leozen.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. And you know, this team is sharp enough to understand, hey, this Pokemon is phenomenally bad until it evolves. So we're going to invade, and if it works out, it pays off in such a big way. I mean, just paying dividends here, trying to slow him down. Don't you dare. Okay.
Duck, duck, duck,
Leozen
duck.
gets this. Wow.
So right in is Mats looking to put tons of pressure on. Fire Spin, you were right. That's exactly where we're at. Oh, look at all this damage, though. Blue Bear steps back.
Fire Spin on Arma.
Like laundry. The rest of 2Z is
Into a brawly comp, it's kind of good.
Situation is well covered.
I think the only thing you're kind of worried about is Mew.
This is extremely mean right now.
You're worried about Mew as Armor Rouge, but that's about it.
At the start of this match, winning every single engagement, way up on levels. Level 7 right now for Mats. We have Lucario at level 6 in the top path, now level 7. It's just playing some lights out Pokemon Unite, and Volticons is completely on the back foot.
Without a doubt. Leon going to get a stack in, of course, ranking up the healing on that Moonlight as they're fading back to the rest of their team. Fizzy and Chari in the mix. E-Ball there, Canas moving back to hang out with Leozen, and that's a good little psychic pull just to show that they can do it.
Now we have Mats possibly heading to the top path with the Lucario. We know that your Shifu is making their way there, so they may end up fighting in the top path as multiple members are hiding in the tall grass. Snow looking for a fight. Leon right there going to help. No, close combat. They're in trouble. They need to peel back. Here comes Palmon.
I mean, right into the mix.
Man, Palmon living, just barely living.
Knockout there, Chari with the cover. Mazo on 1/3 HP. Trying to surf them back is Leozen.
Hydro Pump on Vaporeon. Not seeing it a ton, but we're seeing it like a little bit.
They wanted did Volticons, and that was Max.
Yeah, that was great from Volticons, and 2Z was not able to
like seeing it like every once in a while.
Really smart play there from Volticons. Just pool your resources so you can pick up one of these big KOs. Regirock now very close to going down here.
You got to save the power punch. Oh, almost got it.
Low solar beam though.
Very close, and Chari has been doing this all weekend long, flexing this Mew into different roles to make sure that they can do the best they can for Volticons. Tibby's the one in a blender right now. They're trying to flop all the way to the pad, and they are successful, and 2Z Esports gives up.
Yeah, we're stacking a
really
Vaporeon, I think.
Psychic there from the side deck, but not able to stop them. Now trying to fight on pad. Kennis, not a bad situation for them, but with multiple members of Volticons, they are going to have to peel back here. We have Leozen now down to the bottom path, just making sure that they can push them off this. Vaporeon is now here.
He broke the
Kennis moving
Umbreon passive.
as this Armor Rouge. Now that it has the support, it's looking to scrap. Here comes Palma with the Supercell Slam.
Right into the back line. They're targeting Mew that forces out the Unite move, and finally Snow is popping off with this Blue Shifu. They get a couple targets, but get knocked out back the other way themselves.
Mega Lucario's here now.
Company is just holding on
Putting a
well
blender
enough to turn this tide. Ooh, we just rolled a Hyper Beam from Leon. Are they going to be able to pull the trigger on it and get something good here? Follow me straight there. Mean look as well. Leozen hanging out. There was the Hyper Beam, but all that HP gained back by Mazo on this Mega Lucario with the close combat.
Yeah, the close combat and Vaporeon showing up is just great news for Lucario as it moves down towards this objective. Able to secure easily, able to rip easily.
Yeah, Mega Lucario
makes short work.
difference in that one.
Leon and Chari just watching that goal zone get worked on. Regieleki hits, which makes life
Good
work
math.
for the rest
They
of
could
the
have
team.
easily
Big
broke
over
that
there,
with
I
a minimal
believe it was a
overcap, but they did the
+32.
math.
Yeah, nice stuff here for Tuesday, up 167-102. However, Volticons digging themselves out of that hole. Right back in this game, having a couple of good fights here. They also now have their Unite move on Gyarados to make some big plays. So we'll see how this next one goes, given we have more Unites on the side of Volticons now.
Nice little mean look there, but it catches the Psyduck. I wasn't quite sure there for a moment if it was going to be Matt's. Anthras moving through. Fizzy getting pulled with the Psychic, put in the blender. They're gone. Psyduck just setting up these knockouts for Mats right here. Registeel's at half. Popping the Unite move is the Urshifu. They're going straight towards the Armarouge, who's fire spinning back towards their team. We have to follow me from Leon. They're
Oh, great Psycho Boom.
They pull the attention
Oh,
just for a second.
Psyduck
Registeel is
gets that.
taken in the meantime, and Snow and Leon are doing their best
Yeah.
in the face of 5.
See, this
The
Armarouge
push
is kinda
continues.
cooking.
They want more action. They want this
The only
goal
thing
zone.
you're worried
Close
about is
combat
this
just
Fire
so
Spin
good.
Armarouge is the
Mats
Mew.
going deep
If they could
down
just
that
prioritize
flush
getting
zone
that
to
thing
try and
away
get a
from him,
knockout. Finally,
like,
the mean look is there. Can they
Armarouge
get the
just still is
knockout
so
is
good.
what I'm wondering. Fizzy on the chase, dodges the Psychic, and Mats is out of dodge.
Wow, I mean, Palmont getting out of there is pretty criminal, but we had Leozen also running some cover for it. They just couldn't continue to follow up there, as we have some big moments here, a lot of them facilitated by this Mega Lucario. Mega Lucario having a ton of big fights, getting some huge secures for the side of Tuzi. They're now up 229-102, and it does feel like they have a bit of a hold on this match.
Yeah, and we've got that Whirlpool Vaporeon as well. So good self-sustain throughout the Tuzi roster on top of Vaporeon there for the support, playing the pseudo support.
That's a
2
Pantomath.
seconds until our Regieleki Aura Cannon is popped. Mazo has gone full Mega into the back line.
Okay, we got Gyarados. Gyarados has Unite now.
I
don't know if he'll use it.
Excuse me, Anthras goes down. Snow pivots
No,
back.
they don't need to
Leon
use
getting
it.
credit for the palm on
He'll save
Mats.
it.
And now, all of a sudden, signs of life. from
Tippy's
Volticon.
only
I feel like
11
we keep
though.
saying that all weekend. Signs of life from a team
Kinda
that's
low
behind.
levels all
Signs of life
around.
from a team that's behind. Keeping these games close. That's
Oh,
gonna
wow.
give them the
Massive
opportunity for a
overcap.
gargantuan over exists. Snow plus 49, and that goal lead
Yeah,
shrinks.
Urshifu at 13.
Much
Everybody
closer
else
now,
is kind of low.
175-229. Just really one team peeling off and scoring will change this game in a massive way. Mazo right now looking to see if they can get their level 13 off some of this experience.
Okay,
And
we
they're
do get
also
Palmont
positioned
there.
pretty well for this top
Lucario will
Regi.
probably
We have
get there.
Umbreon making their way top. Mazo's
Armarouge
actually gonna head
won't.
back to base, and
So you won't
then
have
comes the
Psych
top
or
path.
Psyshock
Kenneth's
Plus.
watching here, and doesn't look like Volticons are
Unless
gonna
they get
contest
this.
much. This would be a great red
They
giant
get
for a
this,
team
it'll
that
actually be
already
pretty
cares
close.
A lot about self-sustain.
They may
Just
just
giving
like
them
try
a
to give
little
them
extra
like the
oomph to
solo
these fights would
EXP.
be
Like you might
pretty
see Palmont
monumental,
peel
and they're gonna
away.
get it for free. What they won't
No, they
have
don't.
is incredible
It's still
positioning
close.
around
12
the
and a
Kyogre
half.
pit, but to be fair, Volticons is now
Like
just all getting
60% of the way there at 13.
Mazo has been hiding out. Anthras getting information.
You have
Now the
Urshifu
rest
at
of the
14
squad
though.
pulls up, and Volticons has already been there. Fizzy exposes themselves to see if they can draw a deep engagement and get a catch with mean looks. Such is not the truth.
Yeah, we're going to see if anyone wants to move in for this fight. We have the Psyshock kind of pushing back. Here comes Umbreon with the Snarl, but no, ends up backing up. Anthras with the Aqua Ring, just healing their team
Yeah.
from a little bit of a solar
We could just,
beam right
like,
there, pushing
target
around
the
Hyper
clef
Pump. No
with
one
this
really
Armarouge.
predicted
Oh,
this
here's the
engage,
fight.
but here once again, Umbreon
Oh, no, they're
moves in.
peeling away.
I mean, the psychic pull almost got Leon. Fizzy running a cover right. Oh, Snow getting beat up.
Oh,
Palma
Snow
with the
has to
engage,
run
kind of
away
caught
here.
out. They have to force out the Snow coverage for the rest of the team. Look at them. They gave up all the positioning advantage they gained.
No Unite moves from either squad yet. Everyone being extremely patient.
Nice
They
pulling
caught the
Gyarados. Mew
really
hits
go, and no
3.
Solar Beam hits 4 members. They're going to peel back right here. This fight is so close. They're just ready to go. Here we go. Moving in.
Oh, mean look is there. We popped some Unite moves.
Okay.
We have gone
Umbreon
Mega. We're
stealing some
moving back into the
shields.
middle here.
Armarouge is
Psyduck
in
has an
trouble.
opportunity, and all of a
Oh,
sudden,
able to
one
hold
player
off
on
this
each side.
Urshifu.
Unite move by
Able to
Psyduck,
get him.
but they're on the chopping block there.
Urshifu,
It's
Umbreon down.
with no
Only
HP.
lost to
Tim
Psyduck.
gets into the back line,
Gyarados
trying to
down.
run,
Clefable
and they
down.
are gone.
Everything's
Chari
crumbling. It's
nowhere
just
to
the
be
Mew.
found as the rest of
They should be able to
Volticons
rip
is
if they
sprung
want.
to
I don't know if they
Here we are
do.
looking for Kyogre.
They
If
are
can
looking
get
for
it off the
Mew.
board
Nice
fast
Supercell
enough,
to
even
try to
if
draw out the
stole
Mew.
It wouldn't matter because only one player
Try to
would get
zone
it.
him
The
out.
quicker they
Umbreon's
deal with
back,
Kyogre,
but I don't
the
think he
better.
gets
They
in.
don't want more players from their
We're
team
just
to
gonna
spawn.
try to take out the
Mew
Mew.
moving in.
Yeah.
Chari not
Done.
even able to stop it.
Umbreon's
This should be an
coming.
easy
Got it
secure
though.
for Tuzi
Lucario
to
power
get it in.
punch.
They're gonna march to
Tuzi's
score,
taking
and
it.
really doesn't look like there's anything Volticons can do in game 1.
A well played counter fight actually by Tuesday.
Yeah, really good
Good
play.
engagement.
I love
They
Armor
thought they
Rouge
had the
there.
focus they wanted. Tuesday pivoting backwards incredibly well.
Like, Armor Rouge just
turtling
put
up
him on the clef,
incredibly well, using their
try to
self-sustain,
counter that
getting
death
around
ball.
Vaporeon, and
Looked really good.
At the end of the day, it was just enough to tip the scales in their favor.
You don't see Armor Rouge too much right now.
Yeah, we had some good stuff there from Volticons, but without question, the fights, especially as the game started to go on, really were in the favor of Tuesday. And I'm surprised to not see Mazo on kind of the signature Gyarados he has been playing all tournament, but seeing him on this Mega Lucario, I mean, that was fantastic. They had so many big moments for Mazo. You're getting these power-up punches that are sliding through multiple enemies once it's Mega'd, huge close combats, and their potential for secure around these objectives.
That's huge.
Is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we had the focus that was so hard on mats, right? Every team seems to be trying to cut mats off from their selections. And the Palmot, it's able to, Supercell Slam, able to get so deep. All of a sudden, it just opens the highway for this Lucario to step through. And, you know, it's kind of the old adage of out of the frying pan into the fire. Just because you were able to contend with one doesn't mean you're dealing with all the issues.
And here we're taking a look at some of our big moments in game number one. This was a nice fight here for Volticons. And now we're taking a look, of course, at the big Kyogre fight. This moment was just a little bit of a do-si-do. Back and forth, one foot in, one foot out, the hokey-pokey, all of that until we finally move in for the fight. Mega Gyarados moves in, knocks up a couple. We've got the Umbreon Unite move. Big solar beams throughout. However,
look at
Tuesday just
how
would not go down. You see them even move
Armor
towards
Rouge
Kenneth
just
right
stays
here,
up
but
that
we're able to
entire
keep
time.
this Pokemon around. Your player of the game, I got to agree, Mazo on Mega Lucario, just putting in the work, having one of his best showings of the entire tournament on a Pokemon that I have not been able to watch him play throughout because I've seen so much Gyarados.
It almost seems like if the other team goes Mega Gyarados and his pick is after, he goes regular Gyarados. But in this case, they prioritized this Mega Lucario, and after that, it almost seems like, okay, then the Mega Gyarados is fine. So their draft strategy and reactionary draft strategy has been a lot of fun to watch this weekend. Of course, Mazo, you love to see him back in this position, really helping anchor this team. You know, before, in the past few years, it's felt like they've kind of been like just a step back, supporting everybody, you know, kind of being the facilitator for other players' success. But I love to see them have moments like this where they get to shine and really show how good of a player they are and what that action is all about.
You see the heat map there. That is a top path Pokemon, and they were living there in this game. Feeling good, getting ready. One more win, they move on to the semifinals, and their chance of bringing home not only their Worlds invite, but a slot for LATAM is, you know, getting closer and closer. Volticons had a really strong day one, and that just felt like they couldn't seem to get it together here. I have to say, I'm happy to be branded as this at this point. I am #1 water bear hater. I do not believe in this Pokemon. It doesn't ever. It's like, I get it. It feels just like, at this point, almost low-rent Palmot in some of these games. I'm not sure what huge value these teams are feeling like they're getting out of it, and a lot of teams are picking it up. So I understand this is probably a me thing, but I'm just not seeing it win.
Well, I mean, yeah, between you and I, we haven't watched a lot of quality Blue Bear games, especially this weekend, and haven't seen a really good one in a long time. Is that a you and I problem? You know, just because we're here means it doesn't do good? Or is that
Could
like...
be.
Is that a causation thing? I don't
Hey, stats team, we need to know the difference between correlation and causation.
Right here.
And we also want to know, how's Water Bear doing this weekend? Is it crushing it? We're just not seeing it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if we can go ahead and get the Blue Bear win rate on screen, that would be greatly appreciated. Specifically Blue Bear.
Yes.
Don't give us Urshifu stuff.
Yeah, do not just
Don't
give us
do
Urshifu. If Wicked Blow won, that doesn't count. Also, if things are correlated, are they causated? I don't know.
Both words begin with the letter C. We do know that.
We're getting closer and closer to the truth here. As Tuesday is getting closer and closer to those semifinals, felt like a really strong game from them. I would feel very confident heading into this next one. Volticons, I want to see more of day one.
They weren't.
More of what they were throwing.
They were like very much
Then
not.
again, Unless I find out
Evil
it's water
Genius
gravity one
is
night,
Curio
sure, game
specifically
over.
was like,
Then I wanna see
we'll
something
get
different.
Tuesday next.
Yeah.
So
I
they
wanna
clearly
see
did not
you
believe in
show us
Volticons
how
either.
you're able to win with it.
Yeah.
Honestly, right here, we kind of have the folks in the crowd taking a page out of the Brazilian fans' playbook and just starting chants.
Yeah.
And I love that. We need that.
Oh, I love it so much. When
Huge.
we had, you know, year one, I remember.
Hopefully everybody's
Worlds
having a
in
good
Brazil,
Saturday.
Like so many people had flown.
Anybody do anything
out
fun
to
for
watch. At that
Valentine's
time,
Day?
One of Mazzo's teams in the World Championships, and they were so exciting. The crowd was electric for them. Well, we're here in EU right now, and they have a lot of hometown favorites. Obviously, Pep's still in this tournament, but a few of the EU teams are dropping. We just saw BH3 get taken down by Evil Geniuses. Volticons right now hanging on by a thread.
Volticons.
I'm still like dreaming about that breakfast sandwich from this morning. It was so good. It was like better than it normally is too. Like
and get wins. To have
something about that
honestly,
new
they're
hot
the
sauce
first
is
team
really
out of their
good.
groups. They're the first place team out of the group, able to get that bye into the top 8 range of this tournament. So there's certainly some positive things for Volticons. However, what you and I were watching yesterday is not the compilation that they put together here in Game 1. Save Chari on the Mew.
Yeah, Chari's Mew is incredible too, and we saw it in that match. We'll see how they're able to sort of react to what was just thrown at them here. I think stealing Mega Lucario would not be a bad idea if they have someone who can play it, because it was so impactful on the side of Tuzi, but we will have to see how this draft plays out. Obviously, a lot of things change when a team sort of switches it up in draft, and at least
Let's
from
see if
the Tuzi
Volticons can
we've
even
been
this up.
seeing, that felt like a bit of a switch up, right? Volticons were targeting Mats hard, and they were not able
Keep
to
like
fully
dropping
shut
like
that
a couple
down.
frames here and there.
Meanwhile, we had Mazzo
I don't know
just
if we're having internet
picking
issues in the area.
showing a new look, picking something that I haven't seen a ton from him, which was pretty incredible.
I know Chari went into the well there and took their standard Mew, but that's maybe something I would have liked to seen switch to maybe a Charge Beam Miraidon or something with a cursed anything. Try and slow this thing down.
Okay, let's get into
Zeraora,
draft. We're banning Zeraora.
Umbreon this time. Volticons first picked Umbreon.
I know
before.
Tuzi likes
Tuzi
playing it.
Esports, Char, Mega Char Y, Mimikyu, and the Crusler.
Once again, we are targeting Matt's heart right now. On the other side, of course, Charizard Y just can't seem to make it through. Crustal's very scary. First pick here.
87% ban rate for Char Y.
They are going to take Blastoise, which opens up once again Mega Lucario for Tuzi, and I would happily snap that up. It was a massive difference maker in Game 1.
And we're rotating through. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Duck again.
Yeah.
That was crazy strong. Eldegoss, oh, wow. I'm a bit surprised by that. And that means Leon has the opportunity to snatch up the Duck for their team here.
Interesting choice here for this Eldegoss. I'm wondering if they just think there's no way they're grabbing Psyduck right now, but we'll see what they want to pick. A few seconds here. Daddy Leon, no, they are going to switch into Mew. Maybe they knew that they weren't going to be able to grab Duck yet because they needed this Mew, or maybe they were honestly trying to bait out them grabbing it so they could take Mew away from them. Either way, we're getting our next couple picks here. We've got the Snorlax. We once again have the Palmont. Final 2 for Volticons. Snow on something like a Scyther, Talonflame. That feels like sort of the signature we've seen from this player. I think it's a better choice than what we saw before.
Okay, Slowbro gonna be the gutter pick for Volticons, and back
We
the other
going-
way. Canis
going
has
back to
full
it?
information to make their selection
I was
here.
gonna say, are we going back to
Hovering
Armo?
the
I think
Alola
Mewtwo goes
Raichu,
well here.
Switching over to the Mega Mewtwo. Wham.
Mega Mewtwo Y is an interesting pick here. I mean, Raichu also pretty interesting. They definitely were more in their opponent's face last game, and they knew it would be some close-up brawling with that Armarouge. Now it looks
Interesting
like
to see like the different builds on like what people prioritize with Mewtwo
They're gonna
Y.
have the ability to teleport away every time that Blastoise, Zacian, or even Scyther comes in.
Choice
And,
specs
with something
on
like
this
Side
one.
Strike, they set up situations where even if Blastoise does make it in, they're not going to be able to move Mewtwo Y around. So going for
Oh, I know
more
they're going
mobility,
Spoon.
more safety from range with the Mewtwo Y pick.
I mean, we go from a match.
It's
where
interesting, like, what
Psyduck
people
is the most
prefer on it.
valuable
It seems like there's a
commodity
lot
to
of
now not banned or
like
picked,
variance
and it
in
wasn't
what
picked by a
players
team that
like
just
on
used it
Mewtwo.
to
Some
great
like the more
success.
attack
Yeah, I mean,
speed,
they
some like
definitely
the
had
extra
another idea of what
special
they were going
attack.
for. again, I wonder if they were trying
I
to
don't know.
bait their opponents.
I think I play attack speed on it more. At least that's what I found that I enjoy a little bit more.
They just didn't want to play it again, and we're going to see if they can steal that Mew after their opponents took Psyduck. Either way, the Duck is not making an appearance here in game number 2. Tuzi up 1 right now. They win this, they're heading to the semifinals. Brazil's chances are still alive. We can see the crowd cheering out there. A little Spartan Tano. Grassroots caster had a great one.
Yeah, very solid. I love the Volticons chants we're hearing. They're actually, I don't know if you guys are hearing it through our microphones, but it's drowning you out as you're just talking to me when they really get up into it. So they've got the power of the entire region at their backs.
And here we go, the entire region supporting them. Volticons unite, your purple team. Tuzi Esports, your orange team.
What
Tuzi
is going on with my
right
internet?
now, about to walk into the semifinals unless Volticons can stop them. These are best of ones, Doob Snacks, in this single elimination. I should say these are single elimination. They're not best of ones.
No.
You know what?
No, they are not.
I'm going to take it all again. Volticons, unite your purple team. All right, here we are.
Fizzy actually doing a good job getting some secures, trying to slow Mazo down and being moderately successful here. Tibby on this Zacian needs to contend with Gosler. Snow already there to pounce. No target willing to play ball here. Palmont not in the mix just yet, but you know Mats is on their way.
Yeah, that's the value of something like that Scyther, right? It's so incredibly fast, making it up to the top path. If Tuzi was overextending there, they could pick up a KO, but I think very intelligently they played back in that moment. Now, Mats, looks like they got some information as to where the Scyther was. It might have been Anthras, it might have been Mats. Either way, Mats now on the top path. Mewtwo is going to have to run. It's in a lot of trouble. Mazo up here trying to make something happen. Leosin does evolve, but a lot of that heads over to the side of Tuzi.
Yeah, I mean, really, not everything has to be about the fight. Sometimes it can just be, well, we'll get an advantage here, easily take some of this experience. Counterpoint, Volticons susses that out and gets some good experience for themselves. Correlation indicates a statistical association where 2 variables move together, while causation means one variable directly causes the other to change.
Sure, but what does that mean? As we're getting ready for another possible fight here. Mazo almost level 5. We do have level 5 as well from the Zacian. They're able to move forward here. It's going to be Sacred Sword, which you don't see as much anymore, Doob Snacks.
No, you really don't. I love that we asked 2 questions from a production team and the actual statistic. There it is! Rapture Roofer 7 times picked, 2 wins, 5 losses. Single strike picked 11 times. Might as well finish that stat out and let us know how it did. But, you know,
might as well finish that stat.
Here in this moment. Single rapid strike Urshifu not looking great.
Well, the correlation there is very interesting. Reggie Drago going down as we have Mats moving towards this bottom path here. That is level 8.5 on this Scyther. So they're looking for a fight. They might actually sneak up to the top path, win a quick one against this Lucario, let Zacian take over, and then head down. We'll see what they decide to do here, as Scyther is sort of roaming through the center.
Yeah, seeing that Mazo is left alone, Tibby keeping an eye on them. Good cutoff
Level
by
6s,
Leozi
so they're
and
going to pivot.
to make sure that Snow can't just get a free knockout here. But what does that mean? That means the rotation back downstairs as Mats is all alone. We're watching this up front
it's just
here.
the
You said
Palmont.
Sacred Sword from the Zacian. We usually see that Metal Claw. Mats taking a lot of damage here, charging up that Supercell Slam, getting out.
Oh my gosh.
Combo, and
It
they're able to
jacked
get a
into
knockout.
the
Leon really favoring the stall
Hydro
throw,
Pump.
popping the Unite move. Anthras able to just punch Snow in the teeth and cut off their pursuit.
Yeah, I like that there. Here we have Kenneth moving forward here. Mazo with a possible secure. The close combat is ready. So is the power-up punch. Is it going to be low enough? They look for it, and they
Nice.
get it. Nice one for Tuzi.
Right out
That's
of
gonna
the
give
Mew's
them a ton of
hands.
HP as well, so they don't go down in this moment. Scary for Tuzi on the razor's edge in that fight, but you know, staying in the pocket, making sure Lucario was ready with the power-up punch was Tuzi. They were able to get the secure. They are behind on the scoreboard, but a nice big fight for them.
Chari actually with a big boosted auto, almost securing that in between all of the Tuzi esports players. Now, how is this adjustment going to happen? Anthrax with just a heavy slam just to let them know they're around. Now the block is going to be enough to allow the Regieleki to go to 2Z Esports.
Here we go, Palmont with the Regieleki. We have Snow also taking some experience right here. I know they would love to have that Unite move back online, but it was used pretty recently. I don't know if they will have it for this fight as they're trying to charge it up and see play.
I mean, Leon just getting absolutely bullied into the corner. They use their slow beam, but for no real value. Leozine goes down the other way. Kennis is mega, but they are down. Snow is putting the pressure.
Wow.
Chari popping their Unite move and supporting
Snow kind
in
of
a
cooked
big
there.
way here, and they're going to get, I believe, an 18-point overdunk, 108-0. I didn't even notice that Tuzi hasn't scored.
No, Tuzi has not scored at all, which of course when you're a Pokemon that likes to stack like Mega Lucario, that is very disappointing. All the while, Snow, you know, just taking their time before that fight, really doing everything they could to make sure that they were able to get that Unite move online, and you saw how impactful that was, cleaning up the entirety of Tuzi right there. Leon just trying to steal away some of that with the hot water from Scald. A nice counter as well to the Palmont.
I think Mazo is going to go bottom to try to stack.
Leozine sitting on pad, waiting for Mats and Kenas to get into the mix.
No, he's just going to come back up.
Up.
Doesn't have Unite, so maybe he's close.
We know the Pollen Puff has hit Tibby, so there's at least a bit of information there. We're trying to charge this slam. They know that Tibby went in the bush, and if
you have
they
Mewtwo Unite.
into this bush, bang, you get two.
And now you have Palmont again. There's the Mewtwo, there's the Palmont. And now we can score with Luca. They're going to get a couple stacks, I think. No, let Luca stack. Wow, teleport. Where's that HP bar?
You cannot see the HP. The HP is alive, but it's enough for Tuzi right here as they take a big fight. And you're right, the Scyther trying to peel back, getting caught with that Mewtwo Unite move. The Infinite Cyburn was the perfect opportunity for a big-time KO on the level 12 Pokemon. Nice fight from Tuzi, who has been struggling this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously they've
shrunk that
score lead a little bit, right? Still not ideal, but what
you have a
we've
Unite
seen
move, though.
on and on this tournament is if you can keep the experience parity, is despite the score being weighted in one
nice
direction,
teleport.
you still have a chance.
Better surf,
Lucario
though.
is alive and well, going
However,
straight down,
there's not
quick
a lot of
knockout.
follow-up for Blastoise.
Fizzy goes down. Anthrax going to work back towards
Solar Beam Mew? Nope, Power
Blinding
Punch.
Solar Beam is fairly successful here as Regieleki walks. Leon goes down. I believe they just used their Unite move again, the slow beam, for not much value, but use it now or lose it. Matt's into the back line. They want some action. Chari pops theirs. Close combat doesn't hit anything. Good surf reposition. Hydro pump into the wall, and that's a nice follow-up by Snow to get the KO.
Okay, we got 2 stacks on Lucario now.
Their surf back, and we're getting quality battles here. Volticon's kind of a rope-a-dope type situation, having Tuzi step forward, overextend, and then hitting him with a haymaker.
Yeah, that was great from Volticons, and Tuzi panicked in that moment. They needed to get some points in. Lucario ends up jumping back. A small overcap. They are up now, but there's that tier 1 goal zone right there for Volticons. So as soon as we hit the 2-minute mark, or even if they'd like to before, you could peel up and score in that tier 1, even this up, or even get ahead. Tuzi right now feeling a lot better after that fight, at least score-wise, but they do seem to be getting beat by Volticons in a lot of these big fights. A difference from game 1. We have not seen Mazo have much of a Mega Lucario game at all here in game 2.
Yeah, a completely different situation. Anthrax gonna bush check. We've got 20 seconds until our boss monster
there.
here.
No, we have vision on Bro.
On Tuzi. Heavy slam over.
Into
Leon
the block.
Against the wall. Is this gonna be the engage we want? Leon completely displaced.
Yup, it is. There it is. Bro down. Zacian has to retreat. Scyther very low. There's that Blastoise Unite. Blastoise toast. Mewtwo Y Mega Evolve still a little bit. They're gonna move to Groudon. Halfway down. Do we have Zacian to come in? Looking to slice it down. No, it's Mazo.
Finally shows themselves in this game and gets it secure. Chari is in the mist, but it's not going to be enough. 190, 140. We are coming off of spawn here. We're going to go score, and it's going to get pretty darn easy.
And here we go. Eldegoss puts the points in. Massive overcap in the bottom goal zone for the Mega Lucario. 426 to 140. Honestly, I mean, they could just peel away from this right now.
Yep.
They're way ahead. Volticons needs to push towards them, and they don't have to give them any of these KOs. They're going to hide here in the tall grass. I don't think they need to, and they recognize that too. They're saying, all right, fine, I was hiding there, but I'm leaving. We got another 20 points.
I'm joking.
Just adding some insult to the injury here. 446, 140. We've got one final push from Volticons as they're trying to make their way to the top path as a squad. They need to pick up some huge KOs. Got a level 15 Scyther. It's not impossible.
Palma going for 100 on the backside, so is Lucario. Actually, great plays.
It's definitely difficult. You need to move in here as we're getting a hundo banger the other way. That's a burger eaten. That is a burger digested. And this is gonna be a game win for Tuzi. 40 seconds left, and this pressure is going to become a bit too much. We are fighting. They're up by 400. Hydro Typhoon in the middle. Fizzy has almost no HP. Surf reposition. Mats does go down. That is a 30-second respawn timer. They're out for the rest of the game.
Two
Chari
down.
is
Three
going
down.
to coach. Okay, we're picking up some buffs here, but do they have enough points in pocket is the next question. I'm taking a look, and they just don't have enough Aeos energy.
Whoa,
Cowboy.
5 down. I mean, they got to run. Can they? I don't think there's enough either, but can they do this? There's 15 seconds left. They're running. They're looking for points anywhere on the map. 370. No, there's just not enough. We've got 36 and 36. I just don't think they can make it happen. Mew finds a few more points. Is 7 enough? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Doom Snacks, but we're going to see.
I don't believe so either, but let's let the tail of the tape let us know where we ended up here. Tuzi Esports, Volticons.
Wow.
They, you know, for something that kind of felt a little bizarre, but usually, I mean, that was kind of a throw for the show almost out of Tuzi. Like, they could have just turtled up, not taken any fights, and there wouldn't have been enough there for them to win. Tuzi Esport, I mean, great catch on Leon.
Yeah, huge. Huge catch on Leon, and we were wondering, you know, if Mazo was going to come back online this game. Absolutely did in a huge way. Mega Lucario was the difference maker in game 1 and 2. You know, as soon as they got a little bit of an advantage in the fight too, Mega Lucario just turns its attention towards that Groudon, ends the game.
Yeah, like you said, not as flashy of a game this time around, but Mazo securing that objective and effectively the win for Tuzi was a great look for the Brazilian player.
All right, we have our
Really,
semifinals
watching these
set in
highlights,
stone.
it really felt like
Peps
Volticons
versus
was just doing
CACM.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mazo's a
they
handsome
had
man.
amazing fights. This was tough, right? They catch the Slowbro
1000%.
right here. The Slowbro uses their Unite
Peps and
move, the Mega
CACM,
Lucario Unite just
Evil
flies
Geniuses and
by.
Tuzi.
Eldegoss heals the whole team. And then once
This is
enough
gonna be
of them are
cinema.
down, they're
I
just
think
going
I
for
think
Groudon.
I got
It's really tough for your
CACM
opponents
EG.
to do too much, especially if your Mega Lucario is fully healthy in that moment. Just charge your power-up punch, even throw the close combat. Player of the game, the MVP, one more time. 2 times, Mazo on Mega Lucario.
And these are best of fives
I mean, it
now.
really comes
So we have
down to
2
the
best
amount
of
points they were
fives.
able to get in there, almost, you know, just a shade
And it's
under
also a
half
little different.
of the total points Tuzi
So we
Esports
have
was able to score, and of course that's how you win
Game
games
1,
in Pokemon
Kyogre.
Go,
Game 2,
putting points
Groudon.
in the basket.
Game
Yes,
3,
indeed.
Rayquaza.
Winning big fights, putting points on the board.
So we're in
and
different
they were
territory
trying
now.
Everything they could to shut down Mats, and it still doesn't work. He just got enough Pokemon in his pool, right? We've got these targeted bans coming for this player, but the rest of Tuzi is able to pick up the slack, and Palmont just brawls. A hard one to deal with, and it was hard for Volticons to shut down fast enough. As
Yeah.
we see the score line really close throughout
Close
that
there at
game.
the end.
We did have that moment where Tuzi
They
kinda
almost,
got
they almost threw
right
that.
before
Not
the,
gonna lie.
right before the Groudon, but generally just a very, very close match until the end.
Watch the heat map. You mentioned it last game. We'll mention it again. Lucario is a top path Pokemon, and that heat map reflects that information. We now have an interview ready, I believe, with Mazo, the 2-time most valuable player of this match. Relic, please take it away.
Take it away, Relic.
4 teams left. 4 regions left. Baby Mazo, Tuzi Esports! Mazo, how many competitions, how many times here at EUIC, your first ever top 4 appearance? That's gotta be a huge relief.
After 3 UICs, 1 NAIC, 2 LAICs, and 4 Worlds, I'm finally getting my trophy, and it feels amazing.
Aw.
It feels like a milestone has been reached, and I'm super happy about it.
Oh,
Such
good
a
for
great way to
Mazo.
do it as well. 2-0 against one of the upset teams from yesterday. But next up, Evil Geniuses. Do you think you can genuinely take them down?
Yesterday, our games felt really winnable. Actually, it felt like we should have won some of the games we lost. So we're feeling really confident and really want to play against them again.
What about the grand finals, though? Brazil in the grand finals. Brazil's never won an IC. What do you have to say to your fans back home who are watching you here right now?
Molecada, chegamos no primeiro top 4. Finalmente, vocês sabem o quão infernal foi passar tanto tempo sem isso. Só que agora a gente vai. Eu acho que dá pra gente ganhar da EG. A gente quer a torcida de todo mundo. A galera da TUS está aqui torcendo. A gente tem gente do Brasil aqui torcendo também. Então, mano, vamos. Que mais uma vez. Só que dessa vez mesmo, vai dar.
Vamos! Parabéns! Baby Buzzo to the esports! Gents, back to you.
Thank you very much, Relic. You know what I've noticed about Relic? Whenever you throw to him on stage, he always says something cool.
Yeah.
He's done it like 8 times. It's pretty good every time he does
He
it.
always says something cool.
Whatever that was.
Well, I'm mad at you guys. All right, semifinals coming up. He really was mad at us. Semifinals coming up. Team Peps, CACM. That is going to be an exciting game. CACM is just kind of cruising through this bracket, taking down Extinction, which looks like some pretty good games. The Komai games, absolute nail biters, and then Peps the same way. We literally have the 2 upset teams fighting each other right now in semis, and then after that, we just saw Tuzi.
Yeah.
Now they need to take on the undefeated evil geniuses out of North America. Can anyone stop EG? I think at the start of the day we would have said, can anyone stop EG or Dignitas? Well, it looks like North America is possible to be taken down here in this tournament, and who knows who will make it to the grand finals. As Relic said, 4 different regions fighting for it.
Yeah, 4 teams, 4 regions. Great matches left, and we are entering, what is it called? Best of 5 territory. So we're going to be seeing all 3 of our boss monsters in those first 3 games, and then we're going to go back to that traditional selection option for games 4 and 5 if our series are to reach that point. Again, Peps, CACM on the horizon. We're closing the door on day 2 with Tuzi and Evil Geniuses. We are heading to break, but you don't go anywhere. Do not move. We will be as mad at you as Zoinks is mad at us every time we pitch to an interview. We'll see you in a second.
Don't correlate. Don't causate.
Don't correlate or causate. So real. All right, Peps CACM. Who do we got? Also, do we want to open a pack? I kind of want to open a pack. I'm going to open a pack. I do. On my repeat ball. Let me open this thing. Did it. Gotta make it look cool now. I have 2 packs! Look at that. Destined Rivals and Journey Together. Open it. Let's do a Destined Rivals. Ho-Oh. Ethan's Ho-Oh is gonna be in this, surely. Sure. Didn't even do a guess the energy. I'm throwing. Oh. I didn't do the card trick. Electric. Marnie's Morpeko. I love Morpeko. Team Rocket's Larvitar. Blip Bug Bug Month. Bug Month. Toddle. Rapidash. Cynthia's Power Weight. Team Rocket's Golbat. Sentient Bowling Pin. Wash Rotom. And Hydrapple. Let's see about this Journey Together pack, yeah? Let's see about the Journey Together pack as well. That's just who I am as a person, I think. We're gonna open both. Oh! I actually have like a lot of packs that I haven't opened in a while. Fire. Professor Sato's research. Lily's Cutifly. Bug Month. Petalil. Minchino. Op Sandaconda, don't want none. Copperaja. Talking about that elephant in the room. Redeemable ticket. Drudigan. Where's my thing? Pancham. Pops Snorlax. That's it. No hits. No hits. No hits. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I have some more packs too at some point. Maybe next commercial break before we get to the next sets. Oh, my hair is getting so long. I booked a haircut for March 7th. So I have like another 3 weeks before my next haircut. That's gonna be long. Before the redacted. I did it. I booked it for the Sunday before we redacted. Oh, thanks for the follow, God Assassin. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Saturday. We're just waiting for EUIC to jump back in. We are still a few moments from that. Look at me. I'm in the center. Yeah, hair's getting long. Hair's getting long. Alright, Peps and CACM. Let me do a prediction too. I'm curious. See what people think. Who wins Gam?
Here we are, EUIC, your semi-finals between Team Peps and CACM.
There we go.
This best of 5 will decide who is heading to
Bruv
our
HD.
grand finals very, very soon. But before those grands, we have 2 incredible teams facing off. I want to hear once more from our competitors before they go into this
Bruv
match.
looks like my
From
friend Drew.
Team Peps, a word for your
He looks like my
opponents.
friend Drew.
Well, we've already taken out Dignitas, who beat these guys before, so, you know, I think we have what it takes.
He thinks he has what it takes. Pretty good. All right, and a word for your opponents.
Una palabra para tus oponentes.
Que viva México.
Viva México.
I'm gonna send it to my friend
Viva
Drew.
Mexico! Even in EU, that worked pretty well. Good luck to both of you. This best of 5 will start. We're going to send it up to the booth. Zoinks, Relic, take it away.
We think we have what it takes. Viva Mexico! Fighting words if I have ever heard them. EU, I want to hear you scream! Semi-finals, Zoinks, best of 5. Team Pep, out of all the EU teams to make it,
Right.
What a team and how they have done it. An incredible journey. But CACM, they've got that LAN buff. They are the LANimals.
Yeah, little known fact, we had to actually check both of these teams' pulses before we went on stage and allowed them to go for health reasons after how both of these squads qualified for this semifinal. I mean, it doesn't get closer than the path that they had to take, but they are on stage now, like you mentioned, semifinal, a chance at championship Sunday right in front of them, staring down the barrel of a best-of-5.
And one thing is for certain here, whichever of these
Get a
teams
Froakie
makes
to
it into the
start.
grand final, they're doing their region proud. Neither LATAM North nor Europe have won an international IC. I know it sounds international cup and such, but the point being that on an international stage against multi-regional opponents, neither of these regions have taken a big old W. CACM, though, do have previous from this year, making it all the way to LAIC's grand finals.
Yeah, and this is, of course, 2 of 4 of our 4-region top 4 here at EUIC. A very diverse affair as we're going into it. So we are looking at the last
Tell my daughter to
of
stop
EU
putting the
and
toys
Latin
underneath
America
the
North
couch.
as well. I know this crowd probably favoring a certain
Did she
squad
keep doing?
here
Is that
in
where they
Team
are?
Fs,
All are.
as, they want to cheer on that local team, but we got some CACM supporters as well in the mix. Now, we are going into our best of 5. So before we actually enter the match, I did want to just clarify a little bit of a rule change that we're going to be having
Well,
as
if
opposed to our
you
best
would
of 3s.
stop her from
Map
doing
decision
that,
has
they
been
wouldn't
made
be
by
underneath the
either
couch,
losing
is
team,
her
either
logic, I'm
choosing
sure.
draft or map selection. That won't happen until map 4, as we are going to move from right to left in maps for the first 3 games. It will be Kyogre for game 1, Groudon for game 2, and Rayquaza for game 3. We will have all 3 Hoenn legendary Pokemon in this match.
Kelsey, doesn't he look like
We've not seen him
Drew?
enough in this tournament?
You say
but
lovely,
I need to send him
I say
that.
horrific. It really depends.
Listen, Valentine's Day. Spread the love.
Fair enough.
Spread the love. No love, of course, for our bands who are going to be out of contention for the pick phase. Scyther Scizor, Psyduck, Darkrai, Umbreon. No
if you
sign of Mega
squint.
Charizard Y as of yet, but Team Peps know that they don't have to ban Mega Charizard
You wouldn't,
Y.
okay.
They're forcing CACM to potentially maybe waste or use a spot. No, they've actually taken the initiative themselves. Interesting.
Yeah, but maybe it was scary to me. The Gengar is now going to be available for CACM Esports, which feels like it's been a tournament ago since it's been available and out of that ban phase. So Team Peps inviting that OG Ghost and instead of banning the Mega Charizard. Why? CACM going to lead in with that Mimikyu ban. Klaus not being allowed to play that Pokemon.
I've been saying since they started targeting Reggie on the Gengar, as soon as it gets let through the ban phase again, I'm going to be slightly worried. Of course, there is every possibility that Team Peps might want to take the Gengar. They might want to take the Gengar away. I'm pretty sure they won't. But the possibility is there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't know. I'm sure Klaus has got a pocket Gengar. Who doesn't at this point, right?
Is your main that hated?
Interestingly,
Maybe.
though, of course, Texas had their iconic Psyduck banned against them, which does mean they are going to play out that Hoopa. Team Peps not going away from it. Double defender every single game they
There are a lot of
However,
Pokemon that a
Trevenant
lot of
instead
people
the
hate.
Mamoswine this time.
But how impressive was that Trevenant when Team Peps needed it most? One of the most extraordinary finishes to a championship series game that we have seen thus far. Crustle backed up by Miraidon.
62% encounter rate for Crustle is interesting.
That's the good look for Team Peps. This is a look that CACM have been denied basically since the end of the first set that they played.
Now, Reggie does not have this mantle exclusively anymore. However, for a long time, they held the rights to being the only player to play Gengar on our main stage at any international tournament, at any IC, and including the World
A
Championship.
Gengar.
Finally, that has been usurped. However, certainly the most iconic to be playing this Pokemon. Team Peps going to have their work cut out for them to shut down, which very often is this Hexgar. Both double cooldown items really leaning into that.
Yeah, of course, with you do have a heavy
Gengar.
potential with your Shadow Ball builds. However, that consistent shred of damage is so nasty. We're seeing no full heals on this Team Pep side. And that's
Great
a problem,
point.
no cleanse.
Yeah, great point. That is going to be a little tougher. And of course, that Hexguard build, like you're mentioning, consistent damage and just great anti-tank option.
Surely.
That poison doing damage based on maximum HP allows that Sludge Bomb to really hurt.
I was gonna
a
say, we're
Pokemon
probably
like
sludge
Blastoise
gaming
or
here.
Trevenant. So we'll see how well Reggie can do. Of course, the biggest question mark is, can you get
Interesting
up
that
to
we're
level
having
early,
EXP
especially with a
on,
player as prolific
Trevenant.
And the enemy central is Marv. But let's get into it, Relic.
Our
I feel like
first
normally when we
semi-final
see Trevenant,
of
we see it without
EUIC
EXP.
2026. Team Peps, your purple side. CACM Esports, your orange side. Let's get things rolling.
And there goes Marv on that Phantump. There's going to be a bit of a ghost-type duel in the enemy central area as Ghastly and Phantump contend over some starting Pokemon. But Klaus is going to have all the space they want, free range with this Fletchling.
Yeah, they weren't able to take away the Accelgor. Interesting. It was a little jink up top from the Hooper, and you can see that they've actually decided to say, no. They've gone south. Let's take Bernie up to try and help out Reggie with this defense. They're not going to be able to take this Baltoy either, and I think it's just part of the cause. Marv just going for the KO, if anything, but the lick, the stun, and they're able to find safety on their T2 pad.
Yeah, not to mention Bernie picks up a lot of that EXP. Of course, with those EXP share changes, Ghastly still picking up some of that, but either way, Marv buying a ton of time and is going to make it out quite safely. Team Pep's going to be feeling really good about that first instance of damage.
Really great call onto this Talonflame moving into the southern path as well. Great vision.
I'm gonna get close to 5 here. Oh, you did get 5.
Defending that zone. You saw our first scores going in via Peps, and scoring is part
Like
of the reason.
stealing the berry there.
Any of these teams are here, isn't it? But the scoring was really important to
Oh,
Peps.
Gengar's
versus
coming
Digma.
now.
Here comes that Hexguard.
And he avoids the E-ball with the iframes. He might go down here, though.
Electro Ball Mew. The K opener goes to Peps.
Nice timing by Zante. I mean, Potato really punishes that Haunter only having access to one of those big moves. Not having the Sludge Bomb is really pivotal. And that is 2 early KOs for Team Peps getting things started.
Fantastic roaming. Talonflame online within the first 2 minutes. No sign of the Gengar just yet. No sign of the Gyarados just yet. That was really damaging on both sides of the map for CACM Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Potato just having a phenomenal game. Knowing to pull that Gengar back into a dangerous spot with the Dragon Rush, you can contend for some really big moments with this Gabite and that early moveset. Texas on this Hoopa trying to run interference, but right now, their main priority is just getting Frank online.
It's so close. It's fine.
Yeah,
there we go. But of course, similar to the Gengar situation, it's a little later than they would have hoped. Early control going to Peps. Our Reggie Drago for the first time in this semi-final on the map. Team Peps looking at this eagerly. CACM dealing the early amount of damage. Marvin to the back line. Here comes the Fly looking for the secure with the Solar Beam.
Great
really,
secures.
a lovely convergence of moves there from Team Peps to make sure that they smother it.
Yeah, great combo with the damage play, and then
Oh, here we go.
They do eventually go down as Team Peps separates, and instead CACM Esports actually gathers up for this top path push. Will this be telegraphed, though? With Team Peps having free space, they will have a chance to score a ton of points on that bottom path, unless Texas's Portal has anything to say
Hey,
about it.
CACM looking good now.
Highway is going to take 4
You still don't have Gengar, which is
onto this
concerning.
bottom path.
Because you have a Unite move for Mew, and you're almost there for Talonflame.
They're going after the Reggie Alecki. It's exactly what they made.
Oh, Mew gets that. Criminal.
Mew surf.
Yeah, Zante is weaving in these Electro Balls and utilizing the Unite move too to prevent themselves from being locked down by enemy crowd control or damage. It's perfect timing from Zante, and that sets up a massive moment for Team Peps. CACM Esports just looking for a foothold in this game, and Team Peps just knocking them down like Scar did to Mufasa.
Well, you know, there's
I guess we want to just score it on T2.
I think so.
I'm questioning
We
if I
don't
got
even-
the games right. Okay, continue.
I'm pretty sure you got it spot on. Either way, lion-on-lion violence is most certainly encouraged on Thea Sky Ruins. A little bit of a miscommunication, I think, there for Peps. They could have maybe eked out an extra 20 points or so. We'll see whether that comes back to bite them. Speaking of the Gabite, onto the Reggie Steel, we've got that Fly coming in to make the secure permanent. Onto
CACM's in
Birdie,
trouble
locked up.
here.
They're going to be falling. No, they're not going to be able to get the reset indeed. A lovely pick away from the Blastoise. In comes the Dragon Current straight into the surf, denies any further access to that pad.
Yeah, great play by Bruv, just anticipating exactly where that Gyarados is going to appear and hit him with that preemptive surf. Not only do you get that
Oh, we're
bonus
taken
push,
out.
but you're also going to get a little bit of shielding. But Frank, that Mega Evolution is going to remain. Gengar, no Mega Evolution currently. Oh dear. That was
Oh, we
scary.
got him.
But Reggie still finds a way to get the damage done. Trevenant falls.
Oh,
Scary
so does
damage output.
Gengar.
Scary and looks.
What are we?
Maybe
What
to be
What
honest.
is
What
this
I'm more
observing?
scared about as we head towards halftime from a CACM perspective.
What are we doing?
1-5-4 to 0. The
We're
Pets
like
defense
everywhere
has been
and nowhere.
extraordinary.
Yeah, what a start to this series so far. CACM Esports, though, have started to get
Like,
some
the
of these
fights
late
are
game
on the
Pokemon
corners
into
of the
scaling
screen,
fashion. Mega Gyarados is ready to go.
but
Gengar's
we're
level
also
10.
not
Cosmo
at
with
the
big
fight.
KO, but they will get traded, and it's Reggie to pick up that knockout. That is pivotal EXP onto the enemy central area Pokemon, and now Reggie is keeping lockstep with the Talonflame.
Yeah, and it's so important that they do keep close. Lots of crowd control options to try and deny them with those Hex resets, of course, with the Surf, with the Tree Hammer in tow. In comes the Hydro Typhoon. Buy space! but
Sludge Bomb
the
secure.
Woodhammer doesn't actually find the Regieleki.
Reggie has to use the Unite move. Sludge there, gets him. Nice. Beautiful Reggie.
Forcing Team Peps to rethink the plan here. They vacate the zone.
Yeah, Gengar moving out here. I'm pretty confident that that last hit was actually a Sludge Bomb tick to be able to take out that bottom Regieleki. Either way, great plays by Reggie on this Gengar to set that up and, of course, keep Marv away from that major secure.
Miraidon's toast.
Trying to get in a few scores if they can, but it will be punished by Team Peps, who, again, find a little bit way up to inch back.
I mean, they've halved the deficit. They've taken down the T1 zone. I think this is a pretty strong phase, all things
I feel
considered.
like you just rip it here if you're Garchomp. No one's around.
Most figuratively and
Maybe they're just
literally,
concerned, but you have
taking
vision
after
from
their own
trees,
devices
so
on
like...
this Reggie Steel, a second Reggie Drago dropping in a couple seconds.
Yeah, CACM resources have no resources to take this fight realistically. The only Unite move they have access to being that Mega Gyarados. So instead, it's time to hunker down and set up for the farm. So they clear out those wild Pokemon. Now Reggie Drago may be a more appetizing objective, especially with a Pokemon like Gengar who can shred these big HP pool Pokemon.
It's going to be Frank starting the fight. There's that Hydro Typhoon.
Oh, we just avoided the
Blastoise
Hydro
will be the
Typhoon with
first to
Gengar.
fall. There's that Phantom Ambush, and wow, my goodness, the Talonflame has fallen too. Really excellent team.
We also
fight here
avoided that
from
surf there, which is
CACM,
pretty big.
picking Team Peps apart.
Look at this
3
score.
scores on bottom half, the 72,
And we get back through
74.
Hoopa Portal. Oh, Blastoise pushed Hoopa in.
Very vulnerable to Hundo Burgers later on.
Great call by Texas and Reggie as well. They see that Bernie has isolated half of Team Peps with that Crustle, and they know that window of time is going to be just enough to get some great scores onto that Tier 2. Again, due to Team Peps' early game dominance, CACM Esports has been behind in score, but with that big push into the Tier 2, they are right back in it.
Peps learning very quickly why this Gengar has not been seen for such a long time. Level 14 leading the lobby. Reggie looking unstoppable as it stands, but CACM have vacated Regieleki. This is a free take for Team Peps before everyone marshals stations in the central area.
Yeah, they got 30 seconds, and now they're going to try to play for space. Not only will Regieleki force CACM to be in a place to defend against it, will also provide information. Regieleki does
Not a whole
give
lot. You have
vision
Gengar to
for
rip
your
it.
Team. They will see at least 3 Pokemon of CACM on that bottom side, and CACM decides to get an early poke, but they do take good spot.
Okay,
in
use
that
the electric
right-hand
terrain
corner.
early.
Oh, they catch out Reggie with the Tree Hammer. They're above ground despite being in Phantom Ambush. Hydro Typhoon is not activated.
Wow.
Big catch for
We take out
CACM.
Bruv.
Team Peps may be switching.
Potato's
Down
just
to the
trying to
right
do
step.
something.
Limit outrage.
Talonflame.
Amount of
There's the
damage, but they don't
secure.
see the end of it. KO for the Mew. Gyarados goes down, but Talonflame secures Kyogre.
I can't believe it. Klaus able to weave that secure in
I
the
thought for
midst
sure
of it,
Mew
but it
was getting
actually
it, but it was
Shantae
actually
dealing a
Talon.
ton of poke damage
But we'll
to
see.
that major objective. And yet,
100,
again,
100
between
there.
these 2 teams, we are headed to another.
You gotta let
scoreless
Miraidon
winner.
score
Who's
that.
already deposited their points. They are one of the only Pokemon that are going to be holding that Kyogre buff currently.
You have to let Miraidon score that.
The difference means that CACM just needs
I mean,
16.
Mew, it was
That's
either Talon or
double
Mew.
eight
I think it was
since
just
we're
like
in
the
double
tick
score
because they were on
territory.
Solar Beam.
Minute and change zoinks. That's
So it
a
might have just-
lot of time.
It's a lot of room to work, and I think
Like,
most
you have to let
terrifying about
Miraidon
that is
score
that a lot
there.
of time for Texas
Because
to get this
Gengar has
Unite
that
move
buff.
online. A multi-faced
That
attack
was-
is gonna be
that
so
was a bit
difficult
of
for Team
a
Peps to
misstep
try to
there
push
for
back.
CACM.
Not only that, they can
If you let
recall
Miraidon
these
score
portals
there, you
to
still have a
defend
full
if
pocket
Team
with
Peps
Gengar
try
and a
to
buff.
back cap on their own right.
Miraidon
Brooks got
loses
some
all
early
their
position,
points the
and they're
second
gonna
they
try
hit
to
somebody.
push out CACM.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to tear them apart and make sure that they're not all going onto the zone at the same time. Flame Sweep misses. Hydro Typhoon only catches one. That
Okay, we do get
Gengar just took
Blastoise.
apart that
Potato might be
Blastoise
gone here.
like a piece of paper, but there
Yep.
comes the Wood Hammer through. 2 KO streak
Okay.
for the Gengar. Look at
Okay,
this
we're
combo.
fine.
How low can you get with no one getting KO'd? Unbelievable from CACM.
That's a three-piece for Reggie. Shellbell, healing, spell vamp on the Gengar, everything included, and they stay happy and healthy. CACM Esports are holding the lead, and with only 15 seconds remaining, there is just no option for Team Peps to come back in this one. CACM are going to start our series 1-0.
On a knife edge. But CACM cut the cake
Wow.
in the end. They take the first slice, the first point in our semifinals.
Unreal performance from this team.
They're able to get it.
I mean, that Gengar.
It could have been really bad, though.
Piece of paper. I absolutely agree. Except that paper was in the shape of a defender named Blastoise. That is ridiculous. Carving through this enemy squad. Obviously, that drive lens item doing great favors for Gengar's late game scaling in terms of special attack damage. What a showing! And I don't know if we'll see that showing again. Gengar will likely be banned by Team Peps.
The thing is, right, is that it's such a specialist Pokemon. Reggie is a fantastic player. Like, even if you're going to ban away the Gengar, you know that he's going to have a fantastic alternative. The Mimikyu, the Scyther, we know what this guy reps. But from a Team Peps perspective, you've just got to see how quickly that Blastoise was decimated when they needed it most. And the Trevenant in a similar camp as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. You called it out during the draft screen. Not a lot of full heals, I think absent of any, for Team Peps to try to deal with that Sludge Bomb poison status effect, which of course leads to the Hex resets and why Gengar can really get to work. But honestly, I thought it was a really interesting answer they tried to approach the Gengar with in just the form of crowd control. Trevenant and Blastoise hoping that you'd catch it out in one of these moments and push and pull.
Man, if they would have picked Blissey and Garchomp there, I think they just win. Peps.
Fly being the secure, and they immediately
I don't know why we're not
go down
pairing
as
Blissey with
well.
Garchomp.
So they land, get KO'd, but in doing so, take the Kyogre, and Klaus made it close, at least.
It's one of those rare games where I'm like, it's one tweak in draft that makes the difference here. Yes, you can talk about how close 3-4 of those CACM members came to a knockout where they were on their siege, when they were looking to try and take the lead away.
Blissey was available. I'm surprised they're not taking it.
But yeah, Reggie on this Gengar, he got let loose once. I don't think we're going to be seeing this Gengar ever again.
Yeah, 11 knockouts, 69,000 damage, also taking a decent amount of damage. 66,000 damage in return. But that healing, that recovery, also pretty impressive. Thank you to the Shell Bell and the natural HP recovery of Gengar. 25,000 points of recovery.
A fabulous opening salvo then from CACM
And Kyogre, don't forget about Kyogre.
Team Peps, however, have been in a couple of situations now where they've lost a game, but they've been able, nevertheless, to be able to find a second win. I think it is slightly different here in best of 5 because ideally from a Peps perspective, you pep them right back. You equal the series, you effectively reset it to a best of 3. Should CACM find that second game, I think with any team, doesn't matter who they are, how good they are, I always worry because that 2-game reverse sweep is such a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, that 2-0 advantage is a devastating position, but hey, this is EUIC. Crazier things have happened, certainly.
I need to tune into Go so I can get my drops. I want that ETM.
On map. Gonna be next, of course, with that being already locked in place. Following this one, we will travel over to Thea Sky Ruins Rayquaza version for our game number 3. But currently, in game number 2, it's Big Red Mad Groudon.
Yeah, we got Groudon, then Rayquaza.
Yeah, that'd be even worse.
That is super yucky.
Honestly, the HP recovery was pretty nice for that Gengar too.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, Team Peps is already locked in the Scyther and the Psyduck as their first bans. Are they really going to risk the Gengar again? They chose Mega Charizard Y in this final slot last time out. We did see the Gengar momentarily there. The Blastoise instead chosen, so they are going to allow Reggie the opportunity to rock.
Oh, you lost
Gengar.
your count. Yeah.
It will be Mega Charizard
Grinding right now definitely makes it very hard in Unite.
will have the chance to pick up some of these powerhouses. They could take away the Mega Gyarados.
Oh, Padoman's on
favorite Pokemon in this
low
metagame right now.
around
Also,
here.
Crustle has certainly been a very, very powerful and potent Pokemon, like you mentioned, especially in the EU region.
Well, with that Focus Band, that Rocky Helmet, and the Rubble Rouser, you're at least going to be fighting back a little bit should the Gengar get a little too close for comfort. Texas then locking in the Hooper, used to great effect, honestly, and a little bit understated through that game number 1. Mega Gyarados going to be joining them. The Mega Mewtwo Y going to be locked in for Zante, and Marvel, we're expecting a defender from them. Pretty decent on the tree. Other options are available, like the Snorlax.
I would love a Snorlax specifically, maybe even a Mamoswine, but just some kind of answer to these portals, mostly. Texas is really focused in on using the Hyperspace Hole build of Hoopa. Any kind of vertical crowd control can really shut that down. So we'd love to see something like the Mamo in that situation. But Reggie, they know what they want. They're going to take it a little earlier than that last draft. Gengar locked in, and Bernie going to grab the Slowbro. A bit more of a response to the Garchomp potentially. Marv going to pivot to Mamoswine.
I think that's the right call. I think it's fascinating that they moved Potato up to secure in the Garchomp first and foremost. And Klaus with some defense shred with this Cerulege. Certainly, if that catches a stray Gengar, that's an insta-delete, as Don Lux will be the final pick here, taking the Mew away from Zante.
It will also give Klaus a little bit of utility to avoid the initial Sludge Bomb poison effect. If you can get into that Phantom Force and kind of call the shot that Reggie's trying to make, that'll put you in a pretty solid position. However, I mean, Zante going away from this Mew, to me, is really, really interesting. That auto attack damage and Unite move will be phenomenal. You're kind of giving up the Blastoise Unite move almost in exchange for this Infinite Cyburn that you'll now have to focus in on with your team fights.
Well, when you think of Infinite Cyburn, the stun also takes Gengar out of the underground part of that Phantom Force. It brings them above ground and makes them vulnerable to damage going forward. And so as long as everyone is on the same page about, right, now we go in while
Sword hands.
all of a sudden the team fight.
Yeah, Cerulege is back. Cerulege is definitely very good right now.
And just another attacker Pokemon that's great at getting out of danger is the Mega Mewtwo Y. So as soon as Gengar's up in your face, you should have the chance to be able to double teleport, side strike for that unstoppable and little cleanse in itself, and get out of the way. So Team Peps going with a different approach, but kind of allowing CACM to have very similar composition that they had in that game number 1.
If memory serves me correctly, it was all eject buttons in game number 1 for Peps. I saw a couple of X attacks in there as we move into game number 2.
Anything to not use a full heal, I guess.
Exactly. Well, Team Peps there in your purple side once again. CACM over in the orange. Game number 2 underway.
All right, Klaus going to be clearing that central. This time, Reggie's going to have a bit more room to work. That lick going to help them clear this central area as quickly as possible. Of course, the big old tongue giving them boosted eye.
Well, you can see the CACM came a little bit more prepared to this invade from Marv, and Marv is like, no, that was a fun idea the first time round. I think it's time to skedaddle.
Yeah, good call by Marv, but again, just that benefit of running the light bulbs still. They're not too worried about getting wild Pokemon at this time of the game because they will be passively earning experience if they're the lowest level on the side. Not to mention a bit of a movement speed increase with the inherent stats for that item.
And at the end of the day, they've also slightly delayed the overall EXP situation for CACM, having to commit not 1 but 2 players this time to just cover off the central area and dissuade that Swindle.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Reggie is already rearing to go at that level 5. Doesn't like the Will-O-Wisp. The burn effect is massive, and we're already seeing the resets off Hex. Reggie, 2 KO streak, a double KO.
Oh, wow. How close did they get to the KO? How close did Klaus get to the KO? Oh my, Don Lux with the Electro Ball, almost finding a 2-for-1 trade. Much better situation for Frank this time, by the way. Look how early this Mega Gyarados has come online.
Mega Gyarados X. Oops, also got that one wrong.
Mega Gyarados.
Frank getting some early damage onto Zante, but they are able to walk away. Good coverage by Marv. I don't know if they'll be able to walk away from this last fight. And it actually looks like they might. No, Texas is going to take that KO.
Oh!
Streak of 2 for Hoopa. Unbelievable.
Hoopa gets a couple.
Texas, cleaning up a lot of that work set up by Frank Gyarados.
Yeah, CACM ravaging Team Peps, a complete script flip that we saw from game number 1, where Team Peps were looking super cool, super calm. Pretty early Piloswine, all things considered, and so not too much of an issue for Marv. Well, this is going to be an issue for Marv. Look at this, Reggie go. Out they go. Here's the Phantom from Klaus. Can they find the KO? It's the Rock Tomb that stops them in their place. And Klaus again with like 5% less than HP.
That Bitter Blade healing is so phenomenal, especially if it can hit multiple targets. I think it only hits Burmy. But right now, Team Pep's getting a little bit more warmed up as they push CACM Esports back. Look at the firepower to Zante.
Yeah, that Mega Evolution, I think came at a poor time. His, great X Scissor, mind you, and the Rock Tomb. Never mind, underneath the Rock Tomb, through the Hex. You can't stop Reggie here. 17
Can't
dunks.
stop Reggie.
Yeah, it will finally fall,
Now you
but
can.
it's just so much closer to level 9 on this Gengar.
Good
And
light
that's
screen.
truly where things will start to get terrifying for Team Peps. So far, I think the response has been all right. Marv trying to land these Ice Fangs. It's tough to weave those into a Hex resetting Gengar.
Absolutely brutal from both teams. So aggressive, like throwing caution to the wind. Earthquake into Ice Fang, straight into the blade of Klaus. And now going after Donlux, has to surf into the berry, picks a second.
Here comes Reggie.
Here comes Reggie with the Hex and into the Phantom Ambush. Will find the KO on Pilot Swipe.
Yeah, it takes that easy KO. Remember, that Drive Lens is still equipped, so any kind of stacks will be the main priority for
we
Reggie
get
in this
two.
game. But they're not worried about shredding anybody, defenders or otherwise. Chaos Riga 2, Potato on their solo mission on top side will be paid for it as they do get the Regieleki and will eventually be able to evolve to Garchomp with that push on top.
Leaving that zone until later, but look at Gabai on that top path. They were not, actually, never mind. They were able to help the Regieleki in, get a few points. They don't have any more to score. Into the Livid Outrage, lovely use of the Hex.
Yeah, they just were able to dodge that.
Yeah, that's mastery of a Pokemon like Gengar from Reggie, able to dodge out of a Garchomp Unite move. It could have been a lot of comeback experience for Potato.
That Palm.
Holding on in this game. Great amount of points put into that top zone, putting them at 136 to 142, trailing, but only by slightly.
A torrent of pressure from CACM. Has the storm been weathered now that their hyperscalers are online?
Yeah, this is going to be real scary. That poke damage is still dangerous. That Mew, maybe only at level 8, maybe not that hyperscaler like the Gengar is, but still very, very powerful in its own right. And now Gengar has tracked yet another
Oh, they
target
dodged
Marv
the
to
side
weather the
strike.
storm.
This is absolutely crazy.
Reggie's
Ice Fang
insane.
into the Mammoth Bash, into the Infinite Cyber. Still gets the 2 KO streak. Still gets
Oh,
away.
we blew
Still
up
finds
Saru.
time for a third. Somebody stop them.
Yeah, it's just so hard to lock down that Pokemon with crowd control. Reggie having a full heal of themselves when they're in a dangerous spot. But so far, the Ice Fang nor the X Scissor have really been able to slow down Reggie, and they are just walking through this enemy squad.
Are they going to rue the decision not to insta-ban the Gengar? In with the Surf, good blocking, good positioning.
You're
from
learning why you ban
CACM
Gengar.
Esports. Onto the Reggie, real quick for the X Scissor, doesn't quite
Good
find it
secures
into the
by
rubble
Gira.
rouser. There goes Reggie to work again, trying to
Mamo
ride
down.
the storm of
Reggie
the
is
outrage.
down.
There's one, but there's a
Some low
recovery
HP
from the
bars here.
Garchomp. Potato does find one, but there's a trade here with the Mega Gyarados taking down the Crustle. 2 KO streak for Potato on this back line. Great coverage from Zante to stop Bernie from stopping that from happening. T1 zone cracked. Peps retake the lead.
Yeah, Potato and Zante combining. So great work from the damage trio of Team Peps. Potato getting the closer in a lot of those KOs, but an X attack Unite move from the Saraledge of Class
That was
sets
big.
up a lot of that team fight, and Zante and Potato clean up the back line. Impressive stuff. I mean, they lose the objective, so they have to do all of that through a Regirock defensive bump. But Team Peps have been doing a great job of keeping their level scaling and point scaling in this game. CACM Esports may have played that objective, but it feels like Team Peps have taken the advantage.
Yeah, Reggie still leads the lobby, but Team Peps have steadied the ship. Ice Fang into the Hooper, but there's Gengar from the top rope, looking to take down the Swine. And indeed they have.
Another Gengar
It
Unite.
is roast sausage on the menu for CACM Esports. Mega Gyarados unleashed. Regieleki walks into the pad. Free dunk.
Oh, that's a big
With
Saru Unite, but he
three.
gets
But it doesn't
immediately
matter
met by
because the Mega
Gengar.
Gyarados is giving everyone a free exit out back. We've got the Garchomp taking down the Mega Gyarados in the end. Another Ice Fang.
Gengar's toast.
Falls. 2 KO streak for Reggie. It is carnage out there.
Wow, Texas trying to escape. They're going to focus on Donlux. Texas will get a free recall. The answer is that they call Zante.
Oh,
Texas! What a devastating play.
That was
Calls out
crazy.
to make a Mewtwo-Y recall and finds him in the tall grass. That is a bloodthirsty support.
8 points the difference between Peps and
That was
CACM.
insane.
But Zoinks a very, very real and ominous possibility that we see a level 15 Gengar enter the final stretch.
These two teams would never have a match in a far side either direction. They are addicted to these close sets.
Picking up the Reggie
Oh,
rock.
they
That's
do
gonna
get
be
the
close
rock.
for the final hit. Bernie eats a bit there. Here comes the boosted auto from the Mew. Gengar going to work once again. Big side strike isn't able to find the KO. Good
Oh,
shielding
that was
on Reggie
close.
as Peps disengage.
Leaving the Gengar at that much HP has to be heartbreaking, but Zante just can't follow unless they have that side strike already tracking the Gengar. It would just be a fool's errand. So good patience by Team Peps. They still hold the lead, but CACM Esports is about to have a
Zoinks loves saying
15
fool's
Reggie
errand.
195
It's
Gengar.
great.
All
It's one of my
Unite
favorite
moves are ready to
Zoinksisms.
go. Klaus on the back line, but CACM is eager to go right now. It's eliminated.
Oh, Reggie's gone immediately.
Team Peps, 220 to 212. The Hooper is unbound. Looking for stuns. Slow beam onto Potato. God,
Potato's gone.
Here comes the Rebel Rouser next. Surely the Slowbro's got
Texas
but
might
no,
be
they
gone here.
stay
Texas
in
is
the
gone.
game. Hooper is gone. Mega
Gyarados is gone. Just Mew and Bro.
slowly cranking the wheel. The machine is back in working order. 2 KO streak for Zante. Groudon is theirs.
Yeah, Braum just playing one-on-one defense against Dawnlux and even has the wherewithal to defend that tier 2 goal zone. Will be Reggie attempting to block it, but Zante takes their second KO into the Gengar, and Team Peps have a commanding over 100-point lead with a minute left on the clock and a lot of Groudon buffs to work with.
Monumental pick at the start of the final
Deleted.
stretch. And shout out to Brav, who had the nuance, who had the tactical nous to go straight back to base and deny a Mew back cap. 320 to 212. Team Peps pushed up. They got vision and they got tall grass to return to base if need be. There's another pick on Gengar. This is therapy.
Yeah, here we go.
This is
Trying to
therapy
find
is
time
funny.
and space. Now separate the squads away from these potential Groudon buffs that could be taken.
Hey, we get a
Klaus
pick
will
on
get
Seru.
low, but it's a slow road to fall, and
Okay, now
more
everybody's...
points to rein in.
Yeah, you still need
Potato
200
pushing the
points,
team,
so
as they've
it's
done
over.
so many times before. Honestly, the biggest factor in Reggie going down early is an early Garchomp pull, which is followed up by a Mewtwo Unite move. I mean, the team play from Team Peps in game 2 is lights out compared to game number 1, and we are about to head to a tied series.
Okay.
Hey, trainers. Hey, London, XL Center. We got a series, folks. Team Peps tied things up.
Team Peps with a really excellent finish to this game number 2. A tight one, defending that Groudon extremely well, and Potato with just such a heads-up catch onto that Gengar. And of course, the coordination for Zante to make the play call to drop the Mewtwo Unite move immediately after.
Yes.
Love that coordination.
I'm gonna
It's
refill
all
my
in
water
when there's a
before
level 15 Gengar on the other side.
And it forces CACM to
Water
commit more
time.
Unite moves, which they rather
gonna put
would
a
have kept
prediction
in
up
reserve.
first.
That slow rose, slow beam, finding its target onto Potato, and Potato actually being the second casualty in that fight overall. But by committing to the slow beam, they also committed to taking a wallop of damage from everyone else.
Yeah, and if we see those final moments in the replay package, I would just encourage people to watch how Zante plays this Mega Mewtwo Y expertly in these final moments. It really felt like they never went below 80% HP. Played safe, played smart, and meant that consistent damage put CACM on edge.
All of this, my goodness. The Revenant Rend, actually, I didn't quite catch that. The Revenant Rend catching no one.
For spacing, for a spacing.
Oh, sure, sure,
yeah.
But then there was this mess. The Rubble Rouser comes in super late. We're seeing that Ceruledge isolating the Hooper. They're the third to fall. Mega Gyarados gets caught trying to cover off the escape route for Texas. Marv on the Mamoswine. Those freezes coming in clutch.
Yeah, they trusted these double defenders to be the force to slow down Reggie's Gengar. They took their time to do it, but it did happen, and Marv will get your player of the game. Doing a tremendous amount of damage for a defender player, holding that EXP share, but still 46,000 damage and tanking 71,000.
Just the 105k from the Gengar room.
Yep,
Reggie,
that's
that is-
casual.
Yeah, and actually, it's a bit of a catch-22 situation now, because on the one hand, that was insane.
Yeah.
Again. But on the other hand, Team Peps picked up the point. It didn't matter.
No, exactly. In the end game, they win that team fight. Not to mention, when we take a look at the score graph, they also had the lead for a large part of this game.
Yeah.
They were keeping pace with CACM. I think a lot of that does factor in with how Potato plays this game and around the team. They are going to live permanently in the top path until they think they're capable of team fighting. And with an early game advantage from CACM Esports, sometimes that takes a minute. But Potato is willing to wait and power up that pseudo-legendary Garchomp for when it matters most.
Where on earth do we go from here?
Well, to the Rayquaza map, actually.
To the Rayquaza map, that is a very good point and a very interesting buff that we have not seen plenty of.
This might be where Team Peps decides to actually ban the Gengar.
That's what I'm thinking.
If you're afraid of an objective evaporating and going away quickly, Gengar might be public enemy #1, and the buff that they would receive might be even more terrifying. So Team Peps have relied on their draft strategy to be the reason to shut down this hyper carry on CACM up until this point. But if we're forced into going to map on Ray, I think the 6th time total in this tournament, you might want to consider just doing away with that powerhouse Gengar.
Stick or twist. I mean, the bans were decent enough. The draft was decent enough. Of course, we wait and see what CACM will be bringing to the ban table. Couple of options, looking at that Garchomp.
And the Ice Fang. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I was just seeing that final triple effect. So the Garchomp pulls, and then immediately Reggie has to path away into the awaiting tusks of a Mamoswine as they Ice Fang them immediately after. Infinite Cyber. Just such a clean triple combo from Team Peps.
Nowhere to go, quite literally. On any other map, there's tall grass there, and you can somewhat understand why maybe they wouldn't catch Marv. Like, they knew Marv was there. There was just no other choice.
Yeah, exactly. Just what a perfect shutdown. If the Gengar is going to lead the team fight entry, you're going to end up in some of those situations.
Yeah.
When Slowbro's playing a more defensive, focusing on the slow beam aspect of that game, it does become a bit trickier. I think, honestly, if CACM goes back to the drawing board on that one, maybe you try to engage off of a Mega Gyarados Unite move instead and have that be your initiating factor and let Gengar kind of be the sweeper role. But instead, we are going into Game 3 in a tied series at 1-1. Reminder, in our best of 5s, Map's choice selection will begin starting in games number 4 and 5. If we get that far, we will in this series.
We are guaranteed Game 4 at the very
But games
least.
1 through 3 will be Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza in that order, meaning we are headed to Rayquaza map for game number 3, no matter what.
That was a sound
I
of
think
freedom.
It's no surprise that both teams just kind of
America
wanted to take
pop.
a moment there, a little bit of a breather. That's two
Oh, it tastes like
intense
freedom too.
maps back to back, where honestly it's kind of been the opposite. Where in game 1, Team Peps, I think the stronger, but then slowly reeled in by CACM. Very much a different, like a mirror image in game number 2, where CACM, I mean, they were so aggressive in that enemy central area. You know, going in, looking for picks, you know, stealing away as much EXP as possible, and then Team Peps, as I say, rides that wave when their hyperscalers come online, playing the long game.
That's not water.
Dividends
Well, I
in
did
the end.
get water.
Whether we see
But I
something
also
as bold
got
as a
them.
Mamoswine ban, I'm not entirely sure, because I think CACM, from their perspective, has every
Well,
right.
water
as
sounded
Team Peps did in
good.
Game number 1 to think
Water
our strategy
sounded
was
refreshing,
working,
and
it
then
was
this
fine. It's
sounded-
just literally fine margins, 1 pick on Reggie, and that's the difference maker.
Yeah, and that's a great point, really. I feel like we've talked so much about how Team Peps' draft strategy is built around CACM and what they're doing. What
Gotta
about
get
the
a
reverse?
stretch
I
in
honestly think
before-
you mentioned a Mamoswine ban. I think a Garchomp ban
We
would
get
be
to
a
the next
very
game.
realistic choice. However, depending on what side they are when they actually enter the draft screen, that could be a difficult opportunity to arise at. So you might be giving over something like either the Mega Lucario or the Mega Gyarados, which Potato is also an expert in playing.
I think a thought goes to the players of Evil Geniuses and Tuzi Esports as well, of course, who might very well be scrimming at this moment in time in preparation for their semi-finals, but also could be having an eye on these potential opponents in the grand finals. It is 2 very different draft styles and 2 teams who are very, very adaptable when it comes to on-map play. And for the Evil Geniuses team, I don't think that's going to worry them too much experience and too much adaptability on their front, with some really interesting drafts that we've seen earlier today to worry about. From Tuzi, for me, a bit of a wild card here, because as Mazo is saying, for him, one of the most experienced players in this entire field today and yesterday, this is his first time in the top 4. It represents a rare top 4 appearance for any Brazilian team. And so for them, maybe just a
I'm back and they're
make sure
still not in
everything's
game.
feeling good and get as many notes whilst also not losing yourself in all of this. And that's what I like about CACM.
Yeah, and the concept of losing yourself in some of these situations, I wonder if
Lose yourself in the music the moment you own it.
We have not seen much this tournament.
You better never let it go.
That end game objective. If you followed Pokemon Unite for the last couple of years, you'll be very familiar with this end boss Pokemon. Now, it has been a pretty big influential factor on the end games, and maybe even too much so, some would say, which will beg the question, do you overdraft for something like that? Are you focusing too much on objective secure, too much on objective rip, and then kind of abandoning more fundamentals and focusing all in on the difference of Rayquaza? We've seen teams bring out things like score comp and stuff to really try to focus in on that end game objective. We'll see what these teams decide to do as we enter into our 3rd draft of this match.
Yeah, gonna get answers sooner rather than later. Team Peps are sticking with these 2 first bans straight up. No Psyduck, no Scyther, and CACM running the playbook back as well. By the looks of it, we've got that Umbreon off the table, Darkrai off the table. Now, what is Team Peps gonna do here?
Yeah, I mean, we beg the question every single time, and I know right now Meowth is being highlighted.
That's right.
He's in the Speedster set, so it could go towards the Gengar, but no, we will fall onto Blastoise. I think that does make sense. I love Bruv and Marv on these individual defenders they've been finding. I think they've been so impactful. We might see it yet again. Team Peps in these positions have picked a very powerful defender again and again. Does Bruv lock down the Crustle for game number 3? It's currently their highlight. Yeah, they're going to lock it down.
First choice defender in a limited pool with both Umbreon and Blastoise off the table.
Right.
I think it's a great...
Yeah, Vaporeon nowhere to be seen. Again, my predictions
might be a
are
spot
in
there.
the toilet, but that's okay. Draft's going to be very similar so far, though.
Yeah, moving up Potato again, moving up Zante again. It's actually exactly the same for CACM, moving Reggie up the order to prioritize the Gengar. Now, Bernie, an interesting conundrum here. They're going to leave it to us, so another situation where a defender/supporter is going to be pushed to the side in favor of Donlux on the Miraidon. Marv with the final choice here. In a similar situation to Bernie, they could just run back the Trevenant or the Mamoswine, which you've seen him utilize beautifully both times. Hovering the Trevenant, looks like he's going to be sticking with that.
Interesting. Okay, so not going with the Mamoswine. I thought it was a very solid answer
right
what
there.
CACM was building, but it could beg the question, maybe
Let me
they're
put
trying
some
to force
shoes on
Bernie
and go on my
some
walking
uncomfortable
pad.
spot.
So we're gonna be here for like
Snorlax
another
is locked in.
bit.
That item set, I don't know
Get
if
my
it'll stay around.
KMs
That would be
in
probably a
for Pokemon
Flaylax
Go.
style of build. It could. I'm not saying Flaylax is that bad of an option these days, but maybe in the Garchomp I kind of am. We'll see. We'll see how it goes down. Yeah, it's a buddy berry. It's fine. We're up. We're good.
So we've got the Talonflame in there, though. I mean, that's going to be directly countering the Miraidon on the back line. We're also looking at denying that Hooper with the Hyperspace Highway, right? And so I think that's potentially why we're looking at that Trevenant. I'd imagine that they look at CACM and think, right, what was their ultimate source of demise here? Well, Reggie was caught a little bit too far away
The
from
sleepy
the pack.
baby.
They were isolated. They were taken down. The rest is history. Is Reggie going to make that same mistake? Now, Peps can't count on that. And so I'm thinking they're looking at the Trevenant and thinking that Gengar is sticking much closer to that Hooper. So with a Wood Hammer, that's a knock-up AoE as opposed to the Mamoswine Ice Fang just isolating one. So that's my headcanon.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the feeling there's a few options. The Floatstone and EXP share indicates to me Marv is going turbo time. And is going to have that Phantom headed, of course, to the enemy central. And maybe they just favor the Trevenant or the Phantom stage on the Innovate a bit better than the Swine-Up. In those situations, Marv wanting to have a bit more impact early. Again, that is the other Achilles heel of this Gengar in its early game. But let's get into game number 3.
It's not all over yet, no matter which team wins or loses, but Team Peps is over in the purple side, CACM over in the orange side. Game 3 beckons.
All right, so Pep's going to have, again, that early focus on the Talonflame in the middle of the map. Texas gaining information, and actually sees for once Reggie will be alone in that central area. So I thought Marv was building completely for an invade pattern, but instead shakes it up and puts some pressure on Frank early.
It's the ultimate plot twist. Don't do what they expect you to do.
And actually,
did you see how close Marv came to actually going down there? I quite like the idea, though, because they're trying to deny Frank EXP. Not that that will be a particularly good strategy if you get knocked out anyway, but no harm, no foul. Well, maybe harm on the way.
Yeah, here's the harm. The face of harm right now wearing an adorable helmet does not land that Will-O-Wisp, though, so the Hex won't have the ability to reset. No special condition on our Phantom at the moment, but they're going to have backup. Dawnlux, Miraidon, Frank's a Magikarp currently there. Also for the backup, Potato does not hit level 5, does not have the ability to pull any of those wild Pokemon. Potato, again, gonna have to sit back and play that long game.
Yeah, Team Pep's calculated. They've called clearly, yo, Klaus, bottom path immediately. But that immediate move to the bottom path has been countered and countered hard, because Reggie is on the Ravage path once again. That is 2-3 in a row. CACM with big scores on the doors.
Yeah, another situation where Gengar is just going to be able to burn through the HP of these defenders. As soon as Hex can reset again and again, there's no matter how much HP or defense you have, a Gengar will find a way through. And there we go, Trevenant finally living up to the hype I gave him and is on the invade path.
Well, they're going to take this Escavalier on a little journey, and then they're going to steal a berry, and presumably skedaddle like Gyarados online. Big rotate from Team Peps onto the top path. That Hooper isolated, not as isolated as Frank. In dives Potato, the waterfall away. Slows from the side strike, trying to get back to the zone. No zone, no retreat to the Pokemon Center for you. Now going onto the pad, manages to catch the Gabite mid-Dragon Rage. In comes the slam, it's the Hooper that gets the KO credit. 20 scored meanwhile, into the fly, catches 2. The zone's still available here on the Hyperspace Highway. Burned away here, the Mega Mewtwo Y on that Snorlax, who takes a quick snooze in the tall grass.
Yeah, that was a scary land from Klaus on that fly, but understands to get a little bit of that cooldown, and they got to bail. Miraidon doing some damage, and that's right, everybody. Say hello to our 6th Rayquaza at EUIC. Also, fun fact, our win rate on orange side is 56%, and purple is 44%.
Our 6th Rayquaza in over 100 games of Pokemon Unite. Yeah. That's kind of wild. Great pause from CACM, denies the Klaus steal, and now Klaus is going to pay for it. Block into the wall, Flame Sweep catches 2, into the backline, forces out the Phantom ambush, over the wall from Bernie, into the charge beam, outstanding, it's actually Reggie somehow gets the KO anyway. Oh, and by the way, Reggie Alecki hit the pad, so it's 3 scores, they're going to get that 5 in, surely Bernie to dump the 26, no, they're taking the way out.
Yeah, they're just going to back up. I do know CACM is a huge fan of waiting as long as they possibly can to break those goal zones. They do like to deny that early free EXP if they can, and against a team with Potatoes Garchomp, I don't think that's a bad call at all.
Oh my goodness, Reggie. Oh wow, into the living outage. They were desperate. They were so eager to find that KO, weren't they? And now chasing after the Hooper, who manages to make their way out of danger with the Phantom Force.
Not a bad time to utilize that Unite move. The only problem is you haven't lost either your tier 1s, so it might be difficult to farm up that Unite move before the next set of Reggie fights, which will be happening in just a short while. Big Flame Sweep hits just the corner of the wall somewhere Dupes next to cheering.
I mean, to be fair, by going in so hard, if you activate Flame Sweep, you're sure to hit something, right? Well, the tree is taken down in the central area. Klaus is going to try and get out there as well. No, never mind. Or never mind again. They saw an opportunity, and that opportunity was missed, but not on Reggie. Wow, how close was that? That's going to be the Hyperspace Highway coming to the rescue. Reset for all 3.
Yeah, Klaus trying to remind us all there's not only one heavy damage speedster in this game, the Talonflame also a strong contender just in that physical attack category and not the special. So big bursts of damage. Watch out, Reggie is going to have to keep their head on a swivel to avoid some of that burst damage coming out of the Fly Talon.
Hard game read at halftime, isn't it? Yeah. 177 to 141. So Peps in the lead. Both have had successes, both have had their failures. CACM looking to tally up another W into their column as they go after the Regieleki. Team Peps hard committing to this Regirock on bottom half, not stolen away by the Gengar, and actually Reggie is going to fall in all of this. This is going to be a big send on to the T2. Marv on their lonesome,
Gonna walk in, yeah.
defending the zone so well, preventing them from sending
It's
the
just gonna
Regieleki
walk in.
onto the T2 pad themselves. 36 scored via the Talonflame. They might eat some KOs here though.
Oh, big team fight raging on the bottom side. Frank getting that 1 KO, and then we have Dawnlux just peppering in damage. Bruv does eject button away from the Sludge Bomb, so avoids the special condition, is going to be safe from Reggie for the moment. Big block, though, stopping things for now.
Rubble Rouser's going to eat a lot of this damage. In goes a 9, just 5 points to take down the zone. Heavy Slam, the Wood Hammer, going into the Livid Outrage again, burning the Unite move just to deal with Reggie. Another 2 score on top path. This is difficult for Bernie, who's forced into the eject button
Yeah,
themselves.
Dawnlux is gone here.
Territory. Mega Gyarados diving in to no effect. Team Peps is motoring.
And Potatoes online. I think we have hit that point of the game. 2 incredible combos.
This is tough for CACM.
Potato and Marv setting up for a big way to shut down this Gengar. This dynamic duo have been doing a great job. Trying to
Oh, good dodge.
With some fancy float work from Texas.
Yes.
Fancy float work. That's
Reggie
good,
with
though.
another 2 KO.
I just like how they randomly just got another couple of 2 KOs. It might be 3, quite frankly. They're not going to reach the pad. You can't let Reggie have the time. The ability resets, the miss with a Sludge Bomb.
Oh my god, Texas!
Texas, yeehaw!
I called it float work once, I'll call it again. Jeez, Texas is shutting down this squad. And the Brave Bird might miss, but Texas catches a random sideways Brave Bird coming at him.
I love it's just, no. You're not doing that again, come on. But it's so bold from Team Peps. Like, they're testing the water for the final stretch. If we burn these Unite moves, is it worth it? Time and time again, they're being proven right.
Yeah, and they're gonna have
Yeah,
to
that was
get a lot of
insane.
resources online. Garchomp Unite move, Talonflame Unite move. They'll come
That's a
online
supporter
for
right there,
this
man.
stretch, but they want to be careful. They're gonna have
You get a
to
rock.
contend with this Regieleki on the top side. The CACM forces them into an early fight around this top objective. It could spell disaster for Peps. Garchomp's back online. Only
The
Crustle
defensive
and
buffs are
Skinflint
nice on
hunting those yellow
Trev
dots right now.
and Crustle for sure.
Before we hit that final stretch,
Yeah,
which
it
is
should be, yeah.
so crucial. With the threat of the Hoopers, with the Hooper unbound, it means that back cap was a possibility no longer, although the Thunder is chasing after Bruv. Really nice little boosted attack there. Sends Dawnlux and crew back to town. 2 minutes.
Okay, here we go. We're just immediately Gyarados-ing into the Rubble Rouser. Hoopa's bringing the team in. Rings unbound. Double Horn Leech. Gengar has to go underneath.
Everything.
Double KO, though. Garchomp able to get 2, 3 down. It's all potato, baby. Starch is in the air. Good Horn Leech right there. That shuts him down.
Team Peps shutting down this squad, and then again, it's on the back of beautiful plays from Potanti's Garchomp. Absolutely.
That was spudtacular.
They get a pull, they shut down with the Unite move, and the check button mid-livid outrage to reset. And now it's just Team Peps scoreboard to take.
There's a lot of time on the clock, though. They can't sell themselves too short. I know that they're eager to score these points. I know that Klaus is eager to drop that Hundo Burger, but you can't risk it. You've got an incredible buff in the Ray buff around you now. With that attack boost, it's going to be so fundamental to defending this T1 pad on bottom. CACM is collecting themselves now, and Klaus is in trouble.
Klaus does lose the shield, but they're buying precious time right now.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of opportunity to come back with Rayquaza, right?
CACM Esports' clock is going to get real short. Klaus has a Unite move. They're going to use it. They take out Upa.
This means that Dawnlux is unable to help the siege
Toasted.
going on T1. 2 KO streak for Klaus, who's 180ing and wants to go back for more. It's Frank, who has to go underground through the Dragon Current. They're not going to be able to actually, they do with the outer circumference of that Dragon Current AoE, but coming to the rescue, Marv on the tree. Klaus, this is this is bad manners, and they are going to pay.
Yeah, again, just time wasted off the clock, and all of that, Reggie was able to get 1 Hundo Burger in that backline T2, but that is not enough. Not when your team
Wow.
all game long, and they take a series lead, a go-ahead Game 3 at 2-1.
Well, the record stands for Team Peps when they win a game.
Starches
they
in
win
the air.
games back to back. But now comes the difficult one.
Because
Can
Potato.
they close out the series without opening that
Because
back door to
Potato.
CACM at a Game 5?
Man, we have found a really interesting position in this draft where Gengar has been allowed through, and now Team Peps have found an answer 2 games in a row. You've trusted Reggie on this if such important thing multiple times now.
Highway
Do
we.
you start to question this decision a little bit?
Potato,
Watch
you
this
say,
Scar's final
yes.
fight, by the way.
Yes, we do
Two-liter
say.
outrage, and Jet
We
Butt
do
into
say
the
that.
top side and just clears all the space in the world.
I do think it goes beyond the Gengar Zoinks. I think this is the Reggie lockdown. How many times did Potato unleash that Unite move with the sole purpose of removing
Potato.
the equation, burning an eject button the first time just to get them within reach?
If you're CACM, yeah, this Garchomp's got to go. And this is the reason
And
why
here's the answer to Rex's question from earlier. Why are we banning Garchomp? Potato.
65,000 damage done and
Potato.
67,000 damage taken. Thanks, Reggie, for all the damage incoming. But an amazing game. You can see the heat map all over the place. Our stat distribution, a factor in every angle of the game, was Potato's Garchomp.
And that is going to put a smile on the players' faces, the fact that they were ahead at every single minute of that game. There was not a moment where CACM took the lead points wise.
Yeah, also, Potato on this Garchomp, a very impressive 1504 experience per minute.
That is
it's
actually
my favorite stat to
wild.
talk about.
That's a great stat.
Never see path Pokemon above 1500, except maybe when you're playing Garchomp and you really need a whole lot of farm.
Well, they were struggling early game as well. There was a really big rotational emphasis
They
from
were Gible at
CACM.
first birds.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And so the fact that they were able to recover from that and deliver that sort of number across the rest of the game, it just goes to, again, I talk about that Team Peps on-field adaptability, making great calls to counter-score, go for the other objective, don't give away free KOs. And CACM just can't handle them right now.
Right. All right, folks. Well, we are headed into game number 4, and our map carousel is going to go back to the start. This time, our team's choosing Kyogre, and Team Pep's going to choose that purple side, which, interestingly enough, has not been a winning strategy in stats-wise across the entire tournament. However, in this series, it's been paying off for Team Peps in a major way.
Major way.
Crustal as well, so they are
double
removing not
focus.
just Potato's play, but Brub's play at that. However, with the Blastoise now available, Brub is going to pick that back up.
Okay, returns to it, and they take the score shield off. I love that item on defenders in the current metagame, especially when you don't have Rayquaza shields to be working with.
Could you imagine if we had good drops for Pokemon Unite?
Hoopa and Texas has been a major factor for CACM.
Like, imagine if they gave us license
Portals
points.
have been one of the reasons CACM has been in this game as long as they have.
Yo, Vaporeon
Or Hollow
with an
Air.
appearance. Bernie making the man next to me very
So
happy
we get a
indeed.
emblem that's
Potato,
useless.
Without the Garchomp available, is going to steal away
I'm literally-
that Mega Gyarados in response, and Zante again going to be prioritized up the order onto the Mewtwo 1.
Like,
I am a little bit surprised to see
I'm
Potato's
watching the
favorite
Go
Mega
stream
Gyarados over the Mega Lucario.
on my other
Totally
screen
honest.
just so I
However,
could get the
I'm a
drops.
huge fan of that Mega Gary. It has had a big impact on our metagame this weekend. Sitting
There'd be
at
a lot more eyes in the
70%
game if the
encounter rate. However, you are very
drops
likely
were
gonna be
good
giving up
here.
the Mega Lucario,
It's
but
unfortunate
you
that they're
don't.
not.
Frank gonna lock in that Mimikyu, which has been a targeted ban for quite some time now.
Looks like Marv is going to be heading back to the tree, and Klaus locks in the Blaziken. So we're looking at a lot of AoE, and Reggie is going to continue to stick to the Gengar. But I do feel if any game you're going to stick with it, it's going to be this one.
Absolutely.
It's a different feel for Peps right now with that Blastoise and Mega Gyarados, and indeed that Blaziken, which is a little bit to get online.
I mean,
with that really useful Unite move and switch
emblems
styles.
are just, they're not like,
Does give you one
they're not
Salvo.
game
I think it's gonna be
changing.
tough for Klaus to time that well
They help a
enough
little
to
bit,
handle
but
the
it's like
debuffs created by Reggie's Gengar.
minute
However,
compared
it's
to
not
like
all about the 1v1.
the stuff that you
Sometimes
get for
there's
watching
an
Go
opportunity to
and
target
what you
similar
get
to
for
how Potato
watching
has been doing
VG.
with Dragon Rush. If
So
you're
like in
active
Go,
Blaze Kick, but again,
if you
for
watch
a
the
lot
stream,
of
you get an
situational
elite
moments,
TM, which is like one of the best items in the game because it allows you to change the move to like a legacy move.
and it gives you a chance
that you're not able to normally get. So it's a really it's a great item.
It could make sense. However,
Sometimes they also have like wild Pokemon, which have a
down with
chance
Shadow
to be a
Well, this
shiny.
Team Pep's roster
For
is all
VG, you get an
anti-Stone,
actual
well
like
encouraging
competitive ready
CACM to stay
Pokemon,
away from each
and for
other
Unite
as
you
much
get
as
like
possible. Hydro Typhoon,
crumbs.
Infinite
It's just
Cyber,
not.
Dragon
It's not
Power,
anything
Blaze
great.
Kick on the Blaze
And like
Head,
they haven't
and
updated
Warhammer
emblems
with
in
the Trevenant,
many
and
moons.
Phantom Forest with the Trevenant.
yeah.
This is like CC hell for CACM, and so I think that's partially why they've leaned into the Mimikyu, albeit with the Vaporeon Aqua Ring potentially an option. We'll see whether that helps sustain the effort. Team Peps, your purple team.
All right, we're gonna go to Kyogre, yeah? Is this Kyogre?
Peps win sees them through to the grand finals.
This is an interesting fact, like about that point you're making of the
Yeah,
amount of
Kyogre.
crowd control you have to deal with. If we were watching a different team than CACM, there's a very good chance we see something like the Machamp show up in this game, which has been so popular here at EUIC, but CACM just not privy to that one. Marv on an early invade this time with no Mega Gyarados on the other side, no real reason to apply the pressure for the Magikarp, but it's CACM Esports that take that runway and do some damage with it. K-opener and some early scores for the Mimikyu.
Yeah, not a good look for the Mega Gyarados. That is the first casualty here in that Magikarp form. Not a great invade from Marv either, but this is a lovely
sneezed.
rotate actually from Team Peps to try and bite back, unable to find the KO, but at least able to secure a little bit more EXP.
Yeah, and finally, it feels like CACM's Reggie has been shut down a little bit in this early moment. Does not have a chance to pick up a KO streak of 2, and I am saying it out loud, and it's happening. Thank you so much, Reggie on the Gengar.
The mini-map tells a different story. Up goes a light shield. The Blaze Kick bringing the birds back. Looking to focus in on Reggie. Whoa, just about gets away with it. Zante was eyeing the target.
Yeah, on that chase down, again, just having that medium range, unless, of course, you can lock down that side strike extremely early. Otherwise, CACM Esports knows the range they have to play at. Dawnlux can be a little more devastating with these boosted autos, or even if they have access to Solar Beam. Right now, Electro Ball has been the flavor, though.
It's a really good look for Bernie there, good body blocking, and of course with such a great early path, it means that Mewtwo is going to be slightly mitigated in its true output from what we've seen earlier. 2 minutes in, only 9 points down, that for the team of CACM.
Yeah, we do have exactly at 8 minutes the threshold that most players are looking for. We do see Frank's moveset shown there. A play rough Mimikyu will be the opportunity. It will be tough for Gyarados to get a big lockdown. Gengar getting to work, that's one, but Klaus is there hunting this ghost.
Oh, I think they might have gone a little too deep. That's not one, but 2 Blaze Kicks missed. Oh, Reggie won't escape the flank of the Mewtwo Y, but the Mewtwo Y is going to be traded. Here comes Potato now, reinforcement.
Oh my goodness.
Going to town, trying to go after Bernie, but here comes the
Oh,
Mimikyu.
good turnaround.
Reinforcements laying on top of each other. CACM come out on top.
I love those KOs from the Mimikyu, and also shout out to Dawnlux on this Mew for breaking ankles, coaching back and forth to opposite sides of that team fight, really extending the Gyarados.
This Mimikyu is going to be a problem.
Battle. Klaus, though, keeping up this forward pressure as Texas and Dawnlux fire in from range.
And with level 8 comes the Unite move. They're able to switch up the styles. They're able to fight their way through the back lines. Looks like there's a heavy emphasis on this bottom Reggie, whatever it might be. And it's going to be that Reggie Alecki. So good read from both teams here. Side strike into the back line onto Texas. Looking to go through the portal. It's going to be Marv blocking out Bernie. They're going specifically for the objective here, Team Peps. Trying not to worry about anything because the Blaze Kick is going to sort out all their troubles.
Wow, keeping a little bit of HP recovery, perfectly timed. It will be Frank utilizing the Unite move. Come
Yeah, there we go.
Shuts down one. Big surf by Brub is going to buy themselves time, trying to use the backup of Reggie Alecki to help win this team fight.
Oh, nice read, actually, and Brub utilizing the underside
Bruv.
of the Reggie
Oh.
Alecki here. Missed from the Horn Leech. That
Bruv,
Mimikyu
breaking
gets
ankles.
away with it. The Reggie Alecki, I think, to be left to its own devices. Team Peps have won the fight. They've scored. It's looking good.
Yeah, a lot of close encounters for that Fairy Ghost type in Mimikyu as they hit a Woodhammer tick, but do avoid getting pulled by Marv's second crowd control ability. They do pull Bernie all the opposite side. That's a Horn Leech.
That's a lot of man, that's so much crowd control.
Crowd control gauntlet you were talking about, and Bernie will have to run all the way back. Vaporeon, still a good Pokemon, just not according to these teams.
Get over here. They're lucky, Bernie, that there weren't any ADCs on top path. That's where we find them. Difficult defense of the goalposts here with Reggie and Frank watching brief. Texas looking to help out as the Hex onto the Mega Gyarados, and the Play Rough forces out the Dragon Current, the Phantom Ambush. It's a swimming race. It's the Olympics out here. Who's going to be the 100 meter? Is it front crawl? Is it the butterfly? Well, it's KOs for the Mimikyu. Reggie a trade here with Klaus. And Texas going down in that fight as well. Now going after the Mimikyu.
Frank's toast. Oh, he's not toast? What the heck?
Clutch now. Away goes Frank. Escapes the Hydro Pump. Hydro Typhoon. What a read.
Now he's toast.
Takes out Frank. Reads him like a book.
Yeah, Rub and Marv taking things into their own hands. If our damage dealers aren't going to finish some of these Pokemon, it's time for the defenders to step up. Hydro Typhoon to buy themselves time and even earn themselves a KO. I think Rub honestly had both of those Pokemon in their sights. The Mimikyu and the Mew has to settle for just one, but a good one to take. Reggie is going to pivot their attention. I think Sludge Bomb actually auto-aiming towards the Regieleki instead. Klaus looking for the secure. We'll find it.
This Blaze Kick combined with the empowered Psy Strike of
Man,
the Mewtwo.
Peps is
Doing the
huge
business.
right now.
4-5 on deck for CACM plus the Mercenary.
They are
Nice
big.
use of the Hooper Unite to go invulnerable through the surf, but Vaporeon won't
Oh
be
my
done out
goodness,
of this one.
Blaziken! Holy cow,
T-Ball
dude.
is gone, courtesy of the Regieleki. Little bit of a fight back
Gyarados
here
is
as
toast
Frank
here if Mew
and
could get on
Reggie
beam.
find KOs of their own, but Team Peps, that's another massive push that sees them go 190 roughly points clear.
Yeah, big push for Team Peps. I mean, right now that was just a silver lining on a rain cloud for CACM. Tato right now going to utilize this Mega Evolution and see if they can get out of danger. Regieleki did not land in this goal zone, but they also only have 16 points, so they can dunk and buy a little bit of time. Odds are this will not work out super well for the Mega Gyarados, but again, time purchased right now.
Just want to give a shout out to Dunlux. I saw you using Koji to get over the wall to escape the Dragon Current. Very smart move, good sir. But in focusing so much on Potato, it's left the rest of Team Peps to grab another top path Reggie.
Exactly, there's just so much experience. They are having an iron hold on this game right now. Mega Mewtwo is caught up in that Hex Blender though. That's one damage dealer down. Reggie hunting for that level 13. Klaus on the defense.
Onto the Mega Gyarados. Frank is going to be stunned. We got the tree in play now as well with the Wood Hammer that sees Texas fall. But here goes the clap back from Reggie, utilizing that Sludge Bomb and Hex to great effect. Now going after the Blastoise. Reggie will be felt.
Man.
Potato and Klaus, they saw what was coming. Remy buying
Is
a
this
little
tough
bit of
for
space here with
CACM?
the muddy water. But again, Team Peps shows resolve.
Yeah, it's a big investment from Team Peps. So that was a Blastoise use of the eject button to chase down that Gengar. The 90-second cooldown. They will not have it until 30 seconds into the final stretch. Such an iconic combo, that movement-based battle item alongside the Hydro Typhoon. Coming in a little bit late. We'll see if CACM can force an early fight and punish that factor. Otherwise, Team Peps still have a lot to rely on.
We have all the unites
Of course,
here
the
for
Mega Gyarados
CACM.
Unite move first and
Peps
foremost
also has all
among
their
them.
unites.
I've not felt this nervous for a final stretch in a hot second, Zoinks. No third Regieleki to be taken here.
Yeah, and Gengar is going to just get that early forward pressure. We saw how devastating as Sludge Bomb followed up by that Hex can be, and we had the Mimikyu.
Oh, already Bernie getting caught out here.
Pushed pretty far.
You gotta unite here, Bernie.
They have to activate the unite move.
Yeah, too late. Too late.
Peps potentially looking at the rip, trying to bait out Reggie once again. Here goes the Hooper back. Reggie's gone! Reggie's gone! Phantom Forest! Team Peps!
Wow, Peps!
Just Dunlux left.
Oh, that's a big beam.
We've still got the Hooper unbound. 2 KO streak for Potato, looking for an entrance
It's a lot of damage from this Hoopa.
On the Vaporeon, holding down the fort. Hydro Typhoon. Bernie's gone for the second time in quick succession.
They're gone.
It's It's Team Peps.
Oh, look at Rosander.
Klaus taking that Kyogre in such a pivotal moment, but a great team fight across the board from Team Peps, and there's very little resistance left for CACM Esports, taking a lot of those early
Oh, and Tano, and Lobo. Look at all of them. Look at the guys.
There to contend. Reggie tries to join the fray again. Frank there for the backup, but it's all for naught. Team Peps pushing them off at every turn.
A most unlikely story, this. CACM putting up the defensive...
661 currently, but maybe the most alarming factor, they have held CACM to just 23 points in our final game of the series. There is 30
We're back.
seconds left on the clock.
We crashed.
But that is all for naught. 781 is just too large of a gap to close. CACM will be exiting our tournament in a top 4 position.
It's a Cinderella story, an unlikely story. First Peru, then Dignitas.
We crashed, but we're so back.
CACM EU is going to the grand finals in EU. Team Peps.
Oh, good for Peps.
Victory.
Good for Peps. Good for bro.
Our first finalist here at EUIC 2026 will be this smiling squad.
Oh, good for them, man. Look at Tano going crazy.
That we could have our first ever European international champions in an international event.
For the first time.
Oh, that's
since an
awesome
event
for
that
them,
was on the
man.
EU team. For the first time since the World Championships of Season 1, there is an EU team ready to step onto the Championship Grand Final stage. It happens tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
I'm so happy for them.
This team, Zoiks.
No, and just a perfect clash of styles between these two teams. This double defender composition has got Team Peps to where they are now. They've been playing it all tournament. Does not matter what squad they go into. They are committing to this strategy. And CACM Esports take an exact play out of their handbook with the Gengar every single game and focusing in on this hyper carry. Let's take a final look at this Kyogre that ended the match.
What makes it all the more extraordinary is how well CACM played, and yet Team Peps able to step it up again. In this final stretch, they were able to find the quick KOs 1-2, Reggie dismissed, leaving what? The Mew as your main ADC and capture network for that Kyogre? No chance.
And credit to Dawnlux, making things a little close. I actually think if Texas and Dawnlux play near each other instead of trying to split and play their lives, they might have a chance to outdamage. But there it is, your player of the game, Potato.
Potato.
Gyarados genuinely having a chance, in my opinion, to be player of the series as well. 85,000 damage done on this powerhouse Mega Evolving Pokemon.
If I might add as well, an inspired pick from Klaus to take up the Blaziken.
Yeah.
How many times was that Blaze Kick influential in either taking the objective or scaring away Reggie from going in too deep and eating a Blaze Kick, which would have almost certainly led to their KO in every single situation. That is a very hot dot on the top zone.
That's a potato heat map if I have ever seen it. It is truly the most potato I've ever seen in my life. But yes, thank you very much.
50 XP per minute.
Again, that's a potato screen. Potato focusing so much on the late game. It doesn't matter the Pokemon. It doesn't matter the series. 1,550 experience per minute. But right now, we got Doofsnacks on stage with a member of our new finalists, Team Peps.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, for another time, give it up for Team Peps. I am here with Klaus, and what a miracle run your team is on right now. First question I'm going to ask you, it's been a long time coming for you. It's a little bit of a welcome back party for you. How are you feeling right now, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty good, dude. Last time I came to LCE, I won, and then this time I want to do the
Chris
same.
Heroes typed license points in the Twitch chat and got auto-modded.
I don't think there's a single soul in this building that doesn't want Team Peps to take it down tomorrow. I have to ask you this question, though. A lot of teams that are underdogs have a lot of momentum in day 2. They make it to the grand finals, and all of a sudden, overnight, that momentum goes away. What is Team Peps going to do to maintain that momentum and give themselves a real chance here at taking down the Aeos Cup?
It's pretty simple. My team needs to let me pick Decidui, and then tomorrow we're going to win surely.
All the eggs in the bird's basket here for Klaus wants the Decidui. Maybe discuss that with the rest of the squad here. Everybody seemed in that match to have highlight reel moments. Just everybody stepping up in different phases of those games. How has this team come together from the beginning of the regional leagues to this tournament right here in person?
Honestly, at the start it was pretty rough for us. We had a road start, but we're slowly scaling. We obviously have like some role swappers in our team, but everyone in our team is working hard towards the goal of winning, especially EUIC, and I'm very proud of every one of my teammates for this.
Well, I'll tell you what, all of EU is incredibly proud of you too. Obviously, all the folks here, I fully expect you to be here when we kick off our third day of competition so you can support Team Peps and of course cheer as loud as you can. You get one more opportunity to send these fans home happy before tomorrow. What do you have to say to them?
I will do my absolute best to make you guys proud, and please keep supporting Team Peps. We're gonna win it for you guys.
Aww.
Let's go, baby! Let's send it back to the booth. Klaus, Duke Snack, and they will see you tomorrow for the grand finals.
Let's go, Peps.
The only person that Klaus convinced there was our good friend Draku. Like the only person, yeah, just enjoy, let's go. Yeah, no. Let's actually
Draku
just have a
mentioned?
good bracket first and foremost and bathe in this true miracle run.
Yeah.
Haru 2-1. Dignitas 2-1, CACM Esports 3-1. Oh, need we remind you that Peps didn't even finish top of their own group, being beaten by Extinction yesterday. They are in the grand finals. They guarantee an EU spot in the grand finals, and they're now sitting back, looking pretty, and looking at that second semi-final zoinks of Evil Geniuses versus Tuzi Esports.
Yeah, already basically doubling their prize money with a victory there, but of course, job's not done. An opportunity for EU to win a EU-located event for the Pride, and then of course, get an extra world spot for your region that you get to claim. So a whole lot on the line in that grand finals tomorrow for Championship Sunday. You're gonna have to tune in real
EG
early,
versus
folks, but
Peps.
I know this hometown crowd is
Would
gonna
be good,
in
yeah.
the venue to cheer on Team Peps tomorrow.
You also want, you also love Mazo to get to girlfriend.
Who they're gonna play.
I know, there's
That's
been
true.
talk of sheriffs, there's been talk of Trouble Town, but it would be a very, very wild West of a grand final if Brazil and Tuzi Esports was able to overcome Evil Geniuses, a guaranteed new region, winning an IC. But they do have to get the job done first, don't they? He's been Zoinks, I've been Relic. Evil Geniuses versus Tuzi Esports is on your screen. Don't go anywhere.
I think that was, yeah, that was the last set for those two. Because, yeah, I mean, now it's Spraggles Snacks for the final, or the semifinal here, and then the final tomorrow. So that's their last set. Tano, Lobo. Oh, big hugs. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much rooting for EG here. Tano should be up there. Tano should be up there. I'm rooting for EG because I want that extra spot for NA. Be really valuable for potentially IX or someone like maybe Extinction. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like it's EG and Dig, and then it's like everyone else. So I think it's just like open. Right? I'm rooting for EG for IX.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같았고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
Moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, I felt like you met a new part of yourself.
This is such a good commercial.
Just like me. 뭔가
여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Con mis chivios, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's homie, you know?
Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So,
what's your favorite?
I don't watch F1, so I didn't know who that was, so I had to look it up. What's my favorite? I mean, my favorite is Lucario. I have like a lot of favorites. Like Lucario's definitely my like all-time favorite Pokemon. But like Metagross is also like really close. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's fun. I can't get into racing. Like any kind of racing. I don't know. Oh, Galar meow. That's Floof.
For you today here at EUIC, day number
Floof is Galar
we
meow.
got Tuesday Esports going up against Evil Geniuses. This is going to be a real fun one. Now, Vin, I know it's a bit of a rivalry between North America and Brazil. So, anything to say to your opponents before we head into this?
Okay, those jackets are cool.
You guys are a very good team, but we're confident. We beat you guys day one, and we'll do it again.
Okay. Confidence, I like that a lot. All right, Matt, any response to EG, a rival for you guys?
I mean, you cannot ban my best pick, but you know, you can ban the player. I'm going to win with you. I'm going to win against you. Sorry, my English is kind of bad because I'm Brazilian. I'm going to win against you with any pick I pick.
Okay.
All right. Tough down to
He's so cute.
I like that a lot. All right, let's get one fist bump.
He's like so sorry. Oh.
You two can return.
I thought it was good.
Spraggles and Dupes next.
I think he nailed it.
All right, here we
Just us
are,
dumb Americans that only know one language.
America and Brazil, who will face down EU in our grand finals tomorrow. We will find out in a short best of 5 series here, Dube Snacks. Evil Geniuses,
Every other country knows like 3 or 4.
Brother, this has been maybe the best day 2 of any LAN event.
And we just know like
had.
one
Banger
most
after
of the
banger,
time.
Storylines and just hearts broken, dreams fulfilled, the miracle run that is Team Peps, and then 2 powerhouses that are Tuzi and Evil Geniuses. I can't wait to get underway
Tuzi?
because the stage has been set. EU is going to be defending its home turf against which other region? That's the question we're going to answer.
Yeah, that is what we are about to find out. And as Matt's just said, you can ban the Pokemon, but you can't ban the player. I will beat you with anything. Well, Evil Geniuses,
Hey, there you go.
on an incredible run. Undefeated in their region and absolutely crushing
speak
it
too.
here at EUIC. After a really disappointing LAIC performance for this crew, they are now poised
I
to
assume
head
the
to
second
grand
is German.
finals and possibly take down that victory. But in front of them, of course, the pride of Brazil, Tuzi. It's so exciting to have 4
I know like
different
a
regions
decent amount of
represented
Spanish. I
in
took
our
it for like
semifinals
8
here.
years.
And now that we know one team heading to Grands, the only question left remaining is who
But
is
I can't speak it
Who
fluently.
is next, indeed. You mentioned Evil Geniuses having a tough time when they were on Tuzi's home turf down in Brazil, but it really seems like that is what they needed to get all the jitters out, figure out what their strategy is going to be, calm the nerves, because they are delivering results today, and I'm looking directly at the young guns, Chris Smith and Ducky right there, who might have had issues with their first LAN
You
event,
failed
but stepping
Spanish.
now into the big
Happens to
stage
the best
and
of
filling
us.
the shoes that the rest of the team expects of them. Kyrgios mentioned that he is very excited about this team and the role him and Vin and Roland have played in these two players' development in these competitive scenarios, and now it's time to deliver on all that hard work.
Yeah, we know these players are amazing, but these are the most high-pressure situations they have ever played under. Now, Kyrgios, that's a two-time world champion right there. He's been under the biggest
Two
pressure
times.
this game has to offer, but a few of his new teammates, they're not used to performing here in this situation. So you're right, they need to take them under their wing, and they need to figure out a way for them to feel comfortable enough to play at the level that they know they can. And so far in this tournament, EG has been doing just that. You look over to the other side, and you know, you've got Tuzi here, who had a really great run at LAIC, but if I'm remembering right, was dispatched by Dignitas, the eventual winner of that tournament. So now it's really time for them to prove themselves on this huge international stage.
Without a doubt. I mean, Mats has been maybe the most target-banned player in the tournament so far. However, when Mats gets put down, Mazo stepped up. You've also had crazy duck-related plays out of Leozine, Anthras being an amazing tank, and of course, Canas. We saw in that Armor Rouge having a phenomenal game with that fire spin moveset. I'm just super excited here. These teams are humming right now. They've hit another gear. I know Evil Geniuses says, hey, we beat you day one, we'll take you down day two, but 2Z Esports already seems like a different team from day one to day two, and I think if Evil Geniuses is relying on that past history, they're in for a wake-up call.
Yeah, it's always hard to beat a team a second time. There's something about that, and it's why when we were running into a double elimination scenario, we had so many teams come from the losers bracket and eventually dispatch the team that sent them down there. Well, now this is kind of what has to happen again because they faced off in our group stage. So here we go, our first match of our best of 5 semifinals between Evil Geniuses and Tuzi. Now, in our semifinals, Dupes Next, we are guaranteed to see all three of our maps. We're going to start Kyogre, head on over to Groudon, and then finally Rayquaza. After that, we get back to the map selection that we've had through this tournament, but we will see all 3 flavors of
Mega
Phase
Char.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and we'll see if there's any change in the strategy development. We're starting to watch the bans. We see Mats being banned out. We obviously see Leozine's Duck being banned out. Of course, Umbreon has kind of become the ban of the tournament, in my opinion, really just kind of rocketing onto the scene. And a first pick Mega Lucario for Chris Smith, a great player, but taken away from Mazo is not understated. And we might see base mode Gyarados.
I mean, this would be very interesting if you played base Gyarados right here, knowing that Mega Gyarados is available, but this is a great pick. Chris Smith is unbelievably good on this Pokemon, and you were stealing it away from Mazo, who has had an amazing tournament with it. However, we are going to take this Mew early on the side of Tuzi, as well as Crustle. Crustle been a superstar defender pick throughout this tournament, and Anthras has had a great tournament on it, so I'm not shocked. Ducky with the Mamo.
I love the Roland pick of Eldegoss because Leozine has always defaulted back to Eldegoss when the Duck isn't there. All Creamy is where they're going to have to go after Mazo takes the Mega Gyarados finally. Now Kyrgios and Vin are going to round this thing out. You mentioned Kyrgios has a couple players on this team that aren't used to the big stage. I'm looking at Vin, Ducky, Chris Smith, who have a little bit less experience, but with them alongside is Roland. And you know, back when they were in the days of the Orange Juicers, some tournaments, they looked like they were the only person dialed in. You know, I'm talking about that World's Championship in Hawaii, where it was really like Roland holding water for the entire team, playing a crazy, crazy tournament.
That's true. Roland was one of the best players. I think it was like Roland and Kratos were like
into the game.
the. I guess also Zug. Those three were like the key parts of
quite
OJ.
months, especially from a lot of these top teams. And you just think back to all the way back to year 1 Worlds, the heroic Machamp play from Kyrgios to keep their team in the tournament and eventually win the entire thing. I do like that Mats is able to get the Cerulege here on the side of Tuzi. Obviously, you know, that player has been target banned, like you said, just about every single game in this tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see how they want to play this. Vin on the Glaceon, one of the only players I've seen continuing to run this Pokemon playing.
Yeah, they love
Icy
Glaceon.
Wind variant of it. So great burst damage from afar, right, on this Pokemon, but we just haven't seen that much out of Glaceon.
No, we really haven't. Fun fact about that Curios Big Machamp save in year 1. Do you know how many knockouts they had that game?
I believe it was 0.
Oh, big old goose egg, but turns out you win on the scoreboard, not how many knockouts you get. Let's do it. Let's say the thing.
Here we
Let's
go.
do it.
Evil
Say the thing.
Geniuses, your purple team, 2Z Esports, your orange team, as we are heading into our first game here of our semifinals.
Let's
I
see if
love
we
those
go on a
two.
little invade strategy. Mats, the Char Cadet, definitely something that can be bullied early. We have the Milcery, the future Alchemy there, just checking to see if anyone's coming around the corner to try and stifle
One
their
day.
progress. But no,
One day,
we're
Husky.
playing this
One
thing
day it'll be us
straight
up there.
Yeah, it looks like we're
One
just
day.
both agreed
I believe.
to let their center area Pokemon get the experience they need. We have the Glaceon coming online.
We are
here
Icy
for
Wind.
Geniuses.
Yeah, EG loves
A bit of
Icy
a
Wind.
tussle in the top path and bottom path. It looks like Crustle's trying to score in the bottom path. Soon enough here, we're going to be watching this Glaceon move up to the top path and try to start a fight here. Like you said, they want to be able to get their Mega Lucario online, and you can imagine the same from 2Z heading up to help that Magikarp evolve.
Without a doubt. I'm keeping an eye on
All right, we're
Suludge, of
sending
course, that
4
is
top.
Mats, to see where they want to go here in the early stages of the
Okay,
game.
we do get
Vin
Alchemy
not
online.
Overextending here, not overstaying their welcome, just going to grab one of those Natu and then get out of dodge so they don't give up a KO. Mats looking at Ducky, but they're bubbled out by Anthrax with a nice Rock Tomb, and now we have 4 players collapsing on this goal zone. And intelligently enough, Evil Genius is saying, that's fine, whatever, get your points in.
Yeah, Evil Genius says, yeah, no problem. I'm not going to fight you for it. And the same thing happened on the top path with 2Z. The Magikarp just walked away. However, we now have Evil Geniuses heading to the central area.
Yeah, we got
2Z,
we got
while
them filled
multiple
back up.
members of EG went back to their own central area. So stealing some of this
We got 'em
valuable
filled right back up.
experience away from 2Z.
Listen, nice rotation by Evil Geniuses. Ducky and Curios.
I also
going
kind of
into their own
reorganized them a
central,
little
knowing that
bit.
Vin is across the way getting their experience there, gives them the
I
opportunity to get
reorganized
some
those,
free
and I also
experience and
reorganized the
evolve.
cables on my
Getting some
desk, so
pressure put
things
on
are a lot
Mazo
nicer right now.
on the Mega Gyarados here. Leo's
Satisfies
hanging out, and we've got a big 5-player presence
the need for
2Z. They
organization
want this
here.
Regidrago in a big way. Curios is running in. They're trying to eye down Mazo straight back to
The
middle. We
color
have a
in this room
suplex.
looks so
Submission
good.
there. Regidrago is taken as Curios is knocked out. And of course, Mazo getting credit for both of those.
Great fight here for 2Z. I mean, excellent stuff. They were able to push them forward right here. Mazo able to peel back. We have Leosin on this Alchemy, so it could set up a recover scenario where Mazo wouldn't have to base. It also looks like Mazo wants to keep presence in the top path. Great fight for 2Z. A little exchange there, and they take Regidrago.
Yeah, it's nice and
Now,
dark.
Chris Smith is unchecked, and I would love to see them step
Like
up
you
and
kind of
get all this
see on the
experience and
wall,
take
like
over
where
as we have a
Lucario is. It's like
convergence here.
almost
Mazo
black.
knows what's up. Chris Smith is there, ready, level 8, so they are scaling well. How is it going to be played by Evil Geniuses?
That makes
is
the
real
lights
question,
look a lot
because we have our
better
first
too, I think.
objectives here in the top path in 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. We have Vin already with a Unite move as well, level 8 on that Glaceon. Mazo just watching this fight here. It is Regieleki top. They could have it walk and then get a nice
Yeah, I think it
big
makes-
overcap in the top path. It looks
It
like
makes
that's
the
what they're
lights look a
gonna
lot
do.
better, too.
Teams are just kind of ships in the night here trading objectives.
Curios running around, hasn't quite hit Machamp yet. That thing is going to walk. We'll see how it's played. Mazo, again, has been keeping an eye on this thing the whole time, but because of that, they haven't been taking any wild farm or experience, and now we're going to get a big time over.
Big over right there, but you know, I don't think 2Z is too stressed out. They opened up all of this free experience for them.
Yeah,
Mazo was
I
just
don't
gonna go
know.
ahead and
It's
take
been
it,
all
make sure that
day.
they are online and they're level
It's been
9
all
as quickly
day.
as they can. I think this is a fine trade for both of these teams. Of course, for Evil Geniuses, they are ahead
Been
on the
all day.
scoreboard, and
I have to
if
be
EG
the
plays
ad.
Like LG Luminosity from years prior that Curios was on, they would love to run up the score as much as possible before the final fight.
Yeah, I mean, just find value with your where you can without overextending. That's something that LG used to do great. It's something that Curios also was a key component of, and something we've already seen this game so far. So Evil Geniuses really biding their time here. On the other side, 2Z Esports
Where's my ad blocker?
closing this experience gap to the best of their ability.
I don't know.
But it's not easy pickings out here. We got the
I've
sweet
never
sound
had this
from
problem with
Leozine,
Twitch
and those
before.
Birds again,
I've never
dispatched out,
had
both teams just walking away.
this do
match
that.
feels like neither squad wants to be the one to really make a big mistake, right? I mean,
I never had
everyone is
ads
playing
this
so
bad.
cautiously at the start of our match here. Kyrio's getting some information and then just moving away. To be fair to Evil Geniuses,
Thanks for the follow,
they are
Joshua.
up,
Welcome
but
in.
I don't think Tuzi is stressed at all. Both teams seem to have they have this aura of our game is going exactly to plan.
I agree completely. Ducky desperately looking to get that Mamoswine online and bang on cue right before the 5-minute mark. They're going to have a good opportunity for a couple solid Unite moves here. Sweet Sing goes down. Alchemy with a nice little bush check is going to give them some information. Tuzi, Evil Geniuses, basement objective. Let's get into it.
Yeah, they're looking for a possible fight here. We have Unite moves
Yeah,
for every
I mean, I'm in
single
like
member of
full
both
screen
teams.
mode.
Does this fight break out? It absolutely could for this Registeel. They are moving in. Here comes Kyrios.
Right into the back line. Flip turns and goes for it. Machamp Unite gets a knockout. Roulette Unite is an attempt, but it doesn't hit anything. Couldn't find a soul. Ducky pops their Unite move. Decent Ice Fang, but back the other way, we have the Crustle Unite. So they're not even able to pick them up. And all of a sudden, the objective is gone, but these two teams, again, just parting ways.
Yeah, I mean, we lost a couple on the side of Tuzi, but they decide really not to fight right here. Could they pick up a KO on Christmas? Possibly, but
Okay,
no, they go
we got
down.
Gary.
Roland able to stop that. We have the Unite move from the Alchemy.
This Glaceon is like actually kind of cooking.
No, it will not. They are going to push towards this objective. Evil Genius with kind of the first big fight and win of this set.
Sweet Scent right on top of pad here, but we have the submission, flip, suplex, slam by Kyrios, and that's good enough for another knockout.
Not a big
Now the
overcap. They
score
could have
is
done a little bit better
growing.
there.
Experience lead is growing, and
But
Tuzi
they just
Esports
wanted to
has
break
some
it.
questions that they need to answer here with just under 4 minutes.
Yeah, Evil Genius is in control right now, and this is exactly where they want to be score-wise, right? But they did open up even more experience for the side of Tuzi. I think Tuzi is planning on just staying in this game experience-wise, which they are relatively still, even after losing that fight, and just making sure that they can win a huge one at the final objective. Registeel getting taken right here, but here comes EG.
Christmas looking nice little flank. They're separating Alchemy from the rest of the team. Roulette goes in. A lot of damage on Christmas. Christmas is taken down by Matt. On the retreat here is the Machamp. They're running towards those berries. Registeel hits, and this is an opportunity to just give up the equity here. Just give up the goal zone, let them score points, get an advantage some other time.
I think we failed math. Oh yeah, I think we failed.
What'd I say?
Not you. I'm talking about Tuzi there. They scored
Did they not put in the 250s?
No, they didn't.
Why?
I don't know. I think they just, yeah, you know, things were happening fast. 194, 153.
But they weren't, though.
It wasn't that quick.
It was not fast
I'm
at
not
all.
sure the reasoning behind it, but they gave it to the Mew that I think had 30 and then a 50. But here we are, still 194, and they have this Tier 1 goal zone open in the bottom path, so they are still very close in this game. And given that we're heading to the 2-minute mark, if someone peels off, they actually will be ahead by scoring in this bottom goal zone. Registeel right now being hit. That is going down. A huge buff for Evil Geniuses. That is going to be massive in this fight. Tuzi, extremely aggressive positioning. They might kick this fight off very quickly. Kyrios found right here. Mazo caught out. Do they move in? Trying to waterfall, and they peel back. No, Ducky catches them.
All right,
Good play, Ducky.
They just step big. Roulette Unite through a couple characters. The cake is set up, but it's pretty deep. It's not going to be able to heal. Matt's into the back line. They're on the chase. Flip back around. Kyrios sees them. Cross chop to get away.
Oh yeah, Lucario's just cooking right now.
Mazo's on, about to get buckled. Leozine is down as
Oh, good play, Ducky. Come on, Ducky.
Now, Evil Geniuses are in the driver's seat. Ducky has an opportunity to make another play here as the whole time Christmas moves up close.
Got no unites. Mew has the only unite.
Opportunity here for Evil Geniuses. We
Oh, big Ice Fang. You don't have Mega Lucario, but it doesn't matter. We get Alchemy. Cerulege still down. Mew's looking for a secure. Mazo's looking for the secure. Oh no!
The delay was crazy. They were so focused on the Mew that they let Mazo slip through, and now Tuzi Esports has a chance to score.
And the question is, how do they want to play this? 5 members of Evil Geniuses all moving together, and this game is so close. Just one player of Tuzi can peel off and score, and all of a sudden they are ahead. But any mistake means they hand over one of these valuable buffs to the side of EG.
They left it on 1, man.
A heroic play
Buddy.
there from Tuzi. Now
Floof is here.
the score right now. If they are, this is massive. They're going to let it in, sending Eldegoss to score the other way. I don't know if Tuzi's going to suss this out. They need to do something to stop it, but they're moving forward with their Unite moves.
Vin is so low on HP. Vin is gone, and now they have the cake again, and it's topping everybody off with HP. We've got the counter Hundo Burger there, 294, 317, and Tuzi
Nice,
Esports
buddy.
push continues, and that's another burger getting gobbled down by Tuzi Esports. Hurricane in 20 seconds. We're gonna put some pressure on, but they don't
look
have
at
time to
the
cross the map.
floopy.
Tuzi Esports from the brink of defeat, snatching victory.
Wow, I mean, what a stall, what a play there from Tuzi. You saw Mazo waterfall through the Kyogre pit to make it to the other side. We have the Mew Unite move used just so they can buy more and more
Oh,
time
you doing big
for a
purse,
heroic
buddy.
secure, and they make it happen,
Good, my boy.
playing to their outs
Alright.
the whole way through. And while Tuzi had a rough fight, they had a huge victory.
Oh.
I'm gonna try and check something just really quick here. I want to see if
Hi, sweet boy.
Power Up Punch was too early.
Oh, sure.
We're gonna see here this conversation just kicked off very quickly.
Hi. My
Really
sweet
did.
boy.
Plus 30. See where that puts us.
He's laying on my
Close
lap
right
now.
past it. You start talking. I'm gonna check this.
Yeah, for
Good
sure.
boy.
We're going to take a look at
He's
some
being
of the big
so
moments right here. Here's the
good.
replay on the big screen. We got the 2-minute 9-second mark right here.
I think it's
The
because
Unite
he
move
wants
from,
his wet food,
unfortunately,
but it's
you know,
like
the
3
Alchemy
hours
doesn't
early.
find a lot of value, but
Or
Champ
no,
comes in
he
and
just
misses
wants
a lot there
love.
as well.
And
We have
maybe to
Mega
avoid his
Lucario
sister.
getting a huge close combat.
Oh,
Moving
my
forward, the
boy.
Glaceon looking for some KOs. Ceruledge goes
Good
down.
boy.
And now we're looking for Kyogre right here. Here is when they're kind of dancing around, right? Trying to waste as much time as they possibly can. They catch the Alcremie. Kyogre is low. Mazo
Velveeta
jumps
loves
through right here.
to just
Mew
torture
looking
him.
for it. Here's the final moment here. Slowed down. Mammo, Swine
And he's
jumping
just
in.
a-
Ducky
he's
seeing
just
if
a
he can
sleepy
stop
guy.
Mazo. Huge
He doesn't
ice
always
bang.
like being
They
bothered.
Do. The boosted blocked by Eldegoss. Everybody knocked up.
Oh.
And a waterfall for the secure.
I mean, Vin just a hair too early with the Mew boosted auto. You see that line come up, and you know that boosted auto has the chance to secure as
Oh,
well
good
from
boy.
that range. The Icy Wind just a bit too early, and honestly, Ducky's catch was really solid too. I mean,
Oh, big
Mazo
chomps.
on no
Now he's biting me.
Yeah, great
Because
stuff,
he is
but Kyogre
overstimmied.
knocking everyone up, and the first one to be able to react, Mazo with the waterfall.
Can I
for the
hold you like a
secure
babby?
bots. The player of the game. I mean, a lot of great plays, of course. You look at this knockout-wise from both of these teams.
He's just
We
sitting
talked
on my
about
lap.
this.
I
This
wish I
was
could show you.
Extremely cautious game.
Oh, now he's
from
chomping.
both sides.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, a
Why do you gotta
completely
bite me when you're
different
happy?
flavor than what
Why
we
do you bite
just
me when you're
watched,
happy?
Between Peps, Peps and CACM.
He
right?
literally
It
like
seemed they
just
always
like he'll
wanted to brawl.
get
Here,
so
it was just
happy, like he's
"Okay,
literally
get
making
experience,
biscuits
and
on
we're
my
gonna fade away
legs
from each other. Get
and then
experience, fade
biting.
away from each other. But ultimately, a really solid
just-
fight from
he's just
Evil
a
Geniuses. I
complicated
think
little
you can
guy.
only say that they missed the mark by a fraction, and that fraction of a miss is enough for Tuzi Esports and Mazo to make some hero moves.
I'm gonna hold
they
you
just
like a
weren't
babby.
able to shut them down, right? They just couldn't KO enough members of Tuzi right there. They had to chase down the Crustle. They finally get that. Then they have to chase down the Alcremie. They finally get that as they continue to move
Yeah,
through
every
it
cat
right
is
here.
complicated.
We're heading into our next game. Groudon will be our map for game
Yeah.
number 2 of this best of 5. Tuzi out of Brazil. Up 1 here. I think a lot of people would think Evil Geniuses would
See, that's
take
not
this,
so
but,
bad,
you know,
buddy.
they're struggling right now.
Yeah, I mean, struggling is not the word I would use, to be honest. I think they're actually playing pretty darn solid. I
He's
think
living
they
his
just
best
need to
life right
tighten
now.
up a little bit. I don't think they're way off the mark.
going
I mean,
no
you look at,
bones,
like,
he's
the catch that
purring.
Ducky had, young player. I mean, they did their job on Mazo,
Just having
right?
a good time.
Then just a hair too early. It's like milliseconds that we missed this window by. So Evil
You're
Geniuses
getting all your
doesn't have
love,
a
bud.
gargantuan adjustment to make, but they need to tighten it up.
Yeah, no question. They had the match. They had it as close as they could possibly get it.
got the
But you
chin
got to
stretch.
give it up to Tuzi, able to sort of slip through
Look
in that
at
moment,
him.
keep fighting. We see very similar bans here. Machamp being banned out, very targeted ban right there, as we see Crustle and
I'm
Mew
gonna
once
let
again.
everybody watch the thing now,
Blastoise
okay?
getting queued up by Ducky, locked
Here we
in
go.
quickly,
Now I hold
rolling,
it.
feeling this Eldegoss, and they're going to select it, which of
Yeah.
course for
Yeah.
Leozine means we might just go back into the Alcremie.
Machamp
Yeah, here we're going to see
Mimi
next two
Charwai.
picks for Tuesday. Mega Gyarados, no surprise. We saw that from Mazo. I mean, it seems like he wants to play maybe even Mega Lucario, but if he can't get it, Mega Gyarados. And if he can't get that, regular Gyarados. And if he can't get that, well, I don't know what his next option is.
We've never been forced to figure it out.
We don't know.
We've never been forced to figure it out. A lot of things similar here. In fact, almost everything is similar.
Yep.
You know, besides Curios on the Empoleon, Vin on this Glaceon here. Matt's back to Cerulege. And if my memory serves, we have the exact same lineup on the side of Tuesday.
Kind of like
Tuesday
Impole
looks
here.
exactly the same. I believe you're right. Obviously, some switch-ups from Evil Geniuses because that Machamp is banned out. I'm interested to see Curios on this Empoleon. This could be a really cool pick for them. Not shocked at all that they go with this first pick for Chris Smith on the Mega Lucario. Great game for Evil Geniuses. They just couldn't close it out in those final moments.
still just letting me hold him.
Members of Tuesday around to get
Throw
that
him on.
secure. Really impressive from Tuesday, you know, clawing their way through that end game to make sure that they could get that first win. And you need a few of those. Sometimes the match isn't going your way and you just have to continue playing to your outs.
Without a doubt. Well, the good thing is for Evil Geniuses, they know what this matchup feels like. They just played it, right? And they weren't off by much. So the adjustment again, or the tightening up of their game they have to make is not much. This Empoleon, it needs to become a difference maker, I think, because I want to see them tip the scales in their direction. Because I think there were some opportunities where Evil Geniuses could have really stressed and pushed an advantage, but like you said, everybody was playing a little shy. And because of that, Tuesday Esports was just always allowed to hang in.
Well, here we go. Heading into game number 2. Evil Geniuses, your purple team.
All right.
Tuesday Esports,
Bye, Bubby.
up one
I love
game.
you.
Your orange team. These teams are looking to head to our grand finals tomorrow morning, a championship Sunday. Tuesday is going to need to win 2 in a row. Evil Geniuses, they got to win 3 games out of this best of 5, and they don't have one yet.
Not yet. Down, but certainly not out. Mazo and Leozian collapsing as we quickly go for a stack, does Chris Smith. They're going to try and get this secure here. They are able to, which that's a nice little win for them. Roland going to keep the pressure on, going to be pressing down the Tuesday squad.
Yeah, and Mazo, of course, just looking to brawl with their opponents. A KO or an assist would be amazing, but just filling that effort gauge is your job as an early Magikarp right here. The secures are great, but Gyarados is the goal.
Look at all the time that Roland has bought down from a nice distance, so they're not even putting themselves in danger to get knocked out by either of those players.
I think we're going to
and
the
of course,
point
because
of the.
that, they're slowing everything down and securing more on their side.
I think we're going to the point of the day where we're gonna
really
raise
wanna
up
play
and do
into
some
that,
standing.
as Ducky has to fade back
So I'm not
to the
just
bottom
sitting
path,
down
which
all
is about
day
to
like
be
a
3v2.
degenerate.
Yeah, and here we go, looking to fight right here. Curios still not level 5. They're moving forward, looking for the KO, just ripping through them right there. You can see that wound damage there as they're moving forward. Big eject button, not able to take them down, but they do push them off goal. Get some huge scores in the bottom path. That looks like top path going right the other way. Matt's continuing this push, looking for Ducky right here, seeing if they can take them or take some of these wild Pokemon.
Learning the lesson from game 1 and a good adjustment by Tuesday. The same thing happened. A good push downstairs. Ducky and Curios retreated to the central
we
area
go.
to get some of that easy farm. However, this time they continued to
Walkie
chase and they were
Grumpies are
able to
coming.
bully them away.
Yeah, and here we go.
I mean, we're almost there.
Being caught in the central area here. Are they able to do something about it? Right over the wall, but they had the Mew ready to go. Beautiful play from Tuesday.
Up though,
Yeah,
too.
I mean, Tuesday taking the lessons learned from game 1 and closing the
We need to
gaps
hang
on
up
them.
our
Evil
card.
Geniuses going back to that strategic well too many times, and in this case, it's just twice, and it's going to keep them from getting any advantage here.
Reggie Drago taken by Tuesday. Stronger start than game 1 for Tuesday. Both these teams still relatively close, but we've had a couple great fights here. Gyarados online in the top path, and 82 points for Tuesday.
Prinplup's face is ridiculous. I just decided. I've never really noticed that. That is preposterous.
A lot of those stage 1s have, you know, there's a lot of business going on.
There's something going on there. Evil Geniuses at least getting some points in up top. Tuesday Esports fine with hanging out downstairs. And honestly, credit to Mazo.
I can't get that one
who
out.
is able to kind of keep pace here. by
I
themselves.
need to get like
'cause they
there's
pretty
the
much
nail
been
in, but it's
Yeah,
like
it looks like they kind of have abandoned Mazo in some
it's
of these
like these little
situations, but they're
guys,
getting so much value elsewhere
and it
that
just
they're
like keeps
okay with it.
spinning.
Looking for the Regieleki right here, multiple members of Evil Geniuses in the bottom path, an easy Reggie Rock
What?
secure for Tuzi, as no one is looking for it. 5 members, however, of EG are walking towards this goal zone. Here comes Kyrios.
Kyrios, they're going to try and get the points in. It hits, and they quickly get the score, 84-87. Obviously, scoreline incredibly tight. Evil Geniuses with a hard rotation. What are they going to do with this? Blastoise is online. Ducky's got to feel good about that. But look, again, just kind of fading apart from each other.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't have a lot of engagements between these two squads. Even in that moment, we had 5 members of EG, but they weren't able to break the goal zone early, and because they weren't able to break that goal zone early, Regieleki just kind of walks for a measly overcap, and it actually works out pretty good for Tuzi, in my opinion. They do lose some map presence, of course, some pressure.
You had
on
to
that
dig
tier
for
1,
that
but
picture.
EG doesn't score a lot. They don't get to push.
Yeah, at least the Emperor Penguin is now online. Kyrios feels like a character. They can get into the mix. But again, everything feels like it's moving at a radically different pace than just the last match we watched. Different strategies being employed here. 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Swablu and Altaria on the map. Kyrios rock-tombed out of being able to get it, but straight through, pressed against the wall is Anthrax.
Yeah, don't ever post
Anthrax
pictures of your
Vin
feet on the internet
stepping
for
up,
free.
Not able to deliver a knockout blow.
Yeah, and if you look at the map, I mean, there's
Especially
almost
when you have
nothing
friends
that
like
these teams
Pina.
have not explored, right? We're heading back to the central area, seeing what experience we could get. Mazo in the top path right now, making sure they get all of that safe experience that's been unlocked by losing that tier 1 goal zone. Oh, preposterous, contrary to reason or common sense, utterly absurd or ridiculous. Example, sometimes my stats. Did we say preposterous?
Perhaps. I also know that that is the first true statistic that the stats team has put up.
Yeah, the stats team. I mean, we've already talked about the heat map.
A little bit. So
Yeah, a lot of heat map deniers out there. 5-minute mark right here as we have a possible big fight happening at this objective. EG hiding in the tall grass.
Okay, Anthrax like easily spacing here. Rock Tomb X Scissor combination. Aura Cannon is out. Mega Lucario online. They're just looking for their way in. They want to go towards Canas here. The big cake is built. Oh, big Cerulite
It's not
trying to
happening.
Registeel. Was that a Hydro Pump secure? It was.
It's not
Ducky's stepping
happening.
up. The kid taking the tank
I'm trying to get this on,
putting a little offensive
but it's just
flavor
like
to it. Big solar
the
beam, another
nail
player
that's on the
down.
wall
Roland and
is
Ducky, the support core gonna try and hold this
not
thing
out
and
long
keep it
enough or
sorted.
well,
Mats
out
is finally gonna
far
get these
enough
40 points
so I
in as the
can't
rest of
like
Tuzi provides a
get
nice
this
screen.
on.
Yeah, I think that was great for Tuzi. They do lose the objective, but they score well in the bottom path there. They're up on the scoreboard right now. However, we have an early, immediate rotation of the top path here by EG. They are going to take this Regieleki. I don't know if they're going to walk with it or just put some pressure onto the side of Tuzi and allow themselves to farm up the rest of the map. We already had Mats moving through the center, though, grabbing as much as they could. It looks like Mega Gyarados is going to deal with Regieleki, and this shouldn't stress Tuzi out much at all, and they're up.
They are up. We're kind of watching the NFL equivalent of like a card defense,
I
2-field
don't know.
goal type.
I don't think it's
here.
happening.
The pacing is completely different. Evil Genius is
There is a
trying to
Pokemon
score
Unite game right
using
now.
the Regieleki information to see if they can make a play. Straight into the back line is
There is
Kyrios.
a Pokemon.
They're putting tons of pressure on
We'll pay
Canas, and that's a
attention to
clutch knockout. Cerulite Unite just pop up. Ducky
Right
gets
now,
slashed
EG
through,
is
but
losing
Mats goes
again.
all the way to the back line, gets rolling. Vin now low on HP. Vin now gone. Kyrios now gone. Hydro Typhoon is just to make a play. Mazo there. Chris Smith closed the door on it, trying to make a play. No way Mazo gets out. The recover from Leozine and just some shifty business, and that big Mega Gyarados makes it out safely.
I don't know if
But still, 3 minutes on the clock.
I don't
The
know if
score
EG
has
wins
not
this.
changed. 84-127. This is a very close game. Level-wise, score-wise, just about everywhere.
I don't think
The
EG
question
wins
is,
this
what
one.
is EG going to do here now that they are behind a position I don't think they find themselves in too often?
Impulse
as they are
pretty
heading
low.
towards an objective.
Recovered.
They're only
A little
12.
recover dollop thrown by
You have this
Leozine
level
just to let them
14
know
Saru
somebody
that you
might
have to
be
deal
in the
with. Like
area. It
who
was good enough to
who
have
takes
them
out
fit.
Saru?
Now Curious looking for a flank here. Sweet Scent is down and Mats immediately picks up on it. Regice is getting
Gyarados
worked
is
at
going for that
about
50
half.
back half,
Chris
which
Smith
is
not willing to
great.
give up on this while we've got a 50 banger going in up top.
They
It
do
is
get
secure,
that.
is the Regice
That's
by
nice,
Evil
actually.
Geniuses. We have 20 seconds until Groudon.
Yeah, Regice probably not the exact buff they're looking for, but anything would be nice for
There
this
has to
fight.
be a hack on
15
TikTok to
seconds
help
until
what?
Groudon
TikTok
is
to help what?
behind. but they're behind by less than 100 dupe snacks, which means they can peel off to a tier 1.
Oh, for my picture frame? I mean, I'll get it. I just need a... I need to grab a hammer so I can pull the nail out just like a little bit.
The Surf misses, not able to pull the Crustle.
That's all.
See how they want to play this.
The nails are in the right spot.
The solar beam right here. Vin keeping the
I thought you were talking about something else.
Looking to move in. Gyarados underwater.
Gyarados underwater. Let's see what the follow-up is. Ducky gets put in the spin cycle here. Mats is
That's
looking
a
for their
great
opportunity. They go straight
surf
in.
pump.
Nobody's down yet. Solar beam cover. Hydro pump separates Mazo from the
We're just
Blastoise.
avoiding
Back into the middle.
Gyarados. We're
Tuzi
kind of
needs to
timing
take
him
a
out.
positional advantage. Looking for a way in
So
is
we have
Evil
no
Genius.
Unite there.
Cheerios
Everybody
just
else has a
dodging
Unite.
the
Here comes
bullet.
Sovereign Slide.
Cannon comes out, and now Evil
Oh,
Genius
there
is
we go,
alive, and
EG.
they are taking this thing to Mazo. The cage
2
is
down.
The Gyarados is
That's
down.
what they needed. Saru's still pretty healthy. Chris Smith needs the help. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. Vin's gonna get that. That's 4 down. Just the Mew. Mystical Mirage. Just to back. Put it on. Yeah, you gotta put some damage on the Groudon. You gotta go. That's your win con. No, Mew's back. Mew's looking for a secure. Solar Beam from downtown. It's too early.
And it's secured by Vin.
Solar Beam way too early right there. They just were not able to stop that.
Go
Huge
for a
secure
walk.
for Evil Geniuses.
That's why I'm
I agree
standing
with you.
up.
I think they weren't sure exactly
That's
where
why I'm
Mew
standing
disappeared
up.
to. We have a score in the top half right now. Gyarados looking to make something happen as we have a defense here on this goal zone. Moving in. Beautiful score.
Pina gets that secure. Why were we on Solar Beam and not E-Ball?
380-275. While it's not over, this is going to be tough for Tuzi right now. They have to get all the way to the other
Beam
side
and not
to
E-Ball.
score.
Ducky
Riddle
going
me that,
full
Batman.
flank. Matt's using this Roulette Unite to kind of cross the map a little bit there. Not going to be enough.
Okay,
Another
back to-
big-time surf from Ducky. Teach me how to Ducky right now, because that Blastoise is schmovin'. More points, more Hundo Burgers. Game 2 win. Evil Geniuses back in it.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses tying this thing up right there with a beautiful fight. Insane levels of patience from both of these squads at this Groudon fight. It feels like in and out, neither of them deciding if it was time to actually pull the trigger and move in for the fight. And then finally, we have that huge Unite move from the side of Evil Geniuses. They head in and they take a game victory there. In general, between these two squads, it really feels like these teams are a little scared to overextend, a little scared to fight.
That, you know, I'm going to say it's the strategy. I was kind of mentioning it before. It's like the NFL equivalent of 2 defensive powerhouses, and the final score is like 6-3 on 2 field goals type of action here. Now, Tuzi, we know, likes to fight. We know Evil Geniuses can fight. They just proved it there. Is it going to be enough to switch up our strategy? That's my question. Let's watch a replay of this Groudon.
You know, this was one tough moment here was the late Unite move from the Alchemy. We're not able to get Alchemy in there early enough to save multiple
I got the
members,
hammer.
and immediately it was taken down by a huge
You just
close
found Karma
combat.
trapped in the linen closet?
Geniuses right there. Nice plays. Lucario doing
Okay.
some serious work. We had the Crustle also keeping the dream alive for a while. Mew, I love this play.
Can't see
You
the
pretend
card.
like you're basing. You come right back, but it's just too dang early for the
It's
secure.
supposed to be up here.
I mean, Evil Geniuses has to take a deep breath. Why? Because they need to make sure they don't let that happen again.
Yeah.
Because that was a very close opportunity for Tuzi to snatch another game out from under him.
Yeah, it looks like Evil
They're up there.
Geniuses in control.
It's
of
one
that
could say
match,
it's hammer
control
time.
A lot of the fights they ran into. But again, if you look at the numbers across the board here, it's not just a particular
Why is
player,
Duck hanging?
It's the entire team has
Simon!
relatively low damage numbers because these squads
He's
are
just
not fighting that much.
What?
No, they're not.
He's just a
which is what
duck.
makes Vin's 5 knockouts pretty darn
Look at
impressive.
him.
Because when they were meeting up, especially in the late part of the game here around Groudon, they were getting knockouts when they needed them.
Yeah, which is what matters, right? You want to
Can
be
we
able
see
to
the-
win the most important moments in the match. And if both teams are sort of cautious when it comes to engaging, it's
He's
really
on
gonna
the
depend on when
teach
you
me how
have to make that moment. Looks like we
Teach
might
me
have
how
our
to
players
Douglas,
finding
I think
some
he
sort of
said
issue on
earlier.
Stage here, but we are going to be heading to our next draft very soon. Lots of thumbs up from the side of Evil Geniuses as they have tied it up here in this best of 5.
Can I just say that
Until
Vin's
redact.
EG
Yeah,
jacket
until
is sick?
redacted.
I think you can.
It looks really cool.
Smaller when I put
Is
this
he
up.
allowed to?
Production, am I allowed to say that?
Y'all need Jesus.
You know what, stats team? Put it on the. Put it
Yeah,
on the.
stats
Just put it
team,
on the
get it
screen.
up on the screen. Are
Just
we
put it up on
allowed
the
to
screen.
say a jacket looks sick? Oh, I just heard we're allowed.
We are allowed. So, well, I already said it. So, just rewind, clip it, and ship it, and just play it again. Production, thank you.
Yep. Forgiveness, not permission. We started with it even though we weren't sure. As we're heading into our next game, the guaranteed Rayquaza game of this best of 5. In our best of 5, we rotate our maps Kyogre, Groudon, Ray, and then our teams do get to choose depending on what the losing team decides right here. Obviously, Evil Geniuses won that one. Tuesday gets to decide their side. They will get first pick in this as we go through our bands right here. Mimikyu, Champ, Blastoise. Over to the other
We got
side,
one up.
Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard.
We got one up. Look.
And we have the Zera Aura.
We got the We got the Bulba up.
For Mega Gyarados go to Evil Geniuses here, depending on what Tuesday wants to do to kick this thing off.
Finance the next
goes
room.
Mega
thing.
Gyarados. There's a real opportunity.
Actually, got a
Tuesday
really good.
just goes base model Gyarados. No, they want to first pick it.
Yeah, I think it's a fair first pick. I mean, Evil Geniuses, I see what they're doing with this Mega Lucario ban. They're saying, I think you want this, Mazo. I think that's the reason you want this first pick right now, so we're just going to shut that down completely. Let's see what they give Chris Smith as a consolation prize, not getting one of their favorite Pokemon here. And we have locking in the Mewtwo Y for Curios, and a Pokemon that's been banned out a few times in our series here, Umbreon.
Yeah, Umbreon incredibly powerful. I really think
They
Evil
sent you
Geniuses with such an early
12
Mega Mewtwo
step
Y
ladders?
pick is trying to leash
What are you
Tuesday
doing,
along
step
into
ladder?
Something so that they can really have a powerful gutter pick here. Vaporeon and Psyduck. Great picks. Chris Smith jumping onto that Garchomp, Team Pep's favorite, and rolling back to the Blissey. And I would be remiss if we didn't have a Bliss assistance on that Garchomp for some big plays.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see. We saw it earlier with Peps. It's a great strategy. After some recent Garchomp buffs, it is very much back into our meta. And yeah, just the ability to have
make
this
a grilled cheese out of
unstoppable
her?
land shark chasing you down, and then Blissey
She is the
rocketing to
cutest
you, this huge
little.
bowling ball, knocking
She
out
is like
multiple
just so cute.
Pokemon, giving them some huge damage.
I love her.
Massive shield for this Garchomp. Final pick over to Evil Geniuses is going to be Vin's Scyther.
Vin with a great opportunity here on a Scyther. We've seen Scythers take over the game, and Evil Geniuses has built a composition that is going to be in your face with a Garchomp, with an Umbreon, with a Blissey that has tons of HP.
You just
Right
missed
behind
her.
them is
I was
the
just
Mewtwo
holding
that's gonna
her.
be pressing you down, and then
She
Vin
was
can
down,
pop in for some big time explosive
I
plays.
picked her up. I showed
Is
her.
Vin going to be able to deliver? That's the question here. When they draft like
You
this and
missed.
they give him the gutter pick, they expect
And she was
Vin
making
to
her.
deliver,
She
and
makes
he
the
needs to
cutest
step into
sounds.
that
She
role.
makes like.
Yeah, no question about it. I'm really interested to see what happens.
Ducky's hair looks like mine.
You know,
Kind
some
of.
those interesting picks. We're not seeing it a ton competitive.
Mine has a lot
We do
more
see some
volume,
big
I think.
moments from it. The build that they have on, you
The key
really
is
can
getting
go
volume
either
in
way,
it.
But oftentimes, if you're playing stored power, you are going to see some type of attack speed item, but not 100% a necessity. And with a curse item, running stored power, you do kind of chain that between multiple opponents, which is a really exciting strategy. Matt's on the Blaziken, interestingly enough, is running an attack weight and a big root with the ability to get some extra recovery here as we're heading into our next game. Here we go. Tuesday Esports and Evil Geniuses all tied up so far in this best of 5.
One apiece here, and Evil Geniuses trying to do their best Peps impression. Lose the first one, string together the next 3, and find yourself into the grand finals. Matt's taking this Torchic, going to start working through their central area, as Vin is going to get online
second try,
far
though.
faster and look to make an impact.
Yeah, looking to see what they can get right
We
here.
got it
The
second
earlier
try.
They can get that Blaze kick, the better, which is why a lot of these Blaze kids now head towards that central area. Mazo, however, just getting really aggressive. Roland having to peel away, and you can see what Roland's up to. Wants to make
The
it
back
so
part
you
of my
just
leg
kinda
without
walk back, you
looks like it
some
gets
free hits
cold.
against this farm and power up your Gyarados. I love the play.
That's funny.
While we also see the Scyther moving up to the top path, possibly looking for an early KO on Mazo, but no, trying to steal away some experience.
Yeah, we got 5 seconds to the 9-minute
Looks
mark,
like it gets
rolling low on
cold.
HP. Of course, Chris Smith trying to get this Garchomp online. When you see teams like Team Peps, they literally
Yeah,
put
so
potato on
every
top
game
and play
3 is
small
Ray.
players
So
for
it
5 straight
in the
minutes
best of
just to make
5s.
sure that they can meet that mark.
goes Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, and then after that, then it's choice of the losing team.
Well guaranteed.
Wow, extremely aggressive play. You love to see it. Just exciting stuff here. Of course, Evil Geniuses recognizes what that means, and they take it right back the other way. Mazo getting very close to Gyarados right now as Evil Geniuses, you know, it feels like both of these teams are agreeing with what's happening, you know? They go, okay, fine, we'll head to your center. And the other side says, yeah.
You miss Ray? I don't.
To your center, you know, it's just over and over again with these squads.
I miss the idea of Ray.
Ducky hitting both targets, allowing Vin to get out pretty safely. We just saw that electric mine go down, I believe, so that's the type of Alolan Raichu we're going to be seeing. No stored power today.
Yeah, that's right. That is going to be the Electro Ball as we see Roland heading into the central area here, just using his tall grass to head back home. Right now, we do have...
I think Ducky's haircut's fine. He just needs to take a blow dryer, get a little volume in it, a little product. Honestly, that's all it needs.
The Rayquaza map. I was thinking, wait, where is Reggie Drago? It's not here, Jake.
It's not here again.
I think that's all. I think that's all it needs.
Map, which means the tempo of this gameplay is going to be just a
little like sea salt spray or something to give it a little bit of like texture. It'd go crazy.
Short order. The rest of the team, though, just moving across the map. Vin kind of baiting away the retreat. And
what?
Going to be able to step back in. Curious with the secure.
Yeah, here we go. Just making sure that they can get some damage with those Electro Balls. Up to the top path right here, we see Psyduck getting attacked. Mods as well. Psyduck does go down in that top path. And we're going to see our teams peel back
Mods.
from this bottom path fight. Level-wise, extremely close between these two squads. A few level 7s, level 6s. Psyduck a little bit behind, but you're not too stressed out when your support is the one behind.
Do you play better if you use Pokemon wearing
really
clothes?
Cause for concern right here. What would be a cause for concern?
No, it doesn't give you like any buffs.
Now, nobody around from Evil Geniuses really.
There's no buffs for the Hollow-Air. It's just all aesthetics.
And doing a lot of damage here on Leozine and putting them in trouble.
Yeah, Curios on very little HP right now. They could move towards this goal zone. It seems like they're going to. This 6 is, yeah, all right. We're going to be able to get this goal down to 20 right now. However, Evil Geniuses in the top path scoring on this tier 2 and making their way through the central area of Tuzi. Just trying to take as much of the map away from them as possible.
Doing a great job is
That's true.
Geniuses.
It might be on your head too. You might actually play better.
Experience lead, but that's a big catch by the Alolan Raichu. Vin uses their Unite move. Got to convert. Mats is low. Mats gets a knockout with no HP left. The Whirlpool is out from Anthras, going to top off the HP of that Blaziken. What an exchange for Tuzi.
There's an aura buff, yeah.
For Tuzi, they were able to catch Garchomp before it could use its Unite move, and that really changed the dynamic of the match. Mazo still level 8 right here. No Unite move.
Yeah, I think the only.
Looking for a fight. We could have a Dragon
I agree with that. Some of the animations, depending if you have like move animations.
You have to pop the Unite move and try to go as deep as you can. Mats is the prime target here. However, they weren't able to lace
It might give like a little bit of an advantage, not much.
And they are going to get Leozine instead. The fight rages on, and it's the Evil Geniuses that.
It's not like Dragon Ball where I can't see anything because everything's always exploding.
Gyarados, and I don't think either team wants to fight at this tier 1. Well, I mean, maybe EG, but they have moved away from this as well. 60 to 132, way more brawling here in this game.
Yeah, I didn't like that from EG.
What gives me pause here is there is 3 level 10s on the side of Tuzi after that fight, and that is exactly what the highest level character for EG is at, and that's Vin on this Scyther. We know, we talk about it all the time, Scyther has to be ahead on levels to be able to just dominate a game, and that's not the case in this moment right now.
See them getting set up here for these birds. Nice job by Ducky right there, just trying to basically trip those landmines, right? As they're moving forward.
Pecking order.
Psychic. In the top path, we have the secure.
It goes you, the dirt, the worms inside of the dirt, Popo's stool, Kami, and then Popo. Any questions?
Really tough to fight with an overheat that Mats had locked in onto that objective. Here comes Tuzi Esports onto the tier 1. Trying to go with the 20 over. Overheat is charged
I
up. We
need
have
an adult.
Unite sitting on top of the pad as well. Curios is trying to A-press him down, and they're doing a pretty darn good job at defending that goal zone and keeping that score.
When is Mr. Popo coming to Dragon Ball? Protection. Great Dragon Rush combo. Garchomp.
They popped him up with that last hit.
Blaze Chicken gone. Another combination.
The other way is going to put
Scyther gets deleted though, Raichu.
And Evil Genius is sitting
Get
on the
19
path. It's a
in.
big opportunity for a counter punch. Mazo can't catch anyone.
We get away from
They
the Gary.
Just get thin, but everyone else is
Just
out of
healed up
dodge.
enough.
Yeah, Evil Genius is peeling back from that fight. A really nice one for them.
Is that the racist one? I mean, he's definitely
Big on the scoreboard. 274 to only 60 for
questionable.
They broke the tier 2 goal zone in the top path, which is great for them. It means the home goal zone is open for some possibly very sneaky plays to run up the scoreboard, but regardless, being up by over 200 points puts them in the power position heading here into our final moments.
They need to get more experience on their side.
An entire child.
Yes, they're up on the scoreboard, but they need to try and eke back some of this level lead that Tuzi has picked up. It's not much, but it's enough to cause concern here because it doesn't take much to have a big impact.
Yeah, I think
I like this push on the bottom side.
Wants nothing to do with this. They're just going to run up the scoreboard in the bottom path. This is a nice score here for Tuzi. We have the tier 2 being scored on right now. The bottom path from Evil Geniuses. They're going to try to quickly get this off the map, and then
Yeah, they'll be able to take this off. The Lecky.
They will be behind. They recognize this now. That is going to walk towards
Look at the Lecky, but you're giving whatever this basement Reggie is over to EG. Ice. Okay.
Ducky is trying to get vision for the team.
You got Blissey Garchomp.
Ducky actually bullied out of the middle and they get away. Anthras also
No.
trying to get that information. 20 seconds until our
He's talking. Pino is talking about a character in Dragon Ball Z. There's a character in Dragon Ball Z that like the looks of it aren't great.
We're going to find out here. Anthras in a little bit of trouble right now.
I'm pretty sure he's like just an alien. I don't know exactly the lore.
There's the Unite move. Scyther Unite as well.
Straight into the middle of the Yoshin was looking for
Okay, we're stealing some shields, Ducky. There's that Mewtwo Unite. Vaporeon, Blaziken, both gone. Raichu! Oh, there we go, EG! Boy, Ducky!
For sure, Tuzi Esports was going to try and make a play, but Evil Geniuses scrubs Tuzi clean and takes the Rayquaza and takes the third game of our set.
Yeah, this one felt like EG was in control the whole time. I mean, just running up the score lead. Nice job getting that final objective before Rayquaza right here. Now, Tuzi Esports behind by 500 points, which really puts you in almost impossible situation. Even
one more and NA stays alive.
With full pockets will still only equal the score.
Okay, we put on our
70 seconds to plan their fourth game for their third win. Tuzi Esports, on the other hand, they've got 60 seconds to figure out what they're going to do to keep their tournament alive. They're looking for a push here. Like we said, down, not out. Everest is what needs to be climbed, and they don't have a lot of time to make it happen.
Yeah, right now they're moving forward towards this goal, but again, EG to just allow them to score a couple times. They don't even have enough points to make this work. They would have to get KO'd on the side of Evil Geniuses for Tuzi to even get Aeos Energy. And even then, I don't know if it would be fully enough. Defending at this goal zone, might as well fight a little bit here. EG already in the victor's seat for this match. Again, they're probably trying to figure out what they're going to do here for this next game. Things are going well for them. This combination of Chris Smith's Garchomp and Roland on Blissey was extremely strong.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Everybody's going to take a pause for
Squirtle's
the
the last
Roland
one.
just hitting that Unite move. Why not? Have the eggs spin around Kyrios for just a moment here as we are making our way to game number 4 in this set. Evil Genius is up 2-1.
Yeah, you know, the other game's a lot more competitive, I would say, between EG and Tuzi. This one felt like Evil Geniuses was kind of totally in control of this game number 3 right here. And that's a great spot to be in, one game away from securing your ticket to Championship Sunday in our grand finals.
You have to think, again, go back to game 1, Tuzi Esports. Yes, they did win, but it was off of, like, small window misses by Evil Geniuses.
We did it!
So, Tuzi Esports, again, down, not out, but they have a lot
Chris Smith won't get his Switch taken
right now, in my opinion, because they're kind of getting schooled in these late-game fights and just, like, late-game strategies overall.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, this one, not even only late game, right? This was just Evil Geniuses in control the entire match.
Should I hang Dragonite from the ceiling too? I think that'd be fun.
You see a big fight breaking out. And look at this. They don't even use the Garchomp Unite immediately after getting the Bliss assistance. They kind of wait for the perfect moment.
Totally,
right
I
here.
can hang a Molga from the ceiling.
Entire squad of Tuzi and getting the secure.
He's got a little hook.
Yeah, I mean, the last hit of that Garchomp Unite pops up, of course, players that are caught in it. Chris Smith, your player of the game, we just watched them
Rex, no,
catching the last
you're sitting
Tuzi,
right there,
which was Canas on that
staring
at
at me,
getting hit with that last bit of the Garchomp Unite and keeping them down, so evil geniuses may rise.
Yeah, definitely more fighting between these two squads this time, and we still, even with that, I feel like it's a lot of trading on the map, right? It's a lot of, all right, you're going to head there, we're going to head to the other one. And they are just playing this way throughout the entire match. However, you know, it looks like taking the score lead for Evil Geniuses was the way to go. They still show up to Rayquaza, extremely powerful, win a big fight. Evil Geniuses, yeah, a little more focused on the Reggie Alecki. Tuzi, a little more focused on the buffs from the Reggie Steel, Ice, and Rock. However, that match was very one-sided for EG.
Yeah, again, when you look at these score leads, you know, they can be overcome, but specifically on the Rayquaza map, it becomes maybe the most volatile we'll see, right? Against Kyogre getting a couple hundred points, on the Kyogre map, a couple hundred points, Groudon map, a couple hundred points. It's not a given.
The Bat Pikachu?
Even if you
oh, that's
take
a Molga.
that boss monster, that main objective.
The
However,
Bat
Evil
Pikachu is actually
Geniuses
really
kind
funny.
of staying true to the
It's a
script,
Molga.
getting a big level lead, a big score lead, and then executing on a good team fight, so it became incredibly easy to take Rayquaza.
Well, here we go. We're heading into our next draft right here, and this could be the last draft between these two squads, and I think it's what a lot of people would have expected from this matchup. Evil Geniuses, one of the best teams out of North America, currently undefeated in their region. Tuzi, actually not one of the top teams out of LATAM, but LATAM is so unbelievably competitive that we had CACM and Tuzi both having decent records in their region, getting this deep in this tournament.
Yeah, of course, again, for the reminder of those at home, the LATAM Regional League is actually made up of 3 regions, LATAM North, LATAM South, and Brazil. Almost every team in that league is Worlds qualified at some point in time.
I think
So
they'll bring in something like an Emolga.
Evil
I could see Emolga being added to Unite.
I get it.
We need
Looks
more
good.
Pika
Finn
clones.
grabbing
We don't
for
have a
Zacian.
lot. Like,
I
we
don't know
only
if they'll be
have,
the one sticking with
obviously,
it, but that's
Pika,
where we're
Alolan,
keeping this
Raichu,
logo.
and then
Yeah,
Palmot.
interestingly, we have Tuzi banning out the Mega Lucario.
But I could see them adding some more Pika clones.
Mega Gyarados once more. Looks like we're
They're adding
hovering
Zapdos.
in
True.
Again, Mats has been enjoying this considerably. And now our final couple of picks right here. We're going to see
I am
what Chris Smith
Kyogre.
would like to bring into this match. We've seen some good stuff from them. Their last match, the Garchomp, looked pretty good. But no, they are going to lock in this Glaceon. So it looks like we're going to have a switcheroo between Chris Smith
Kyle Ogre. There we go.
I mean, of
Nailed
course,
it.
Zacian is a top path Pokemon. Chris Smith is the top.
I'm
one
an
for
ogre!
diseases, and we've already seen Vin play this Glaceon twice.
Get out my
I'd be
swamp
unsurprised
donkey.
if that's where those end up. Canas getting a really late Mew, in those last 3 picks. And of course, Matt's going back to the Cerulege, which has shown some real sparks of excitement.
I really like the Mew choice here. I think their Mew is very, very powerful and extremely impactful in a lot of these games. Not surprised to see very similar picks on the side of Tuzi. If it's worked for them before, I see why they're bringing it out again. Curios back on the Machamp.
Well, in ours, it said. I mean, I guess it shows the map.
Yeah, I mean, it fits into what their strategy is trying to execute, which I understand. Obviously, a bit of a misstep game 1. Game 2, however,
It like in the center of
Vin
the
was our
draft, it
player
just
of the
show
game.
the map.
So,
It's not
go
like
back to
super
that, well,
obvious.
they forced the Machamp ban before, now they get to select the Machamp. So I think we're playing with a lot of comfort on both sides.
Yeah, one more.
Patchy would be cute. I could see Pachirisu getting added. I honestly could. It's like one of the favorites. We need Trubbish, and one of its abilities to be messing with your vision, like Squid in Mario Kart.
Wherever we are is the best spot.
Oh, Sludge would be cool.
Sometimes we're last, like, hey, save the best for last, of course.
Speaking of Mario Kart, Kelsey was just at Target, and she sent me this picture.
EG, 1 game away from heading to Grand.
Wait, let me see that.
Here we go. Canas Anthras going into
Look at
the
this.
bottom path. honestly,
They had a
advantage to the
Mario
early
Kart
stages
jacket.
between a Machop and a Squirtle here. So
It's kind of
Christmas
fire.
and Roland gonna have to do some work as Roland is actually already insulating from an invade and trying to get some vision. Look at just a harasser.
Yeah.
Just a constant threat, no matter what.
What?
Just a thorn in your side.
I think
Rex, what does that even mean?
very difficult to deal with. Your opponents are constantly frustrated with what you're up to. In real life, extremely.
Anything that isn't an all-rounder, so true.
You know, after the whole trophy debacle when he was on the Juicers, really bounced back from that, and a joy to be around.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we're all glad that chapter is closed. Matt's
The
here.
only people still opening it are you and I and Zugrug.
Matt's on the top path, ready for a fight right here. 5 seconds until we could have something kick off. Vin trying to move up here, but Matt's actually looking for it. However, getting caught in a big way from Roland, and here comes Chris Smith following up for the KO.
Chris Smith's got to fade back. You got to clutch KO. Don't give it up the other way.
Bennett
Massive
Speedster.
for an
Quagsire Defender would be awesome.
boosted auto E-ball gets a secure.
Although I would never play with Husky because she would just spend all game as Whooper, refusing to evolve.
Yeah, very nice stuff right here. Gyarados is online for Mazo, so even if he's not getting huge KOs or anything like that, they're
Not the
extremely
kitties.
efficient at charging up that effort gauge for Magikarp. Curios to the bottom path, getting.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah.
Looks like they are going to make it out.
Just scampering away is the Machoke Ducky.
It's my
Hanging in
cat.
there, can't evolve,
You would just
hasn't
be
evolved
whooping
just
around.
yet. Can they get it off the big bird? They do. Altaria doing the Squirtle.
Milotic?
Here we go.
Yeah, Defender Milotic would be cool
Regidrago
too.
is being ripped immediately by what? Come on. No way.
Once I saw the pollen puff just get like Steph Curry
That's
in there,
crazy.
it's
That's a
like, of course
crazy
Roland's
steal
gonna
from
get this
Roland.
Without a doubt. Just, yeah, why not just chuck a pollen puff in there, see what happens?
You know, you really don't have to do much sometimes. Roland with a great secure right there, keeping the pressure on their opponents.
Was that a basic attack or was that the pollen puff damage?
Out, seeing if anyone wants to move in for a fight. We now have 3 members of Evil Geniuses hiding here.
Oh, nice engaged submission follow-up there. Mazo taking a ton of damage, and they are knocked out. And now Liuzine sees the flood of Evil Genius players
Crazy.
attacking their goal zone and just has to fade back. Another great submission. A quick little pop through by the Hoopa, gonna keep.
Oh yeah,
Curious
Blaine.
scoring for just
Blaine
a mere
was
moment.
crazy.
However, it's really Evil Geniuses in control.
Yeah, EG in control of this match, 82-0. Level-wise, things are looking pretty great for them. Gyarados only level 6 on the side of Tuzi. The counterpart, level 8, the Zacian. We're going to see what Tuzi can try to do here, looking for the Reg Ice in the bottom path. Amethyst trying to keep
What's the
them
best
away
thing?
from this as they go ahead and rip it apart. They are able to get the secure right here. And at the top path, of course, we have Evil Geniuses breaking that goal zone, 132-0.
Yeah, a really nice over by Evil Geniuses there, and you can see that they've got a head of steam.
That's true. No one
and now they're
should,
starting to put the
which is
pedals
good.
to the floor. They're not giving Tuzi any breathing room. We aren't playing as conservative right now. You're up a game. You're in control. You're up on the scoreboard. You have the level lead. Now it's
Yeah,
time
that
to
is
beat
that
the
is one
brakes
nice
off
thing
some
about the
kids.
league format. We're not
They are
seeing all
looking
the
to
roster
do right here.
manias.
Curios looking to evolve. That is the Machamp. The level 9 is here. Do we go in for a fight? They could get caught. Here we go. Here comes the submission.
Cross chop, bang, right into the
Bang!
huge unite move, and you could see that.
Oh, good play by
Curios
Ducky.
was
Forces the
eyeing
Mew
up
Unite
the
out.
follow
Another
through by the
submission into
rest of the
Crustal.
geniuses there
They
that
don't have a.
happened to be
They.
evil. That
Oh.
was mean, and that's
I don't know
exactly
about
what
wasting an
people-
eject there for Crustal. I mean, you go down anyway.
Tuzi, beautifully
I would have
orchestrated
just
by
went down.
EG, and it feels
You're
like
not getting out of
every
that.
match that we're seeing between these two squads, Evil Geniuses just getting
Then gets a
better
nice
and better
31.
and better incrementally, and Tuzi slipping further and further behind.
Yeah, up by 163 points there. Is that right? No, 173 points. Am I doing it? What's the math? Stats team, what's the math
Stats
currently?
team, do we use subtraction for this?
Well,
Somebody
what is
figure it out.
Is it 173? I believe it's 173. I'm going to write it on Telestrator. Just go ahead and throw that up.
Stats team. Are we using subtraction for this? Mazo right now level 10, which I know is higher than it was before. That number's going up. Stats team, are we using subtraction?
I don't like to do subtraction. I like to do like addition with negatives. So it's like 203 plus negative 30. And I think that gets us to the mark. Stats team, we're going to need you here.
Yeah, stats team. 5 minutes left on the clock. Evil Genius is up right now, looking for another good fight. Vin just kind of bubbling them out right here. Look at that damage. Not a lot you can do to this Glaceon either. They're not going to be able to dive towards it. Regieleki getting low. Mazo possibly looking for a seal, but no! They port down to the bottom path. Everyone is moving right now. Crustal staying top to defend, and we see Tuzi taking the objective.
Yeah, I mean, get some value somewhere, right? Ducky hasn't evolved yet, but
They
are very close. And as soon as
they troll
get
production a whole lot.
for a surf, hydro pump, and the engage
Like,
over the
it's-
wall.
it's on
Chris goes for
cooldown.
a Big Cerulege Unite, but it's really Mats that's got the pressure on. Can they turn the tide? Cotton Cloud Crash tops off 2 players' HP, and Mats has to dip out. Big Machamp Unite straight towards Leozine, who Phantom forces away, and now Anthras X Scissors with cover.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say, that was so impressive for Mats. I recognize they couldn't get a KO, but they were fighting 90 members of Evil Geniuses at once there, it felt like. And now you can see members of Team Peps right now eyeing down who will be their competition tomorrow. Such an amazing story for that squad. I think everyone's excited to have an EU team make it all the way to the end, but I don't know if everyone thought it would be Peps.
No, unquestionably exciting here for the home region. However, as we saw Team Peps, they have a vested interest in the result of this one because that's who they're going to be playing tomorrow. Evil Geniuses seems to be the pace car here leading the foray into these grand finals. We'll see how Tuzi can bounce back in 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, I've checked the numbers. In my opinion, it seems to be a difference of 173. That's 100% accurate. No word on whether or not they use subtraction.
Yeah, or did they add the negative?
Or did they add the negative?
Good stats team.
Stats.
Leave that up on the board here. 3 minutes left in this game. Evil Geniuses up by a boatload of points. Not going to do the math on this one. I'm just going to let you all do it at home. Get out your abacus.
Yeah, that was real. That bit yesterday was really funny.
Unite branded abacuses that we do sell on our website. I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but these are great abacuses, and they're barely $60. They're 70.
You know, yes, they are 70 US dollars, which converts to, I think, 14 pounds.
We can't do the math without subtraction. Registeel getting very low right here already. They're chipping it with the Glaceon, but they're actually moving forward for the fight onto Tuzi. Tuzi getting pushed away from this. They would love this Registeel right here. A massive secure for Evil Geniuses. They do get it. Crustal Unite immediately.
Wow.
They're kind of committing like this is the fight right here, but it's not a great one for Tuzi.
No, I mean, a lot of damage has been put in. Of course, we're able to top that back off, and without Anthras's Unite move, that is just wild work.
The result of subtraction is called difference. It's like Matthew. I don't know what we're doing.
All right, Curious almost caught out, forces out the Mega Gyarados Unite, Hydro Typhoon, catches Mats, pinned against the wall.
Okay, Sarah's down immediately.
All the work with the help of Anthras. Leozine goes rings unbound.
Wow.
3 players down. Canas,
That's
again,
over.
The lone member of Tuzi standing. It's all on the shoulders of Canas here. They enter the mist. Kyogre's at half. Curios is chasing. Light screen, cross chop. Canas takes a ton of damage.
Oh, good eject. Mew's gone. Gotta close it out. Easy pickings.
And Evil Geniuses look to close the door on Tuzi Esports.
That's right, Evil Geniuses moving forward here, looking to score in the top and bottom path. Points going in. We're going to see if Roland wants to score. No, they're actually looking to take some bodies here first. Moving forward, they recognize they're already ahead, and it looks like they're celebrating their win early right here.
Oh, the Mew or the Glaceon passive.
As they push towards this home goal zone.
Wow, wow, wow. Evil Geniuses really in control of all 4 games. They got eked out in the first one, but they made a statement in those last 3, and no statement larger than this Game 4 and their victory as they are moving to our grand final.
Oh, good for them.
Huge win for EG. Well fought by Tuzi, but there was nothing they could do in that final fight. They KO'd 4 members of Tuzi. And that's a difference.
Oh, good for EG.
Addition by subtraction. Bang, we did it.
Evil Geniuses with a huge
Bruv.
win. And now you can see Peps watching the match. They know who they're up against. I think this is maybe who they expected to face down. Curios once again in a position to win an international championship.
I have to say, it might be who Peps expected to play tomorrow, but I don't think Evil Geniuses would have dreamed up playing against Peps in the grand finals tomorrow. They have some work to do as we watch our replay.
Yeah, taking a look at some of these moments right here, there with the Pollen buffs here. And you know, when things start going like that, the rest of the match just seems to fall that way as well, right? Evil Geniuses way ahead through a lot of this.
Roland's got like the best smile in Unite.
Seem to make a dent into EG. In this final moment we had, Crustle uses the Unite move at about the 220 mark, I want to say. Tries to start a fight. It's just not something that can work out for Tuzi.
Oh, nice.
Big win for EG.
Yeah, right there we had Curious use their Unite move. 180 hit Mats behind them, and while they were finishing those flurry of blows there, it was a Hydro Typhoon that kicked up Mats, Hydro pump into the wall, and Mats being the first player down spells disaster for Tuzi regardless of who's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Roland's got
the
the best smile. And like, it's infectious. He's so nice too.
For Vin, 0 feints, did not get knocked out at all. A night and day difference from game 1 to game 4.
I mean, yeah, you like that number as well. It's hard to get knocked out when you take 6,000 damage. That's one of the lowest damage taken numbers I have ever seen in a competitive game. Unbelievable, you know? You have a great team in Tuzi, but they just can't get to Vin. They can't do anything about him. 7 knockouts, 0 feints, 8 assists, scoring 231 points. Heat map is all over the place.
NA versus EU.
Pokemon, but Vin, an incredible game. Evil Geniuses, an incredible set. And it sounds like we've got an interview ready up on the big stage with your victors. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Spraggles. That's right, I'm on stage with now finalist Vin from Evil Geniuses. All right, so Vin, you had an amazing match. You just got MVP in that final game. Your Glaceon doesn't go down a single time. What were you thinking in the draft stage of that match, and what was the strategy to take down Tuzi?
Well, the games are going really good, all the games, even the games we lost. It was kind of, you know, a little mistake on our part, losing the secure 4v2. So our Glaceon was clearly working, so we want to stick with the game plan.
Okay, makes sense. The Glaceon, a great pick. Rely on that one. I like it a lot. It was really strong. Obviously, draft, a big part of that strategy. Tomorrow, you got to go against Team Peps, the EU hometown crowd, in person here in London. How are you going to be prepping to take down Team Peps?
Well, I can't let you know that, but we're going to have to let the crowd down and beat them.
Okay.
That's real,
Husky.
Husky.
Disappoint the crowd a little bit. Now, Vin, I got to ask, this is going to be your first time playing on a championship Sunday in person. I mean, how much does that mean to you and this Evil Geniuses squad?
Just want to give a shout out to my team, especially my sub, Pikatif. He's doing a lot of the work behind the scenes.
Yeah, Pikatif!
All right, well, if he's in charge of getting you all this incredible drip from EG, then he's doing a great job. All right, one last question. I know there's people here supporting you in person in London, but also supporting you at home watching this event. So anything to shout out to the NA fans cheering on EG?
I got a lot of shout outs. Shout out my boy Big Uzi, shout out my boy K-Suff, Money Max, and Blush Link.
All right, 4 big shout-outs to some NA GOATs. I like it. All right, Vin, good luck tomorrow. Good luck. And everybody, thank you so much for being incredible here at EUIC. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Spraggles, Dew Snacks, back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Huge victory for
Not-
Evil Geniuses. The team a lot of
Yeah,
people thought
I
might
was
make
gonna
it to
say.
this point, and in front of them, Team Peps out of EU. It's North America versus Europe here in our
that
grand
guy.
finals, bright and early tomorrow morning. We're gonna take a look at our bracket here from day
Not
2.
that
Some
guy.
incredible teams all competed, but it has come down to these final 2. And of course, like Zoink said, make sure you are here, the official Pokemon channel, tomorrow morning to watch these games.
Yep, definitely when I snapped and pointed, I thought that's when the bracket
no
was going to go up, but it did that time, so at least I went 1 for 2. Stats team, what's the percentage on that? Talk to me where we've been, and of course, where we're going to go tomorrow.
I'm going to tell you
I'm in the grand finals, baby!
Tell me a little bit about Evil Geniuses. Team Pep starting the day against the world champs Peru, taking them down 2-1. Then into Root Dignitas, one of the craziest matchups of the day, of the tournament. Team Peps with a wild upset against Root Dig. Then they run into CACM, who had quite a run themselves. And Team Peps looked like they were in control of these matches as they are getting ready for their grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, just one more thing I want to say about Team Peps. Beat the world champions, beat your LEIC champions, beat your LEIC runner-ups. That is a monster run to make it to the grand finals. However, across the way from them is no slouches. Evil Geniuses, of course, winning their group yesterday, meaning they get that top 8 decider bye. Facing off against BH3 Esport, which looked like they had hit a new gear and played them fairly tight.
Bro, someone in the Pokemon Go
of course, they just squared
chat
off against Tuzi, who is also kind of on a run. Not hot enough indeed. Evil Geniuses punches their ticket. Their brains are large and in charge.
Oh, they
They're ready
deleted
to
it.
deliver on their namesake.
No, they
tomorrow
have it.
against Peps.
That's right. Championship Sunday, we will be on the
Steiner
official
spun this
Pokemon
Pokestop
channel
in Epstein Island,
Sunday. It starts
bro.
at all of these times
That's
here when it ends,
crazy.
So something's back. Follow us, of course, on all of the social.
Oh yeah, we
channels.
absolutely
At
accept the
Pokemon,
K-Stuff mention.
Spraggles.
Texas Spraggles, yeah.
We absolutely.
Spraggles. Make sure you do that. Just
And Uzi, I like
on board
Uzi.
with all the tweets, smash the notification button and all of those things for us. Of course, we will be back tomorrow, Championship Sunday. You're not going to want to miss it. EU versus NA.
The mods haven't
EU
erased
pull
that
this
yet.
off and win an IC.
Okay,
For a
they
long
did.
time,
They erased
might
it.
be the team to do
They
it.
erased
We're
it.
going to see you bright and early. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, bye, Spriggles. Yes, Shivam. Better see some t-shirt cannons tomorrow. Yeah, they were doing that. They were doing that for the last UCS week, the week 2. They even not even just license points. License when you said license adventure, they would also auto-mod that. Yeah, they auto-modded a lot of things. One more pack for the road? Yeah. I have to do all the new ones. Grass, water, steel, fire, electric. Fighting. Am I missing any? Grass, water, steel, fire, electric, dark, fighting, psychic. Well, yeah, the drops are really bad. If there were better drops, like imagine if they did license point. Let's go here. Let's go 10. We'll go a 10, and this is a prismatic. I gotta predict the energy. We already have some people guessing steel energy. I don't know who would have done that. But we got some guesses. So there's like 2 minutes. There's like 2 minutes on that time. Got some on grass. We got some on steel. We have 2 prismatic packs. 2 prismatic packs, guys. Dose. These are my last 2 prismatic. Okay, we got some on grass. Water. Dark. Okay. We got a little bit of representation across the board. And I think, do we open the original 3 or do we open the Glaceon Leafeon? Okay, we got more on grass. We got more on grass. Eon? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. Eons, yeah. Which eons? Which ones? They're both eons. We're gonna do...
This is looking not too bad.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be a scrappy third game.
We're gonna go with this one. Smells like a winner.
Head into the top 4.
Might have just been the beans.
EUIC again.
Might have just been the beans.
World Championship.
Only because Ender's not here.
For Daiichi.
So
and Win gets him there.
Yeah, Win gets him there, and really, I mean, for Jackson, he's got his Worlds invite. He obviously wants to become international champion, but for Daiichi, this moment right now, could be his best shot of the whole season to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, we do see the turbo energize.
Bang.
The question is, which Pokemon will get powered up here? The second energy goes.
Do we
on
open?
to the Mega
I'll do another
EX.
prediction
Might be
so we
time
can
for some
do
rapid-fire
the other pack.
combos.
Yeah, we'll do the other pack.
Here come a pair of energy from that Turbo Energize, loading up Mega Absol. Jackson Ford needs
We'll do the other pack too. So I started a prediction for the other pack
is not
as
too
well.
bad to see. Ultra Ball can find
Not
him
a god pack.
Stage 2 Pokemon. He has Rare Candy in his
Hey, should
hand.
not one.
We could see
Hippowdon.
Charizard EX right now.
Pinsir, Bug Monk.
Yeah, so what's Jackson going to go for here?
Larvitar.
He's also got Dusknoir in his hand currently.
Houndour.
With the Clef Key active. There's no Psyduck, I guess, to worry
Rescue
about on
board.
the Daiichi side at the moment, but it looks like Jackson
Professor
is going to
Turo's
focus first
research.
and foremost on getting
Or
an
scenario,
attacker going.
right. Shaman.
I guess what else can you do here? You need to start
Is that a
getting a
Pokeball?
Charizard
Pokeball
EX
Black Belt?
into play and attacking. Your hand just does not have the
Umbreon,
resources
just a regular
to
Umbreon.
pull off any fancy plays at this moment.
And a Noivern EX.
I think
Okay,
it's not
not
ideal,
bad.
but maybe you just charge ahead.
Could be worse.
With
Could be
the
better.
Burning Darkness and hope to get maybe like a 2-hit
Prismatic's been
one of
so
these Mega Evolution
rough for me, man. I haven't got any SIRs.
180 damage at this
No
juncture.
SIRs.
Of course, that attack gets stronger.
All right,
as
we
the
got
game
one
goes on.
final pack for the
Giving
road.
the player 30 more damage.
One
for
final
each
pack for the
prize
road.
card
Then I'm
their
gonna go on my
opponent
walk.
has taken right now, though.
Go on
Just
my
that
walk.
base 180.
Guys,
is what is relevant.
I don't know if you see this.
Jackson does have boss's orders in
So
his
when I was
hand, so he could get
installing
some damage onto this Mega Absol
my new
EX, and he
cabinet,
is going
my
to go for that.
pull-out cabinet for
just
the
charging
trash
in with this Charizard
in my kitchen.
EX. It's kinda
When I was
all or
installing it,
nothing
there was a
for
screw
Jackson here. He's
from the
just
other
hoping
side of the cabinet I had to
Daiichi
rip
won't be able
out.
to piece together
We had to like
some big
Dremel it
combo
down,
here.
so I had to like
Has
cut
shown
the
that he
screw.
doesn't have the
But before that,
strongest hand, but
I
you know, in this kind of a
flippin' ran my
situation,
head
if he
into
has
it.
A darkness energy.
Like, I
a way
ran
to get
my
another
head into
Monkey
the
Dory
screw,
and
so,
an
like,
energy
that's-
switch. He could Adrenabrain.
Because I was like
move 6
trying to like
damage
go down
counters
there
over
and
use that
mess with
terminal
things.
period for a knockout.
And I ran my head into
That
a
would be
screw.
a very, very powerful turn. He needs
Yeah, it was
quite
bleeding a
few
little bit. It's
pieces to
better
pull
now.
It off, looking at
Yeah, you
this
can kinda see
Pokegear
it.
top 7 cards, finding a supporter card. That is going to be step number 1 to piece together any sort of combo.
You can also
plays.
see,
He
like,
will
my scarf.
grab himself boss's orders.
Yeah, now I think Daiichi
Hot
has
right.
an Arvin
When I was a
in
kid.
hand, has a darkness
Probably explains a
energy
lot.
in
Yeah, I have a
hand,
hockey,
but I don't
hockey
think
puck
he can
scar
get
right
both
there.
Monkey
And
Dory
I also have a hockey
and
puck scar
energy switch
on my nose
this
because I got hit
turn. So
right here.
the terminal period probably not going to happen. And then you gotta
Hockey's
figure
violent,
out,
man.
Well, what do I do?
I have
this
that, those hockey scars.
Yeah, just
And
stalling
then-
for time, bringing up the
and then
Terapagos
here,
EX.
kinda
You
see
can bring
it.
it up and use Claw of Darkness
Yeah.
here and
I
see
got
what else Jackson
sliced
is working with.
It's going to be
with
onto
a
a
skate.
top deck here for Jackson if he wants to get out of this
8
spot. And,
stitches.
I mean, the only
I actually
top
almost
deck
died.
really
That I
is,
actually almost
what,
died
jet
from that.
energy? That's
It was
about
it was
all I
this
can think
far
of that
away
gets
from my
Jackson out
femoral
of this,
artery.
other than maybe a
I was
draw
bleeding a
supporter
lot.
to find some more cards.
I was
He
scared.
only has one Iono
On
as a
a,
draw
on a
support
Monday
option.
evening.
Noctowl doesn't do anything
On a
for him with
Monday
that
evening at
Rocket's
like
Watch Tower.
11
What is the draw
p.m.
for
too.
turn? It is a Pidgey.
And I drove
And
myself
just a
to the
pass.
emergency room
Daiichi has successfully
because they
bought
got
a
the
turn
tourniquet
Claw of
on, and they're
Darkness,
like,
stripping
"We could
resource
take you to
after
the
resource,
ER,
giving
but it's
Daiichi
expensive."
more time.
And then I
Awkwardly,
was
though, his
like,
only draw supporter is
"Nah, I'll just drive myself
Iono.
because America."
Does he want
Yeah,
to
that's
refresh
America
Jackson's
for you. If you
hand?
want to
No
understand
energy
what
either,
healthcare
so he
is like in
cannot
America,
use
that's it.
Adrenabrain to knock out this Terapagos EX.
But
If he wants to do it, he
Exactly.
can just claw up
Because
darkness again.
I don't want to spend like $4,000 on a
plays the
trip to
Iono,
the ER.
though.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
They
I'm
said
not
I wasn't
doing
gonna
that.
die.
My
They said
opponent
you're
has
stable.
shown
You're not gonna
just a
die,
couple
so you
nest
can
balls. Now this can turn into a pheasant.
you could drive yourself if you want. So I did. So I did. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you could see it. You can kind of see it. It's actually like it's been like 12 years, so it's like not as prominent, but in person it's very obvious. But on camera you can't quite see it. Yeah. Probably. I'll have to find the picture. It's on Reddit somewhere. I posted it on Reddit. All right. Anyway, last pack. last pack. Last pack, and then I go on my walk. Psychic. It was psychic. Who guessed psychic? Did anybody guess psychic? No one guessed psychic. Y'all can have your points back. Dusclops. Hippopotas. Houndour. Not a god pack, by the way. Spritzy. Great Tusk. Professor Sada's Vitality. Suicune. Aromatisse. Larvitar. No, nothing. And a Jolteon. Man, Prismatic so mean. Prismatic so mean. But yeah, I get a lot of head injuries. I haven't played hockey in like 5 months. Because people are mean. All right. We did it. Day 2 is done. I'm not going to go live I'm not waking up. I'll be honest with y'all. I'm not waking up at 4 a.m. for Championship Sunday. So, this is it. This is the last you're going to see of me for the weekend. Bye, Kyle. Thanks for the stream. Oh, no! My internet die? Okay. Under advance? What the heck? Yo, that's crazy. Okay, we're back. What the heck was that? Okay, we're back. Okay. I don't know why my internet was doing that, but either way. Yeah, we're gonna end here. We're gonna raid out. We're back. We're back just to say goodbye. Who do we want to raid? Do we want to raid Kratos is live? Sierra Dawn is live. Essay is live, playing the games. Yeah, let's do who's live? We'll go over Kratos. We'll go over to Kratos. I think he's rewatching some of the breaking it down, watching some of it, but all right, everybody. I will see y'all on Thursday for Underdunk. If not, maybe we'll do some games maybe Monday or Tuesday. So we'll see. Of course, tries to hatch the Shedinja doll. That's really funny. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll see you guys for Underdunk. All right, we're gonna go to Kratos. Hope you all have a good rest of your evening, and we will see you on Thursday. You don't know how this game works. I think you caught it. We'll find out. Alrighty, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.